slow and dragging across the floor. Her hair was a tangled mess, half covering her pale face. Her eyes were half-lidded, staring vacantly ahead. She moved with a strange rhythm, arms hanging limp at the sides of her tiny frame. A strange sound escaped her lips, a low groan that almost sounded like a yawn. Jamie froze mid-pour, coffee mug in hand, watching her with wide eyes. Daisy?" he ventured, taking a small step back. "You okay, hun?" Daisy turned her head, her gaze finally landing on him with an eerie intensity. She blinked, her expression unreadable, then stretched out an arm towards the coffee pot, fingers twitching. "Need caffeine," she croaked. Jamie let out a breath he didn't realise he was holding. For a second there, I thought, never mind. Daisy's lips twisted into a smirk as she poured herself a cup. "I don't do mornings," she muttered. She squinted at her phone, her thumb hovering over the cracked screen as the coffee machine whirred with a tired hum. She leaned against the counter, casting a glance at the mismatched mugs piled on the sink and faint stains of last night's instant noodles on the stovetop. But the mess faded from her mind as she delved into her morning ritual, the news. Usually, she waded through the usual churn of grim headlines, messy politics, overpriced London rent, and the latest celebrity drama. But today something unfamiliar prickled at the edges of her sleep-dulled mind. "Unknown virus causes chaos across London," one headline read. She clicked it, then clicked another, her frown deepening, every article carrying the same eerie undertone. Strange illnesses, sudden violent outbursts, confusion spreading faster than the dawn. She paused, her heart thumping a beat louder than the coffee pot's hiss as she tried to grasp what she was reading. "Oh, hey Daisy, you're hogging the coffee machine," Jamie complained, yawning, as he went for a second cup. He ran a hand through his unkempt, dirty blonde hair, squinting at her screen. "What's got you so glued to the news?" "Just weird stuff," Daisy replied with a confused expression. "Oh, I live for weird stuff," he laughed, as he bear-hugged her from behind, peering over her shoulder at the phone. "Look, it's all over the city, apparently. People acting weird, stumbling around, acting violent. It's almost like zombies or something." Jamie rolled his eyes, grinning. "Sounds like half our neighbours on a Friday night." "Not that kind of weird drunken zombie," Daisy replied, giving him a half-hearted smile. "Some kind of illness, or drugs maybe, I don't know. People getting really violent out of nowhere, and it says they're biting other people." Jamie smirked as he said, "Those tabloids will print anything these days, they're desperate for clicks." "Yeah," Daisy muttered, but an uneasy feeling was settling in her stomach. "Doesn't seem like one of those alien baby clickbait headlines, though. It's been quite widely reported." "You'll believe anything," he laughed, ruffling her blonde hair with a playful hand. First was Tom, a tall lanky film student with a fondness for conspiracy theories and obscure films, that ended with an ever-pretentious Finn. He was scrolling his own phone, barely looking up as he poured himself a cup of coffee. Last to join them was Melanie, still in her PJs, her messy bun half falling out as she stumbled towards the coffee. She grabbed her mug, eyeing everyone with the usual morning grumpiness. "Well, I stand corrected," laughed Jamie as he gestured towards them. "It's The Walking Dead." "What's got you looking so intense?" Melanie mumbled, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Daisy opened her mouth to answer, but Jamie interrupted with a grin. "Daisy thinks it's the zombie apocalypse." Tom perked up at that, eyebrows raised. "What's going on?" "Not exactly," Daisy said, rolling her eyes. "It's probably just rumours. But apparently there's some weird virus and it's making people act weird. More than usual, and violent, biting other people. They say and they don't know what it is yet." "Classic zombies," Tom said, clearly excited. "Government experiment gone wrong, probably. Most likely escaped from a lab somewhere." Melanie groaned, finally taking a sip of her coffee. "Please, just what I need. A conspiracy theory and the zombie apocalypse before I've even had my caffeine." Daisy turned back to her phone, ignoring the banter. She felt a prickle of unease as she refreshed her newsfeed. There were video clips now. Shaky phone footage showed crowds in distress, people stumbling around with vacant eyes and jerky movements. The comments were full of conspiracy theories, but it was hard to ignore the fear evident in the video itself. I'm just saying, Daisy finally spoke up. We might want to stay in today, just in case. What, skip our classes because of a few crazy videos? Jamie snorted as he took a gulp of coffee. Honestly, I'd be fine with that, Melanie muttered. Anyway, it's Friday. Monday's a bank holiday and I could use an excuse to stay in and have a nice long weekend. If you think I'm the type of person who will just blow off classes and stay home for the slightest reasons, well, let me tell you, you're absolutely right, laughed Tom, his voice filled with glee. Movie and pizza day, anyone? Fine, agreed Jamie. But on one condition, continued Tom. Everyone turn off your phones during the movie. If we're watching a movie, we're watching a movie. One by one they set their phones down on the table, all eyes shifting to Daisy, the last holdout. Tom gave her an impatient wave, urging her to get on with it. Yeah, Daisy muttered, rolling her eyes, as she powered off her phone and finally laid it down beside the others. The four friends sprawled across the tiny living room, nestled amongst crumpled blankets and half-eaten bags of crisps. The air thick with the mingling scent of buttery popcorn and faintly burnt coffee, evidence of their plans to do as little as possible. The credits of their third movie scrolled lazily across the screen, casting a soft flickering light over their mesmerised faces. Jamie lay half asleep on the arm of the couch, one leg dangling off the edge, while Mel clutched a long, empty mug. Tom stretched his arms overhead with a long groan as his back gave a satisfying crack, then relaxed, sinking deeper into the worn-out cushions. Daisy glanced around at the others, grinning as she nudged Jamie's leg with her foot. 3 movies down and it's not even evening yet, she chuckled, glancing at the clock. The room hummed with the comfortable quiet of a day well wasted, the outside world temporarily forgotten. Every so often, though, the conversation circled back to the question of what to do that evening. We should go out tonight, Jamie said, flipping through his phone. His leg bounced with a restless energy. I heard the Ministry of Sound is hosting some DJ. Place'll be packed. Tom raised an eyebrow, chuckling from his spot slouched against the couch cushions. Or we could stay here, order a takeaway, and marathon the entire Alien collection. Come on, nothing beats a classic night in. Daisy looked up from her spot on the floor. What about all the stuff they're saying about that weird virus? She frowned with worry. People are saying it's spreading really fast and it's different. Oh, come on, Jamie rolled his eyes. It's just media hype, it's probably just a flu. Besides, we're in London. We're not going to hole up in our flat over some rumour. It's not just rumours, though, Daisy insisted. It was on the BBC. They're saying it's making people act weird, like violent or spaced out. Something doesn't feel right about it. Honestly, it's got me a little scared. Daisy's got a point, Melanie chimed in, as she was trying to keep the peace. If things are weird out there, maybe a chill night in isn't such a bad idea. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? A few drinks at home, comfy clothes, some takeaway? But a chill night's all we ever do, Jamie complained. Every time something's happening, you guys freak out and want to stay in. Not every time, Tom argued. Mate, you were a literal nightmare during lockdowns. Seriously, Jamie laughed, lifting both eyebrows at him in a way that hinted at an unspoken understanding. The group sat in silence for a moment, everyone caught between excitement and caution. Tom picked up the remote and glanced at Daisy. Look, we can go out next week if this turns out to be nothing, but maybe tonight we'll keep it easy. Besides, you know Jamie never actually makes it past the first horror movie without screaming and covering his eyes. We'll be dealing with enough drama at home without adding a weird virus to the equation. Hey! Jamie shot back, grinning despite himself. I don't cover my eyes, I just protect them. You're totally going to turn into my dad when you're older, Melanie teased, slipping into an exaggerated deep voice. I'm not sleeping, I'm just resting my eyes, she chuckled, folding her arms and leaning back, clearly proud of her impression. Daisy let out a soft laugh, feeling some tension release from her shoulders. Maybe a night in wouldn't be so bad, she suggested. And if nothing happens, we can go out next weekend. Deal? Jamie sighed dramatically, but he gave in, tossing his phone aside. Fine. But we're going out next weekend, no excuses. Deal, the others said in unison, exchanging amused looks. Each of them fell silent for an uncomfortably long time. An underlying tension had filled the room. I'm sorry, began Daisy. I have to check my phone. My parents might be worried if they can't reach me. Yeah, same. Me too. Each of them turned on their phones to eye rolls from Tom. Guys, it's been like 3 hours. The world didn't end while you were watching movies. Calm down. As each of them powered up their phones, the news reports continued to pour in, and Daisy felt her anxiety climb with each update. Jamie's phone buzzed. He checked it, frowning. Anyone else's family group chat freaking out? Anyone else's family group chat freaking out? My mum's telling me to stay inside. Says there's been a public safety incident near Tower Bridge. Daisy's phone pinged too, and she glanced at it. My parents are saying the same. Telling me to be safe, don't leave the flat. This might be a bigger deal than we realise, Melanie said, her tone a little more serious than before. They moved to the window. The street below looked mostly normal. People going about their business, their neighbour Chris wandered by, fixated on his phone as usual. But there were very few odd figures. A man walking very quickly, checking every angle around him as if he was being followed. A woman in heels and a dress, running as if running for her life. Daisy felt a chill run down her spine. Maybe we should actually stay inside tonight, she murmured. Jamie, trying to lighten the mood, let out a chuckle. All right. Zombie movie night it is then. We'll make it a theme. But none of them laughed. Evening settled in and the strange news had continued to trickle through, creating a thick undercurrent of unease in the flat. But Daisy, Tom, Jamie and Melanie all tried to ignore it. They locked the door and huddled in the living room, blankets and snacks piled around them as they picked a movie. What about something classic, Jamie suggested, flipping through the titles on the screen. Night of the Living Dead? Totally fits the theme. Melanie threw a pillow at him. Please, I don't need any help freaking myself out. Agreed, said Daisy. If we have to do a theme, I vote something funny like Shaun of the Dead. It's a comedy. Tom raised his hand, casting the vote for Shaun of the Dead, and the matter was settled. They snuggled deeper into their makeshift blanket fort, pressing play, and for a few minutes they almost forgot about the eerie day. Melanie's stomach was starting to growl. We should have done a grocery run, she sighed. But pizza works. Daisy picked up her phone, glancing at the delivery apps. Pizza Palace again? As she ordered, a part of her couldn't help but wonder if everything was still normal outside. But whenever she checked the app, a reassuring note popped up. Our delivery drivers are taking all necessary precautions. She shook her head, dismissing the worries. Maybe she was being paranoid. It was just a weird day after all. Within 30 minutes, the buzz of the intercom made them all jump. Daisy glanced at her phone. The notification confirmed the pizza was here. That was fast, Jamie said, standing up. Probably had no other orders tonight. Everyone too scared to go outside. The pizza delivery guy arrived at their door, holding 2 large boxes, his face partially covered by a cap and mask. Jamie took the boxes, trading quick, "Thanks, mate," before closing the door and returning to the group. My lord, my ladies, dinner is served, Jamie said, dropping the boxes onto the coffee table. Pizza Palace, 30 minutes or less, even in the zombie apocalypse, laughed Tom as he grabbed a slice. I respect their level of commitment to pizza. They dove into the pizza, the room soon thick with the warm scent of melted cheese and garlic. For a few perfect moments they were just a group of friends, laughing, teasing and enjoying what felt like an ideal Friday night in. They clinked their soda cans together, exchanged mock serious glances as the topic shifted, predictably to how they'd each survive the zombie apocalypse. All right, Jamie started, gesturing with his slice of pizza like a pointer. First rule, don't be like the idiots in Dawn of the Dead and think you can just hole up in a shopping mall forever. Not exactly built to keep zombies out. If anything, it's designed to bring zombies in. The ones who stare at their phones, oblivious to everything around them. Everyone knows it's asking to get killed. Oh no, zombies! Well, I'm going to Westfield. Tom laughed as he flailed his arms around and did a mocking voice. Gotta get my Pret. Oh, I wonder if the Trafford Centre is open. Jamie shook his head, grinning. Or in 28 days later, walking around London screaming, hello, hello, hello! Honestly, you'd think they'd never heard of the concept of stealth. If I wake up in a hospital and everyone in London is gone, I'm not walking around London shouting hello. My ass is going to be as silent as possible while I figure out what's going on. Melanie smirked, waving her hand for silence. Listen, rule number 1, never split up. Half of those characters die because they wander off alone or say, oh, I'll be right back. Bam. Next thing you know, zombie snack. Daisy laughed. Avoid trains and all of Korea generally. In any kind of zombie outbreak, you'd think people would learn by now. Jamie lifted his pizza slice, gesturing in agreement with a lazy nod as he took another bite. He leaned back, crossed his arms. Okay, say we're actually in a zombie apocalypse and it's real life. Not some movie. I say we go full Zombieland style. Cardio, double tap, beware of bathrooms, don't be a hero. Each of them nodded in agreement. Shaun of the Dead had the right idea. Say this really is the zombie apocalypse. Let's find us a spoons and lock in for the long haul, Tom laughed. Yeah, added Jamie. The Zombieland beware of bathrooms rule is fitting there anyway. No zombie is climbing up 3,000 stairs to a spoons bathroom, laughed Melanie. But we'd need a safe place at some point, she reasoned, wiping her hands. Remember in The Walking Dead? They had a community, people worked together, that's got to be the end goal, right? Safety in numbers? Ride it out, then rebuild? They shared a laugh, but a flicker of tension lingered beneath the jokes. Jamie tapped his soda can and smirked. So it's decided then. Find us a spoons, no splitting up, double tap, no bathrooms, plenty of cardio. Cheers to that, Tom said, holding his pizza slice up with a grin. Cheers, they echoed, laughing as they tapped their pizza slices together like they were giving a toast. The pizza delivery driver was walking back towards his scooter when he heard a faint shuffle from behind him. He turned, catching the sight of a man and woman kissing passionately in the middle of the street. The driver chuckled and turned his attention back to his scooter, but the shuffling sound grew closer and faster. By the time the driver turned back, the man was only a few steps away, his eyes wide, his mouth was slightly parted, revealing teeth covered with blood. He saw the woman lying on the ground with her neck torn open. Before the driver could react, the man lunged, sinking his teeth into the driver's arm. A scream ripped through the empty streets, but it was quickly muffled as the attacker brought the driver to the ground, clawing and biting. The quiet neighbourhood fell silent again, leaving the faint sounds of leaves rustling in the wind. Inside the flat, Daisy and the others had no idea. They were laughing at a joke on screen, taking sips of their sodas and stretching out under the warm glow of their lamps, entirely unaware of the horror that had just unfolded outside their home. As the movie ended, they slowly started to feel that unsettling sense creeping back. Daisy stood too close to the blind, looking out one last time at the quiet, dim street below. The night felt eerily still, and her eyes drifted towards a spot where she thought she saw movement. Something on the pavement glistening under the streetlights. It looked different than a normal puddle of rain, darker. She shook her head, telling herself it was just her imagination. All right, she announced, closing the curtains. Movie night is officially over. I don't know about you, but I need a break from zombies. They all agreed, laughing as they started cleaning up, but they settled in for the night, and no one could shake the feeling that something might be very wrong. Chapter 2. Morning crept in with a muted grey, casting a cold, ghostly light over the kitchen. Daisy was the first to wake, shuffling into the kitchen for coffee, her movements slower than usual as she fought off a headache from the restless sleep. She glanced at her phone while waiting for the coffee to brew, expecting updates from her parents or a few mundane notifications announcing that the incident was resolved. Instead, her screen was lit up with news alerts and dozens of missed messages. Her heart dropped as she clicked on the first notification. Citywide emergency. Citizens advised to stay indoors. Rising incidents of violence linked to unidentified illness. Hospital systems overwhelmed. London declares state of emergency. Citywide lockdown declared. Daisy scrolled, each headline more unsettling than the last. Her hands shook slightly as she tapped into a video feed from one of the news sites. A reporter in a flak jacket stood on what looked like an empty London street, broadcasting from a location near their own neighbourhood. The man's voice was tense as he spoke. We're receiving multiple reports of violent incidents across London, he said, his eyes darting off camera occasionally as if expecting something to happen at any moment. Authorities are advising citizens to stay indoors and avoid contact with anyone exhibiting erratic behaviour. Medical experts are still attempting to identify the cause of these incidents, though they suspect it may be a viral outbreak of unknown origin. A scuffle off screen made the reporter turn, and the camera shook as if it had been jostled. Daisy quickly exited the video, her mind racing. She peered out nervously from the kitchen window, her gaze scanning the stillness below. Nothing stirred. Not a single car or passer-by. Only the quiet, deserted stretch of pavement bathed in pale dawn light. Total silence. Just then, Jamie wandered into the kitchen, loudly yawning. She jumped, her hand flying to her chest as he entered the room unexpectedly. He glanced at her with a lazy smile, but it quickly faded when he saw her expression. What happened? She handed him her phone wordlessly, and his eyes widened as he scanned the headlines. Oh, my, he muttered, gripping the phone tighter. Is this real? All this happened overnight? Before she could respond, Tom stumbled out of his room, scratching his head as he joined them. What's all this serious look about? He squinted at Jamie, noticing the tense look on both their faces. Bad news? Worse than bad, Jamie replied, handing him Daisy's phone. Take a look. Tom scrolled through the notifications, his face morphing from groggy confusion to alarm. This can't be real. A virus that makes people violent? This is like some horror movie. We thought it was probably just exaggerated rumours yesterday. I thought I was overreacting, being scared by it, Daisy murmured, her voice hushed and restrained. But now they've declared an emergency, it's actually real. I can't believe this is actually happening. Melanie wandered in last, looking tired but alert. Didn't any of you sleep? You look like you've seen a ghost, or zombie, she laughed, reaching her arms out and flailing them about whilst chomping her teeth. Without a word, Jamie showed her the phone. Melanie had read through the notifications, her face paling. What the... she said, lowering the phone. Is this real? I mean, this is a joke, right? Is this actually happening? Like we're genuinely saying this is real? The others gave a sombre nod. So what do we do? Do we stay here? Should we, board up the windows? Where do we even get the boards? She asked. They all looked at each other, silent as the weight of the situation settled around them. Their cramped little flat suddenly felt dangerously exposed. Jamie grabbed the last slice of pizza and took a big bite, noticing the others staring at him. What? I'm stress-eating, he protested with a shrug. Daisy took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Maybe we just stay indoors, where it's safe. And stay out of sight, until all this blows over, I mean. The government will be doing something about it, right? Jamie nodded slowly. That sounds smart. It could just be a temporary thing, right? Maybe a weird flu or something. Melanie snorted, though there was no humour in it. Flu doesn't make people violent, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't cause people to bite each other. Tom looked out the window, his gaze narrowing as he focused on something in the distance. Guys, I think you need to see this. They crowded round the window, peering outside. The street was eerily empty, save for a single figure staggering aimlessly down the pavement. He was dishevelled, his clothes torn, smeared with something dark, his movements slow and erratic. He would shuffle a few steps, then stop, his head turning as though searching for something. Daisy's stomach twisted as she recognised him. Isn't that... Melanie trailed off, her face pale. That's the guy who delivered our pizza. Jamie spat out a mouthful of pizza and threw the rest of the slice on the ground with a horrified gasp. The man took another stumbling step, tripping over the curb and collapsing onto the street. He didn't move, lying face down on the pavement, as still as a statue. Jamie looked around at the others. Do you think he's okay? Should we call someone? Daisy whispered. Though, even as she said it, she felt the futility of the suggestion. Emergency lines were likely overloaded, and even if they could reach someone, what would they even say? Suddenly the man twitched, his body jerking as he struggled to his knees. His head turned, and for a brief moment he looked up directly at them. His face was ashen, eyes dull, and there was a smear of dark red trailing from his mouth down to his collar. A chill ran down Daisy's spine. We should step back. No one argued. They moved away from the window, their collective fear growing. Tom walked directly across the room to the front door and double-checked the lock, making sure it was secure. Maybe we really should think about boarding things up, Tom said, his voice cracking slightly. At least the door and the windows. Daisy nodded. Her mind raced through their options. Right, we'll need anything sturdy that we can find. Chairs, tables, whatever we can find. They split up, each heading to different parts of the flats to gather supplies. They dragged over the kitchen table, stacked a couple of chairs against the door, and taped blankets over the windows, trying to shield themselves from whatever chaos was unfolding outside. It wasn't much, but it offered a small sense of control. As they finished, Jamie exhaled heavily, looking round at their barricaded living room. So now what? Chapter 3. The hours dragged on in silence. The flat wrapped in an oppressive stillness. Outside, occasional sounds broke through the distant haunting wail of sirens, the scattered clatter of something overturned in the street, muffled screams that quickly died out. Fear was settling into each of them, a heavy weight that gnawed at their thoughts, making even the simplest movements feel tense and fraught with urgency. Daisy couldn't stop checking her phone. No new messages or calls were going through, but electricity remained on. The last message she received was from her parents, and it simply read, "Get out of London. Do whatever it takes to get out. We love you." Melanie sat curled up on the couch, hugging her knees tightly, her phone discarded beside her. Jamie paced the cramped living room, casting anxious glances at the windows they'd covered over, while Tom had given up trying to get a connection on his laptop. "Looks like the Wi-Fi's gone," he muttered, his voice thick with frustration. "So much for keeping ourselves updated. Guess we're off the grid now." Melanie took a shaking breath, putting her phone aside. "I think maybe we should check outside," she suggested, glancing towards the hallway. "We really don't know what's going on out there. If it's this bad, we need to start thinking about our options." Daisy looked up wide-eyed. "Our options? You mean like leaving, going out there?" Melanie nodded. "Maybe. It's just, if things are spreading as fast as they say, then every hour we wait makes it harder to get out. This is the quiet before the real storm. I mean, think about it. If one infected person bites 10 people, and each of them bites 10 more, this thing grows fast. Zombie math, basically. Our window to leave could close any minute." Jamie paused, his pacing interrupted. "Zombie math," he murmured. "When you put it like that, yeah, I get it. If it's spreading exponentially, soon it'll be like everyone out there is infected. I mean, that's what I'm afraid of," Melanie said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We might already be too late. Damn it. One of the only things I thought would be great about the apocalypse was no more math. That and not having to go to work and pay bills ever again. Now there's not only math, but zombie math. Are you kidding me?" Jamie joked, trying to inject some humour, though it didn't land. The attempt at levity felt wrong, overshadowed by the anxiety humming through each of them. Tom stepped towards Melanie, his voice softening. "I'll go. Just a quick peek down the hall. See if there's a clear path." "I'll go too," she nodded, taking his hand, and together they carefully dismantled the makeshift furniture barrier, slowly unlatched the door, and slipped into the hallway. The emergency lights cast a dim, flickering glow on the corridor, which was disturbingly quiet. Every footstep echoed, heightening their tension. At the end of the hall they found a small window overlooking the street at the back of the building. Melanie's stomach turned at the sight below. Once a busy street was desolate, littered with overturned bins and scattered belongings. A few figures were moving in the distance, stumbling aimlessly, their movements slow and jerking. Melanie squinted, trying to make out the details, and as one figure shuffled closer, she drew a sharp breath. It was their friend Chris from the flat next door. His clothes were torn and smeared with something dark, his face blank, eyes vacant and hollow. His cell phone was still gripped in his hand. He staggered forward, each step more unsteady than the last. "Isn't that—" Tom whispered, his voice trailing off. Melanie nodded, her voice tight with horror. "Yeah, he must have been infected." They both fell silent, watching him stumble and stagger. Melanie's heart pounded as she thought of her earlier words. Zombie math. The outbreak was spreading exponentially. And here was the evidence. A man who'd been normal when they last saw him yesterday was now one of them. A noise from the stairwell made them both jump. Glancing down the hall, they saw one of their neighbours, Mr. Patel, hurrying towards the exit, his wife and young son in tow, each clutching hastily packed bags. Their eyes were wide with fear, and they were moving quickly as if every second counted. "Mr. Patel!" called Melanie, causing them to pause. "Are you going outside? Is that safe?" Mr. Patel glanced back, looking frantic. "We're leaving," he said, his voice taut with fear. "My sister's place is out in the countryside, away from all this, whatever this is. They say it's safer outside the city." Melanie nodded, feeling a pang of anxiety. How are you getting out? We have a car downstairs. I'll take any chance over staying here. You should leave too. We don't have a car, Melanie replied, suddenly realising that buses and trains weren't even going to be an option for getting out of London. Mrs. Patel gave her husband a pleading look, and with a silent nod he hurriedly took a car key off his keychain and threw it to Melanie. Here, my wife's car. There's not much petrol left in it, but at least enough to get you away from here. White Ford Focus parked across the street. Zebra seat covers, Mrs. Patel added. With that, he turned and continued down the stairwell, leaving Melanie and Tom alone in the silent corridor. Tom looked at her, his face pale. Do you think we should leave too? Melanie hesitated, thinking about how fast the infection was spreading. If they stayed, they could find themselves surrounded, trapped with no way out. It makes sense, she whispered. If this thing spreads any faster, if that zombie math keeps adding up, we might be stuck here with nowhere to go. They made their way back to the flat, closing the door tightly behind them. Jamie and Daisy looked up at their expressions tense as they took in Melanie and Tom's shaken faces. What did you see? Jamie asked. Melanie took a breath, trying to steady her voice. Chris from next door. He's infected. He's in the street outside, and Mr. Patel's leaving the city. He thinks it's safer out in the countryside, and honestly, I think he's right. The infection's spreading too fast. We might not have much time. The group fell silent, each of them feeling the weight of her words. Finally, Jamie nodded. I think we should go. Staying here is just asking for trouble. We're sitting ducks if everyone out there is getting infected. He glanced at Daisy, who looked torn. Fear evident in her eyes. Babe, it's a risk, but staying here's a bigger one. I'm on my period, she said, her cheeks flushing. Will that make them go for me? Do they smell blood? No, I'm not sure that's a thing. Zombies go for brains, right? Jamie assured her. So Tom is safe, he laughed, trying to ease her out of her panic. She hugged her knees tighter. I'm scared. We have to go, Jamie said, as he hugged her and kissed her forehead. She thought back to the last text her parents had sent her, urging her to get out of London, and after a long pause she finally nodded. Okay, I'm in, let's go. Chapter 4. We need to know what kind of zombies we're dealing with before we step outside. Jamie nodded grimly, his gaze flicking to the window. So, are they slow-moving and dumb, like the Walking Dead kind of zombies? Or are we talking World War Z? Because I'm not going outside if it's the latter. Tom shifted uneasily, his voice tense. Yeah, if they're fast, like sprinting, it changes everything. We'd have no chance. Melanie nodded, her mouth dry. Exactly. Let's hope they're the slow-shuffling, dumb kind. At least then we might have a shot of getting through them. Daisy was staring at the window, her expression strained. That pizza guy from last night wasn't sprinting, but he wasn't dragging his feet either. Do you think the people who are infected are still conscious in there? Do you think they know what's going on? Daisy asked, not really wanting to know the answer. A heavy silence settled over them as they took in the implications, each of them feeling the weight of what was about to happen. I'm going to assume it's like when someone's an idiot. Everyone else knows they're dumb, but they're blissfully ignorant of it, Jamie said, trying to reassure the girls. Tom finally pushed himself up, his face set with grim determination. Let's find out what we're facing. With a reluctant nod, Daisy crept over to the window, peeling back the corner of the taped-up blanket, just enough to get a peek outside. The others crowded around her, their breaths held as they looked out. The street was nearly deserted, but a few infected figures shuffling aimlessly down the pavement, their movements jerky and erratic. Daisy watched one of them, a man with vacant eyes and blood-stained clothes, bump into a parked car, stumble, then continue on with a stagger that was disturbingly purposeful. They were faster than she'd hoped, but not sprinting. It was a sickening, determined shuffle, a little faster than a walk. They're not running, Daisy whispered, tension thick in her voice, but they're not exactly dragging their feet either. Jamie exhaled slowly, nodding. Okay, we have a small advantage then. As long as we keep moving, we should be able to get past them. Which means we need to go now, Tom said quietly. If we wait much longer, there'll be more of them. We'll be trapped. One bite turns into 10, then 100. Zombie math, right? Melanie nodded. Yeah, They infect others fast, and the longer we stay here, the more impossible it's going to be to escape. The tension in the room shifted as they quickly began packing, grabbing essentials, food, water, blankets, anything that might help them survive the unknown dangers outside, throwing them hurriedly into a couple of sports bags. "Ketchup?" asked Tom, confused at the random items Jamie was throwing into the bag. "Mate, I literally have no idea what I'm doing right now," he shrugged. "Should we take weapons?" asked Melanie, struggling to believe the words coming out of her own mouth. Everyone stood in silence, processing the idea of having to arm themselves and potentially fight and kill another human being. "Here," Tom said as he grabbed the kitchen knives from their block and handed one to each of them with no discussion. "Everyone ready?" asked Tom. "Everyone been for a bathroom break? Everyone got sensible shoes on?" he continued, scanning their feet. "Yes, Mum," Jamie quipped. Melanie held up her finger to pause for a second as she tied up her hair, then nodded, slinging a backpack over her shoulder. "Okay, ready." Daisy nodded, steeling herself. "Ready as I'll ever be." They moved with quiet urgency. Daisy felt the heavy weight in her chest as she looked around the flat for what might be the last time. Her mind racing with memories of late nights and early mornings spent here together. But there was no time to linger on the past. The only way forward was out the door. With a tense look at each other, they slipped into the hallway. The stairwell was dim, cast in the sickly yellow light of flickering emergency bulbs. Each step echoed ominously as they paused at every small sound, alert for any signs of movement around them. Daisy's heart pounded as they made their way down, every instinct telling her to run, but knowing they couldn't risk the noise. Finally, they reached the entryway. Daisy pulled the door open cautiously, peering out into the street. The road stretched empty before them, littered with overturned bins and abandoned bags, the eerie signs of people who had fled in haste. A faint groan echoed from somewhere nearby, sending a shiver down her spine. "Okay," Jamie whispered. "The car's parked across the street. We make a straight line for it, no stopping. Understood?" "Understood," Daisy said with a nod, tightening her grip on her bag. Tom's jaw was set as he scanned the street. "Let's move." They stepped outside, sticking close together, their heads swivelling to check the shadows. They hurried across the street, holding up kitchen knives as weapons. Each step felt like an eternity, their breaths shallow as they kept their eyes on the car just ahead. A rustling sound from behind made Daisy flinch, and she spotted an infected man staggering around the corner, his hollow eyes fixed on the ground as he shuffled forward. "Mr. Patel," Daisy gasped as she recognised the shell of her friend. She paused as she looked around for Mrs. Patel and their son. "Don't stop, keep moving," Jamie urged quietly, pulling at her arm, and Daisy tore her gaze away, pressing forwards towards the car. They moved swiftly towards it, but a low guttural groan echoed through the streets and Daisy froze, heart hammering. She turned to see an infected woman stumbling between the cars, her bruised skin pale and her movements sluggish yet purposeful. A young boy appeared next to her. His throat was ripped open. "No!" Daisy gasped as she recognised them. "Move!" Jamie said in a low, tense voice. They sprinted the last few feet, Tom reaching the car first and yanking the handle. It opened with a small click, and they piled inside, slamming the doors shut, just as Mrs. Patel and her son drew closer. She pressed her face against the glass. Her vacant eyes were unfocused, her mouth twisting as she clawed at the window. A small hand reached up next to her, leaving a smeared, bloody imprint on the window. "Mate, go!" Tom urged from the back seat, his voice tight as he reached forward and locked the doors. Jamie fumbled with the keys before realising it was a push ignition. The engine roared to life, and the sound filled the oppressive silence, almost jarring in its intensity. Without wasting another second, Jamie pulled out of the parking spot, steering around the stumbling figures who slapped at the car as they sped away. Daisy watched them fade into the shadows behind them, feeling a mix of relief and lingering guilt twisting in her stomach as they left, escaping in the Patel's car while they were left to a grim fate. They drove through the haunting landscape of an abandoned city. The streets were littered with debris, some cars still running with the doors flung open and belongings scattered around, evidence of the desperate escape attempts that had failed. Occasionally they would be passed by a car filled with people as terrified as they were. There seemed to be no consensus on which direction to flee in. Daisy pressed her face into the window, her heart heavy as she watched small groups of infected figures shuffle aimlessly, their vacant eyes scanning the world around them with an eerie determination. "This is unreal," Tom murmured from the back seat, his voice edged with disbelief. Melanie was staring off into the distance beside him. "It all happened so fast. One infected person, then 10, then all of this." Daisy nodded, her stomach twisting with the realization. "We need to get far enough from London. Get to safety." Jamie's eyes stayed focused on the road. "That's the plan. The further we go, the safer, right?" The streets of London were chaos, a maze of abandoned cars and debris-strewn roads. Every turn brought them closer to leaving the city, or so they thought, only to find another road blocked, another impassable wall of vehicles and scattered belongings. Jamie gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, as he navigated through a narrow gap between two stalled delivery trucks. The petrol gauge hovered dangerously close to empty. "Petrol lights on. We're almost empty," he muttered, voice tight. His eyes flicked to Daisy and Tom. "If we don't get out soon, we'll find another way," Daisy said, though she wasn't even sure herself. The broken city stretched around them like a trap. The sight of people hiding in doorways and huddled between skips only made her heart ache, but there was no time to stop, no way to help. "Please," a woman shouted, clutching her young son as they cowered in the shadow of an overturned bus. "We need help. Please don't leave us here." Jamie's jaw clenched, but he didn't slow down, his eyes fixed on the road. Daisy turned, watching as the woman and her child faded from view, her heart twisting with guilt. Tom shifted uncomfortably beside her. "It feels wrong, but if we stopped for everyone, we'd never make it out," Jamie finished, his voice hard. "Survival has to come first. Don't be a hero, remember?" Tom added half-heartedly. "Any of those people might be infected, bitten. We'd have no way to know," Jamie added. The car spluttered as they turned another corner, Jamie barely dodging a pile-up of cars blocking the way. He veered left, only to find their path blocked again, forcing him to backtrack and try and find another route. The labyrinth of abandoned streets was becoming a cage, closing in on them with each second. The car gave a final shudder, then coasted to a slow, defeated halt in the middle of the street. They sat in silence, each of them staring at the dashboard in disbelief, knowing they were out of options. "We're out," Jamie said flatly. Daisy's pulse raced. They had to get out of London, but that meant finding another car fast. Without a word, they climbed out, moving quickly along the rows of abandoned vehicles, their eyes scanning for anything that could save them. Daisy's heart pounded, each shadow making her jump, the quiet city around them like a stage set for a nightmare. Then, just ahead, she spotted it. An old black London taxi. Door slightly ajar, keys still in the ignition. It looked like a gift from fate. "Over there," Daisy whispered, pointing to the taxi. "Let's go." They crept towards it, nerves on edge, but just as they reached it, Daisy froze. There was movement from inside the taxi, something shifting slowly in the back seat. Tom moved forward cautiously, peering through the dirty window. His stomach twisted as he saw it. An infected man, head lolling against the seat, his eyes vacant and clouded over. The infected man's mouth hung open, his breathing laboured, unaware of their presence. The cab hadn't been abandoned out of luck. It was left behind because it was dangerous. "Damn," Tom murmured, slipping back. "We need a plan to get him out, fast." Jamie nodded, formulating a plan on the spot. "All right. I'll open the driver's side door to let him out and jump in the driver's seat fast and get the door closed behind me. You open the passenger side door on the opposite side, and the second he's out, you all get in on the other side and shut the doors. I'll try to keep him distracted, but you're going to have to get that door closed fast." Daisy nodded, heart pounding, as she gripped the handle of the passenger door. She looked to Jamie and Tom, their faces pale but determined. "Ready?" Jamie gave a quick nod. "Ready." Moving as one, Jamie opened the driver's side passenger door, letting the infected man out, and slid into the driver's seat. Jamie slammed the door closed behind him, the noise echoing through the street. The infected man clawed at Jamie through the closed window as Jamie slammed his hands against it and yelled, "Hey, hey, look at me!" The infected man flinched, noticing the others piling into the car, his reflexes sluggish but instinctive. He turned towards the open passenger door. Tom yanked the door closed as the infected man lunged at him. The infected man stumbled, his feet tangled, as he fell to the pavement with a thud. "Hurry!" Jamie shouted, as Daisy and Melanie jumped in through the passenger side, pulling the doors shut as the infected man scrambled to his feet, pressing his hands against the black window. Jamie floored the accelerator pedal, the taxi jerking forward as they sped down the street, leaving the infected man clawing in the distance, his vacant eyes following them until he vanished from sight. Daisy took a shaky breath, glanced back at the infected man who was now far behind them. Relief flooded her, but the reality of their escape still lingered, sharp and relentless. When they rounded the next corner, they saw a woman waving her arms frantically as she ran from a group of infected people. It was the same woman they'd passed before, clutching her son tightly. "Please!" she shouted, her voice hoarse, her eyes wide with desperation. "Please don't leave us!" Jamie glanced at Daisy, and for a moment uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Daisy didn't hesitate. "Stop, Jamie, we have to help her," she said, her voice firm. "She has a child." He let out a resigned breath and nodded, pulling the taxi over just long enough for Daisy to throw open the door and wave the woman and her child inside. The woman wasted no time, practically throwing herself into the back with her son, her face etched with exhaustion and relief. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks as she hugged her son close. As they turned a corner, Mel gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. Ahead, a group of infected staggered aimlessly through the street, their bodies moving with unnatural jerks and lurches. Some turned at the sound of the car, their hollow eyes fixed on the headlights, faces smeared with grime and desperation. Jamie's grip on the wheel tightened, his jaw clenched. "We have to get through, but I can't just—" He broke off, glancing back at the others, his eyes filled with anguish. "These are still people, you know. I can't just drive over them." Melanie, sitting beside him, looked torn, her face a mixture of fear and compassion. "I know, Jamie, but if we stay here, we're putting ourselves at risk. If they surround the car—" Tom leaned forward from the back seat, his face set. "Look, none of us want this, but if they get too close, we'll have no choice. You're not hurting them on purpose. It's self-defense." Melanie, her voice just a whisper, added, "They're gone, Jamie. Whoever they were, it's just not them anymore." Jamie stared at the road ahead, his knuckles white as he gripped the wheel. The infected were getting closer, shambling towards their car, their lifeless eyes fixed on the sound and movement. With a final resigned breath, Jamie pressed down on the accelerator pedal, weaving through the gaps, his face contorted with pain as he manoeuvred the taxi through the crowd, desperate to avoid them as much as possible. He winced with each thud and bump as he silently acknowledged that these were people he was driving through. As they emerged on the other side and drove further away, a heavy silence filled the cab. No one spoke, each of them absorbing the brutal reality of what just happened. Jamie slowed as they approached a tunnel entrance, glancing at the looming darkness ahead. "Looks like the only way across on this route is through this tunnel. Could be our only option." Tom, sitting in the back, let out a dry laugh. "Are you serious? We've all seen this movie before. 28 days later, London taxi, a tunnel full of zombies. It doesn't go well." "Veto," said Daisy, shaking her head. Jamie cracked a nervous smile, nodding. "Yeah, good point. Let's find a different route out. Zero chance we're doing the tunnel." Jamie put the car in reverse, glancing in the mirrors as he backed away from the tunnel entrance, the shadows swallowing its depths behind them. "Head west up here," Daisy instructed, squinting and pointing ahead. Jamie let out a sigh, gripping the wheel. "I'm not Christopher Columbus," he said, shaking his head. "I have no idea which way is west from here. I need landmarks. You know, like turn left at the McDonald's, or take a right at the dodgy barber shop that's a front for something." Daisy rolled her eyes. Just keep going straight. I'll figure it out. They navigated through a web of narrow streets, searching for another route through. Jamie hit the accelerator, weaving through the streets as fast as he dared, their final escape from London within reach. Daisy glanced over at the woman and her child, their faces pale but safe, a new glimmer of hope kindling in their eyes, and, for the first time since the nightmare had begun, Daisy felt a spark of hope too. As the tangled, chaotic streets of London gave way to the open road, they held their breath, silently daring to believe that maybe, just maybe, they'd made it out. Chapter 5. The taxi continued down a quiet, empty road winding through the eerily still countryside as they left the chaotic city behind. But they could all see the fuel gauge dipping lower, with each mile the needle inching towards empty. Finally, as they neared a small village, the taxi began to splutter. Jamie glanced at the fuel gauge, frustration tightening his jaw as he tried to push it just a little further. But with a final shudder the car gave out, rolling to a halt on the side of the quiet country road. They sat in silence, each of them processing the sudden halt to their escape. Daisy's chest felt tight as she looked at the others, the weight of their reality sinking in. "We're out of petrol again," Jamie said quietly, his voice barely concealing his frustration. He glanced out at the empty road. "This is as far as we go." Tom looked around, nodding towards a nearby village. "Maybe there's something here, a place we can stay until we figure out what to do." "Maybe there's help here," suggested the woman they had rescued. Daisy's face was pale, her eyes scanning the small houses and darkened windows in the distance. "Do you think it's safe? Should we stay in the car until help comes?" Melanie took a deep breath, steeling herself. "I don't know how safe it is here, but right now it's all we have, and I'd rather find a place we can be safe indoors than out here exposed." Jamie's jaw was set, a flicker of fear tightening his expression as he glanced out the window at the empty road ahead. His eyes held a mix of urgency and resolve, a sharpness that cut through the usual relaxed demeanour he wore. "We can't wait around for help that may never come," he said, his voice firm and unyielding. The air was crisp and quiet as they left the taxi behind, their footsteps echoing softly on the narrow country road leading into the village. The silence felt thick, almost stifling, after the noise and the chaos they'd escaped from in London. Daisy tightened her grip on her knife, her eyes scanning the rows of darkened houses ahead. "Where are we?" whispered Melanie. "Not sure exactly, but we're close to Chippy. I saw a sign for it not too far back," replied Tom, to a confused look. "Chipping Norton," he clarified. "Oh," groaned Jamie. "If we're about to be met with a bunch of posh London twats turned into zombies, I'm going to be very upset." "I don't know. Clarkson would make a great zombie," chuckled Tom. "No," laughed Jamie. "He'll just overact it like usual." He threw his arms out, exaggerated dramatically, doing his best exaggerated zombie impression. "Shh!" whispered the women in unison. "How can you be joking around at a time like this?" Daisy asked. "Sorry," Jamie replied. "It's my coping mechanism. One of them, anyway." "I hope Gerald makes it through," Tom added, with a pensive tone. "I'd be super sad if anything happened to him." "Yeah, me too," nodded Jamie. The village itself looked like it had been abandoned in a hurry. A few doors were left ajar, bags laid scattered on doorsteps, and bicycles lay tipped over in front gardens. It was eerie, like a moment frozen in time. "Mummy," asked the young boy, "where is everyone?" The group looked at each other silently, acknowledging that something wasn't right here. "Do you think they left?" Daisy asked quietly, her eyes darting from one dark window to the next. Jamie shrugged, though his face was drawn. "Either they left or... well, let's hope they left." Tom stepped forward, peering into one of the empty houses. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the quiet interior. "If they left, maybe they left supplies behind. Food, water, anything we can use to last until we figure out where to go next." They made their way down the street, keeping close together, every sound making them tense. Daisy could feel her heartbeat thudding in her ears, her senses alert to the slightest movement. It was strange, the difference in atmosphere from the city. Here it felt like the whole world had simply gone to sleep, leaving only them behind to pick through its remains. The village was still quiet, but as they walked, Daisy felt an uneasy prickling at the back of her neck. She scanned the shadows, the darkened windows, the quiet streets. It was deserted, but something seemed amiss. "Let's find a place to stay for the night," she whispered. "Somewhere we can barricade ourselves in." They walked up the street, stopping in front of a small 2-story cottage with ivory-coloured walls. The door was slightly ajar, as though the occupants had left in a hurry, and a child's teddy bear lay abandoned on the front lawn. "This looks creepy," Jamie said, his tone uncertain. Tom pushed the door slightly open, stepping inside. "Hello?" he called out, his voice just barely above a whisper. Silence answered him back. He took a step further for the others to follow. The inside of the cottage was as quiet as the rest of the village. It was quaint, with worn furniture, lace curtains, like something out of a storybook. Daisy felt a pang of sadness at the thought of the family who had once called this place home, now forced to abandon it. "Wait here," Tom said, his voice low, as he stepped further into the dimly lit cottage. The wooden floorboards creaked under his weight, each cautious step echoing softly in the silence. He moved slowly, eyes scanning the shadowed corners and dust-covered furniture, searching for any signs of life. His heart pounded a little faster as he approached a half-open door at the end of the hallway. Pushing it gently with his fingertips, he peered into the room, where tattered curtains fluttered against an open window. He walked forward and reached out to close the window. A sudden blur of movement made him gasp. A cat leapt from a high shelf, knocking over a stack of books as it darted past him and out of the window. He watched as the cat leapt gracefully onto the low wall, pausing for a heartbeat before slipping silently into the trees and vanishing among the shadows. Its swift exit, leaving the room eerily still once more. Tom stumbled back, his pulse hammering in his ears. He let out a shaky breath. Regaining his composure, he took a steadying breath and continued his search, his senses heightened by the unexpected scare. "We're alone," Tom announced, descending the creaky stairs to rejoin the group, his voice steady but relieved. "And I hate cats." They quickly went to work securing the doors and windows, stacking chairs and small tables against the entrance and drawing the curtains tightly shut. When they were done, they gathered in a small living room, sitting around a wooden coffee table that looked like it had seen generations of family dinners. The woman they had rescued, Amelia, slipped quietly down the dim hallway, her son cradled against her shoulder, his small breaths soft and steady. In the bedroom she eased him onto the bed, tucking the blankets gently around him. She lay down beside him, her eyes fixed on his peaceful face, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead. Though exhaustion weighed on her, she stayed awake, her hand resting protectively on his back, unwilling to leave his side. Tom leaned back, his voice quiet. "Do you think there are other people like us out here? Others fleeing London?" Melanie thought of the desolate streets they had passed, the abandoned houses, the eerie silence. Maybe. But if they're out here, they're probably hiding too. Daisy hugged her knees, her gaze distant. "I can't believe this is real. What we're actually running from. That we're actually running. From this infection, from whatever this is. How can this be happening? Where are the government, the military?" Jamie's jaw tightened, his face grim. "We can't think about it that way right now. We're doing what we have to do. We have to take care of ourselves and assume nobody is coming to rescue us." Silence fell over them, each of them lost in their thoughts as they processed the surreal horror of their situation. As the night settled around them, Daisy's unease grew. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of wind outside seemed amplified in the darkness. Sleep would be a luxury, and she wasn't sure if she'd get any. Just as they were settling into the quiet, an eerie noise drifted through the silence. It was faint at first, a slow, dragging shuffle outside, like feet scraping against the pavement. Daisy's heart raced as she turned to the others, seeing the alarm mirrored in their faces. They moved as one towards the window, careful not to make any noise. Daisy lifted the curtain just enough to peer outside, her pulse thudding in her ears. In the dim light she could make out a figure, standing in the middle of the street. It was a man, his shirt ripped, his head drooping forwards, as if it were too heavy for his neck. His eyes were lifeless, unfocused, but he seemed to be listening. His body swayed slightly as he stood there. And then he slowly began to shuffle forwards, his gaze sweeping the quiet houses as if he was searching for something or someone. Daisy let the curtain drop, stepping back from the window, her heart pounding. "We're not alone here," she whispered, her voice tight with fear. Jamie nodded, his face pale. "We need to stay quiet. If he's infected, we can't risk him hearing us." They moved back to the centre of the room, sitting in tense silence, each of them straining to hear any sound from outside. The night stretched on, the oppressive quiet broke only by the faint, dragging steps of the figure outside, moving slowly through the village searching. They huddled together, trying to make themselves as small and silent as possible, knowing that one wrong move, one small noise could give them away. Daisy closed her eyes, willing her racing heart to slow down, hoping with everything she had that the figure would pass them by. As far away from London as they were, they knew now that they were far from safe. Daisy blinked groggily, her body stiff from a night spent upright in a faded armchair. Around her the others were beginning to stir, each looking as exhausted and uneasy as she felt. The horrors of the previous day left a weight in the room that even the morning couldn't dispel. Jamie sat up, rubbing a hand over his face. "So what's the plan?" he asked quietly, voicing the question that had haunted them all since they'd left London. "It seems relatively safe here. Should we try and ride it out here?" asked Daisy. Melanie straightened, her mind already racing. "We need to find a car and get out of here as fast as possible," she said. "Walking around here feels safer than the city because there's no one here. But we have to question, why is there no one here? Did they get evacuated? Where are they?" Jamie leaned forward, his expression serious. "Exactly. We need to figure out what our plan is. This village is quiet, but that doesn't mean it's safe. And, even if it is, we don't have enough supplies to last more than a day or two." Melanie took a steady breath, her mind racing. "If we stay, we'd have to search each house for supplies, and that's risky. But if we leave, we'd be on foot, and we'd have no idea how far we'd need to go to find another town." "Neither option is exactly great," Daisy muttered, as she nervously twisted her hair in her fingers. "True, but staying here isn't an option," Tom replied. "We'd be sitting ducks if more infected come through. We've already seen how one bite can turn into 10, then 100. It's a numbers game." Jamie sighed, rubbing his temples. "Damn zombie math again." Melanie nodded. "It's not just them finding us, it's the sheer number. If we run into too many, even if they're slow, there's no way we'd be able to handle it." Tom looked out the window, scanning the empty village with renewed purpose. "Agreed, we should split up. 2 of us can check the rest of the village for food, the other 2 can find us a car or gas. Amelia and her son can stay here indoors, the boy shouldn't be out there." "No," Daisy said quickly. "I'm not comfortable with the 4 of us splitting up. Not now." Melanie nodded in agreement, fear evident on her face. "Definitely not splitting up. It's risky enough as it is." Tom looked back and forth between them. "All right, so, the 4 of us stick together, find a car or gas, but where are we actually heading?" Daisy hesitated, glancing around at her friends. "Are we going to our parents?" she asked slowly. "If London was that bad, I don't think any city's safe. My family's in Manchester, and Jamie, yours is in Durham, right?" Jamie nodded, his expression dark. "Exactly. If we're seeing this out here, in a place this quiet, then any city would be worse. So where would our families go if they had to get out?" For a moment, no one spoke. The silence only added to the tension, each of them wrestling with the thought of their family stranded in dangerous, crowded places with nowhere to go. Amelia entered the room, her son clinging to her side, his eyes still wide, with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Daisy looked at her, offering a gentle smile and gesturing for her to join them. "Amelia, do you know anything about what's happening? Anything you've heard, seen that might help us understand?" Amelia took a deep breath, glancing down at her son before meeting Daisy's gaze. Her face softened with a trace of sadness. "I only know what my husband managed to tell me before we lost contact." She shifted, her eyes distant as she began recounting her story. "My husband was on a business trip in France. The last time we spoke, he sounded different, like he was trying to stay calm for me, but he was hiding how bad it really was. He told me that something was happening across England, Not just in London. A few cities were locked down, and almost immediately after, London. Daisy felt a chill settle over her as she took in Amelia's words. Jamie leaned forward, his voice filled with urgency. So this is everywhere? Amelia nodded slowly. From what he said, yes. He told me to take Daniel and get as far from the cities as possible. Get north, he said. Go to Scotland. Don't stay in London. Get far away from all cities. Her voice wavered, but she quickly steadied herself. He said it was spreading too fast for any city to handle, even with lockdowns. Tom rubbed his hand over his face, a grim realization settling over him. So, it's not just here. They're all falling apart. Daisy glanced back at Amelia, her voice softening. Why Scotland? Amelia tightened her grip around her son, her gaze drifting to the floor. We own a small holiday home on the Isle of Skye. It's remote, quiet, usually at least. We keep extra food and supplies there now, just in case. Ever since the COVID lockdowns, I thought if we could get there, if we could hide out long enough, we might be safe. My husband always joked it was the far end of the world, up there. She smiled faintly, though her eyes were sad. He wasn't wrong. Jamie nodded thoughtfully. Scotland does make sense. It's more isolated, fewer people, more open spaces. Skye especially. It'd be a place the infected might take longer to reach. Amelia took a shaky breath, glancing down at her lap. Our car was in a multi-storey car park a few streets over, and when we tried to get to it, I saw them. They were everywhere, filling the streets. She shuddered, her hand tightening around her son's shoulders. I couldn't get anywhere near it. I tried hiding, finding places to shelter, hoping I'd figure something out. And then I saw your car. Daisy reached across the table, resting a hand on Amelia's. We're glad we found you, and we're heading north too. Skye would be a good destination for all of us. We have no idea where to go or what to do. Amelia looked up, a spark of gratitude in her eyes. I printed a map. I thought, if anything went wrong, if the car navigation went down, at least I'd have that. I'll know how to get there. She reached into a bag, pulling out a carefully folded map. She spread it on the table, tracing a thin line with her finger up through England, following back roads and isolated routes towards the Scottish border, then northwest towards the Isle of Skye. This is the route I plan to take, she said softly, pointing to the small towns and remote stretches. It's not the fastest way, but it's safer, fewer people, fewer chances of encountering them. Daisy studied the route, feeling a surge of purpose as she took in the path Amelia had charted. It was careful, thoughtful, a route created by someone determined to keep her family safe. Then we head north together, Daisy said, glancing at Jamie and Tom, who nodded in agreement. We'll stick to the back roads, get to Skye, and pray it's far enough to keep us safe. Amelia's shoulders relaxed, the fear and tension in her expression giving way to a glimmer of hope. Thank you. I don't know how I would have made it on my own, with my son. I thought we were done for when you passed us. I was so scared. Daisy squeezed her hand, her voice filled with a quiet reassurance. We're in this together now. None of us are alone. They sat together hunched over the map as they began to plan their route north. Jamie frowned as he considered it. It's a long way, but it's reachable as long as we can get petrol. They exchanged a look of hope flickering in their eyes despite the uncertainty. The thought of finding some form of refuge was enough to strengthen their resolve. All right, Jamie said, his voice more confident now. The Isle of Skye it is, but first things first. Let's find a car or some gas. If we're going to make it, we'll need to get something reliable and stocked with whatever supplies we can scavenge. Chapter 7. Please don't leave us. Please promise you'll come back for us once you find a car, begged Amelia, as the group left to find gas. I'm scared of what might happen to us if we're alone out there. We'll be back before dark, Daisy promised, her tone firm yet gentle. Stay here where it's safe for your son. Once we're back, we're all heading north together, I promise. Amelia nodded, her eyes shadowed with a hint of lingering doubt. Daisy felt a familiar pang of guilt twisting in her chest. Memories flashing of that first encounter where they'd seen Amelia and chosen to leave her behind. She knew that trust couldn't be rebuilt overnight and wasn't sure if Amelia fully believed them now. but she hoped this promise would be the start of making things right. They moved as a group out of the cottage, their steps quiet and measured as they scanned the empty roads. The quiet countryside was deceptively peaceful under the morning sun, but they remained on high alert, knowing that even here safety was fragile and temporary. The village was unsettlingly quiet, with an eerie stillness that only served to heighten their tension. Most of all, the houses were abandoned, doors left ajar, personal belongings scattered in the haste of their departure. Yet the silence felt deceptive, as if something was lurking just out of sight. They made their way down the narrow, winding streets, each of them carrying a bag or backpack to fill with whatever supplies they could scavenge. They'd agreed to split it up, the tasks. Jamie and Tom would check the houses for food and water, whilst Daisy and Melanie searched them for a vehicle. Their supplies were running low, and even if they found a car, they'd need enough provisions to make it through the long journey north. The first few houses yielded tins of food and some bottles of water. Daisy moved through each house quickly, her footsteps quiet on the creaking floorboards, as she searched for signs of a garage or set of car keys. Melanie trailed behind her, picking through the drawers and cupboards, packing up anything useful. "I think we're too far from the city for many infected to be here," she whispered, though her voice lacked conviction. "It's like they just left." "Let's just hope it stays that way," Daisy replied, casting a wary glance at the windows. "We know there's at least one here, and, well, zombie math, you know." Amelia moved around the small kitchen of the cottage, carefully preparing a modest breakfast for her son. The quiet morning was now filled with the scent of beans on toast, a small comfort amid the fear and chaos that had upended their lives. Her mind drifted to the day ahead and the plan they'd made to head north, to find safety in Scotland. She desperately hoped that her husband would be there waiting for them when they arrived. Outside, the cat from the night before tore across the garden, its fur bristling and ears flattened. It darted past the overgrown bushes, glancing back only once before vanishing under a fence, as though something unseen had sent it fleeing. In the living room, Amelia's son Daniel sat on the floor playing with a toy truck he had found in the cottage. A shuffling noise outside the window caught his attention, and he went to investigate, pulling back the curtain, his small face pressed to the glass, watching the lawn outside. Something caught his eye. A small stuffed teddy lying on the grass, just beyond the front steps, its fur dirty but soft-looking, with one button eye missing. He remembered his own bear, left behind in the rush to escape, and the spark of excitement lit his eyes. Daniel got up and ran over to the door, his small fingers reaching for the latch. In the kitchen, Amelia was stirring the beans, her back turned, lost in her thoughts. She didn't notice the faint click as Daniel quietly unlatched the door and stepped out into the front step, his gaze fixed on the bear. He took a few steps, feeling the cool morning breeze against his skin, focused on the bear lying just a few feet away in the grass. He barely registered the faint shuffling sound until it was too late. The infected man they had seen the night before, his vacant eyes hollow and hungry, was lingering at the edge of the lawn. The noise of the door opening had drawn him closer, his lifeless eyes looking into Daniel. With surprising speed he stumbled forward, closing the distance in an instant. Before Daniel could react, the infected man reached out and clamped his icy bruised hand down on the boy's arm, pulling him close and sinking his sharp teeth into Daniel's shoulder. Daniel screamed, a sound so sharp and filled with pain that it echoed through the cottage. Amelia's heart stopped, her pulse racing as she rushed towards the door, dread clawing at her with every step. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw her son outside, struggling in the infected man's grasp. "Daniel!" she screamed, her voice raw, and without a second thought she burst out of the door. She spotted a rusty shovel leaning against the wall and snatched it up, her grip firm as she charged forward. She swung it with every ounce of strength she had, the metal striking the infected man across the side of his head. He staggered, releasing Daniel momentarily, and Amelia reached out, pulling her son close, but the infected man recovered almost instantly. His head whipped around, his blank eyes fixing on her, and he lunged, knocking the shovel from her hands. Amelia pushed Daniel behind her, shielding him with her body, her heart pounding as she braced herself. The infected man grabbed her arm, his fingers digging into her skin like a vice and pulling her towards him. She tried to fight him off, but he was relentless, his mouth open as he snarled and sank his teeth into her neck. The pain was blinding, sharp and hot. She gritted her teeth, struggling against his grip. "Run, Daniel!" she managed to scream, her voice thick with pain. But Daniel didn't move, his small frame frozen in fear. His hand pressed to the bleeding bite on his shoulder. Tears streamed down his face as he clung desperately to his mother, her body weakening under the infected man's relentless assault. Amelia's vision blurred as the pain took hold, her strength fading with each passing second. She glanced at Daniel, her heart breaking as she saw the terror in his eyes. With the last of her energy she reached out to him, her voice a desperate whisper. "Daniel, run!" Their bags grew heavier with each house they searched. The silence remained unbroken. The village feeling almost untouched. No signs of recent movement, no noise beyond the occasional rustle of the wind. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered, sending a chill down Daisy's spine every time she looked out a window or glanced down an empty street. At the third house, Jamie and Tom moved carefully. The pantry was well stocked and they filled their bags with tinned goods, dried pasta, rice and a few jars of preserves. The kitchen cupboard held even more. A couple of jars of peanut butter, a half-used bag of flour, a large sack of oats. "Take everything you can," Jamie said, pulling down a large bottle of water from a high shelf. Tom nodded, loading his bag. "Let's hope they didn't need it anymore. If we can find a car, we'll be set to hide out for weeks, maybe months with this haul." "Then shouldn't we just hide out here for months with it?" asked Daisy to no response. Daisy opened the home garage door, bracing herself for disappointment, only to find yet another empty space. Everyone in the village must have driven away in a hurry. She sighed, ready to close the door and move on when something in the back of the garage caught her eye. A red petrol can, dusty but intact, sitting against the wall. She turned to Melanie, her eyes lit up. "What do you think? This could come in handy, right? If we find a petrol station, we could double fill up on fuel." Melanie nodded, a glimmer of excitement breaking through. "Yeah, definitely grab it. Even an empty container could be useful." Daisy walked over, bending down to lift the can. As she picked it up, she was surprised by the weight. It was heavy, and she could hear liquid sloshing inside. "Wait, is this full?" Daisy whispered, more to herself than anyone. She quickly unscrewed the cap, and the unmistakable sharp scent of petrol fumes hit her immediately. A wide grin spread across her face as she looked at Melanie. "It's full!" she said, her voice filling with quiet awe. "Guys, we found petrol!" Melanie said, calling out to Jamie and Tom. "Let's go fill up the car and head straight back," Tom suggested. A shrill scream echoed between the houses, piercing the early morning silence. Tom's head snapped up. "What was that?" Daisy's face went pale, her eyes wide with fear. "Did you hear that?" Jamie nodded, his expression grim. "Yeah, I heard it. We need to go now." The taxi sped down the narrow empty lane, its engine humming steadily. Daisy's fingers gripped the edge of her seat, gaze fixed on the road ahead as Jamie steered the car through the twists and turns, their urgency mounting with each passing second. The trunk and back seat were now filled with supplies they'd scavenged, water, tinned food, extra blankets, everything they'd need for the long trip north. But Daisy's mind was on Amelia and her son. That scream they'd heard had logged a knot of worry in her chest, and with every second the sense of dread grew only stronger. When they rounded the final bend, the small cottage came into view. Daisy's stomach dropped. She spotted the front door swinging open, the faint breeze catching it, leaving it creaking on its hinges. "Something's wrong," she whispered, her eyes widening. Jamie's jaw tightened as he slowed the car, his eyes fixed on the open doorway. Why would the door be open? They wouldn't leave it like that, not after everything we talked about. "Stay here," Tom said, his voice low but firm, as he opened his door. "Keep the engine running, Jamie. If something's happened, I'll go in and get them." Melanie nodded, biting her lip as she watched Tom step out of the taxi and approach the cottage. His steps cautious, his head constantly turning as he scanned the surrounding area. Tom moved quietly towards the cottage as he approached. He saw fresh blood on the lawn, trailing into the house. "What the hell am I doing?" he thought to himself. "Don't be a hero, remember?" He slowly walked up the steps and pushed the door fully opened, his hand lingering on the edge as he took in the scene inside. A wave of dread washed over him as he saw the still forms lying in the centre of the living room. Amelia was sprawled on the floor, her hand outstretched, as though she tried to reach for something, while Daniel lay beside her, clutching onto her body, small and unmoving. Tom's throat tightened, his heart pounding. He processed the devastating scene, his mind racing with shock and grief. But he forced himself to focus. He needed to get back to the others. He turned to leave when he remembered Amelia's map, the one she'd printed with the route to Skye. If they were going to keep going, they needed it. It was the only plan they had. Daisy froze, her blood running cold, as she watched figures begin to emerge in the distance. One by one they stumbled out to the small road, dozens of them, their movements clumsy yet unsettling. Deliberate, each one of them was unmistakably infected. Hollow eyes, sunken cheeks, and vacant expressions filled Daisy's vision as she realised the truth. "Jamie!" she whispered, her voice barely audible, thick with fear. Jamie's head snapped up, following her gaze, his face pale as he took in the sight. "They never left," Daisy continued. "The villagers, they're all infected." Jamie's hand hovered over the gear shift as he watched the infected stagger forward, each of them pulled from the shadows like moths to a flame. "The noise," he murmured. "The engine must have drawn them out." "Or the scream," added Melanie. At first the infected moved in a slow shuffling mass, their heads lolling and movements erratic. But as their eyes locked onto the taxi, the rumbling sound of the idling engine must have triggered something in their minds. Daisy watched, horror-struck, as their pace began to pick up, their hollow bloodshot eyes fixated on the vehicle, as though it were their only focus in the world. "Oh my God!" Daisy breathed, her hand clenching the door handle. "There are so many of them." More and more the villagers stumbled forwards, a mass of infected bodies lurching, jerking in an army of the dead emerging from every dark corner of the village. Melanie's voice was barely controlled, her tone edged with panic. "We have to go." Jamie's hand trembled as he gripped the steering wheel. He turned to look back at the cottage. "Come on, mate. Hurry," he whispered, as if Tom would be able to hear him. Weighing his options, he paused for a brief moment, then pushed hard on the taxi's horn. Tom glanced around, scanning the room, his movements quick and desperate as he searched for the map, but he couldn't find it on the table, nor in the pile of supplies they'd stacked by the door. Panic pricked him as he turned his eyes, landing on Amelia's bag laying against the wall. He heard the car horn from outside. He knew he was out of time. A soft, shuffling sound stopped him in his tracks. Tom turned slowly, his heart pounding as he saw Amelia's body begin to stir. Her movements jerky, unnatural, her once bright eyes now clouded, her skin pale and bruised. She let out a low, guttural growl, her head turning as she fixed an empty gaze on him. Daniel moved next, his small form lurching as he pushed himself up, his face twisted with the same mindless hunger. Tom forced himself to stay calm, his hands trembling as he moved towards the bag. He reached down, pulling the map from the side pocket, and turned to leave, but Amelia was already moving towards him, her arms outstretched, her movements clumsy yet determined. He sidestepped her, narrowly avoiding her grasp as he backed away towards the door. Daniel staggered into his path, his small hands reaching out, his mouth open in a grotesque snarl. Tom's heart ached as he dodged around him, rushing out of the cottage, just as Jamie's voice called from the taxi. "Mate, run!" He looked down the lane and felt his stomach drop. A large group of infected villagers were emerging from the trees, their hollow eyes fixed on the taxi, their steps quickening as they closed in. Tom grabbed the shovel from the ground as he sprinted down the path, the sounds of Amelia and Daniel stumbling behind him, spurring him forwards. He clutched the map tightly as he ran, his heart pounding as he dodged past the villagers, swinging the shovel at one of them, hitting him in the face and knocking him down. The infected villagers lunged at him, their hands reaching out only feet away from him. Melanie held the door open, her face filled with panic. "Come on!" Tom reached the taxi and threw himself inside, slamming the door shut behind him just as an infected woman lurched forward, her face smashing against the glass, leaving a streak of blood. "Go! Floor it!" he shouted, breathless. Jamie floored the accelerator pedal, the car lurching forwards. The villagers lunged at the taxi, their hands slapping against the windows as they snarled, their faces twisting in mindless rage. Jamie jerked the wheel hard, tyres screeching as the cat darted across the road in their path. The taxi veered dangerously close to a tree, missing it by inches, before straightening out. The engine roaring as he sped down the lane. Behind them, the infected shrank into the distance, their figures blurring as the car picked up speed. They'd sat in stunned silence, each of them processing the horror of what they'd just seen. "Are they—" Daisy couldn't finish the sentence, but everyone knew her question. Tom nodded, his eyes filled with tears. Jamie turned to Tom, his voice shaky. Did you get the map? The weight of loss settled over them. The hope of safe escape marred by the brutal reality of the world they were now living in. Daisy's gaze drifted back towards the road, her heart heavy with grief. But as they drove on, leaving the infected villagers behind, grim determination settled over them. They had to keep going, for Amelia, for Daniel, for all the others they'd lost. There was no turning back now. Chapter 8. The sky was a murky grey, clouds hanging low and ominous, as if reflecting the unease that filled the taxi. Despite the newfound safety of the open road, the reality of their position was unmistakable. They were far from safe, and any sound, any movement could draw unwanted attention. The London black cab with its unmistakable shapes stood out like a sore thumb in the north, definitely not the vehicle for anyone hoping to blend in. They drove in silence for a while, the hum of the engine the only sound breaking the quiet. Daisy stole glances at the side mirrors, half expecting to see the infected villagers stumbling after them, though she knew they'd left them far behind. Jamie finally broke the silence, his voice low. So what's the plan? We can't just keep driving aimlessly. Daisy sighed, running a hand through her hair. We're heading north, but we need to figure out the best route. If we stick to the back roads, it'll take longer, but the main roads could be blocked or worse. Tom leaned forward from the back seat, frowning. We'd make better time on the motorway. The back roads are quiet, but we'd be crawling. The motorway might get us an extra 100 miles north before dark. Daisy shook her head, her face pale but resolute. Maybe, but it could also be jammed with cars, and God knows what else. We could end up trapped or worse, surrounded. If there are infected on the roads, the motorways is where they'll be. Melanie's voice was soft and steady. We'll be stuck in a metal trap. If there's a jam, we'll get stuck. We'll have no way out. Jamie exhaled, frustration evident on his face. Look, I get it. The main roads are risky, but every minute we're on these back roads we're wasting fuel. And we're not exactly driving a low-profile vehicle here. If any locals are worried about infection spreading from London, we're a huge target. Daisy weighed his words, glancing out the deserted landscape rolling by. Every empty road, every cluster of trees hiding the unknown made her nerves tighten. The back roads might be safer in terms of infected, but Jamie had a point. The taxi wasn't exactly subtle, and they didn't know how far they'd get on the fuel they had. All right, she said finally, looking back at the others. We'll try the motorway, but the first sign of trouble we turn back and find a different route. We don't stay if it's dangerous. Jamie nodded, gripping the wheel a bit tighter. Fair enough. Let's give it a shot. The motorway on-ramp loomed ahead, and Jamie took the turn slowly, easing the taxi into the deserted stretch of road. At first, the motorway seemed clear, the grey concrete sprawling out in front of them, free from any visible obstacles. For a moment, Daisy felt a flicker of hope that they'd made the right choice. The open road seemed to stretch endlessly ahead, a lifeline cutting through the stillness. But as they drove further, signs of chaos began to emerge. Abandoned cars dotted the lanes, some strewn at strange angles with the doors open wide, as if passengers had simply fled mid-journey. The further they went, the more densely packed the road became. It was clear that they were driving into the aftermath of some frantic, panicked escape. Jamie slowed the taxi, manoeuvring carefully around a cluster of vehicles that had collided, forming a jagged blockade across two lanes. Daisy peered out the window, catching glimpses of belongings scattered across the pavement. Suitcases, children's toys, even a lone shoe laying on its side. This doesn't feel right, she murmured, her gaze shifting to the shadowy interiors of the cars. In some there were signs of recent life, clothes crumpled on seats, fast food wrappers, even an open book left abandoned on the dashboard. Tom looked ahead, his expression grim. People must have tried to flee when everything went down. It looks like they just vanished. It's the same as the villagers, Daisy pointed out. They continued on, moving at a crawl, as Jamie guided the taxi through the maze of cars, some of which had their doors flung open, the interiors gutted as if ransacked in haste. Daisy's eyes darted between the windows, her heart pounding as she searched for any signs of movement. The stillness was eerie. A ghostly silence settled over the road, broken only by the steady hum of the taxi's engine. Just as they cleared another cluster of vehicles, Daisy's heart stopped as she saw movement ahead. A figure staggering out from behind an overturned car, its posture slack, its gait low and shuffling. The infected man moved aimlessly, his eyes vacant, his arms hanging limply at his sides. He hadn't noticed them yet, but Daisy's pulse quickened as she realised the sound of the taxi could draw more of them. "Jamie," she whispered, her voice tight with fear. "There's one up ahead." Jamie's jaw clenched, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. "Just one, we can get round him." But as he eased the car forward, the infected man's head turned sharply in their direction, his empty eyes locking onto the taxi. A low guttural sound escaped his lips, a twisted moan that echoed through the still air. Daisy's stomach twisted as more figures began to emerge, stumbling out from between abandoned cars, drawn by the sound of the taxi's engine. They moved with a slow, relentless determination, their hollow eyes fixed on the vehicle as if it was the last spark of life in their decaying world. "Jamie, we need to go," Melanie whispered urgently, her voice barely controlled. Jamie gritted his teeth, trying to keep calm as he inched the car forward, attempting to steer clear of the infected now moving towards them. But the road quickly became congested with bodies, infected people shuffling between the cars, their movements sluggish and growing faster with each second. "Turn around," Daisy said, her voice shaking. "We can't keep going this way, they're surrounding us." Jamie cursed under his breath, glancing at the rearview mirror. More infected were emerging from behind them, drawn by the echo of the taxi's engine reverberating down the motorway. He had no choice but to turn back, but manoeuvring in the crowded mess of cars was a delicate and nerve-wracking task. With a tight grip on the wheel, Jamie swung the taxi around, inching backwards through the narrow path they'd come from. The infected growing closer with every second. The tight turning circle of the London taxi made him grateful that this was the car they were in, no matter how conspicuous it was. Daisy's eyes darted around, tracking the slow but insistent approach of the infected on all sides. Every moment felt like a countdown, a ticking clock with no clear end in sight. Finally, Jamie found a break between the cars and reversed down the narrow space. The taxi's tyres squealed as he pressed down on the accelerator and sped back down the motorway exit. The infected stumbled after them, their moans filling the air, but the distance between them and the taxi began to widen as Jamie accelerated, navigating through the maze of abandoned vehicles. They reached the motorway exit, veering off into a smaller road that branched into a rural area, flanked by fields and sparse clusters of trees. Jamie exhaled, the tension in his shoulders finally easing as the infected figures faded into the distance. For a few moments the only sound in the car was heavy breathing of each passenger, the adrenaline still coursing through their veins. Daisy turned to Jamie, her face pale but resolute. "No more motorways. We stick to the back roads, no matter how slow it is." Jamie nodded, his jaw set. "Agreed." As they continued on the rural roads, the landscape gradually transformed into open fields and rolling hills, the scenery offering a strange sense of calm after the chaos of the motorway. But the group was quiet, each of them processing the close encounter, the reality of their journey settling heavy over them. The afternoon began to fade, the sky tinged with the colours of an approaching dusk. They knew they'd need to find a place to stop soon, somewhere safe to rest, and plan their next move. "There," Tom said, pointing at a small farmhouse nestled at the edge of a field, surrounded by a sparse line of trees. Jamie slowed the taxi as they approached, their eyes scanning the property. It looked untouched, a lone light glowing in one of the windows. As they pulled up the gravel driveway, a man and woman emerged from the farmhouse, watching them with wary eyes. Jamie rolled down the window, offering a cautious wave. "We're just passing through. We need a place to stay for the night. Is there any chance you could help us?" The couple exchanged a look, the tension in their faces evident, but after a moment the man nodded. "Come inside, quick." Grateful, the group piled out of the taxi, each of them stretching their legs after a long drive. The couple led them inside, where they set up makeshift beds with what little supplies they had. The couple provided some blankets and a few provisions, a small kindness that felt like a lifeline in the midst of everything they'd been through. They gathered around the farmhouse sturdy wooden table, the soft flicker of candlelight illuminating their quiet, tired faces. The meal was simple, a stew made from the kitchen garden vegetables, and a loaf of homemade bread. Despite the tension hanging in the air, there was a warm sense of shared humanity. The farmhouse couple, Rob and Claire, looked slightly out of place at the table, as if they were struggling to adjust to the presence of guests. Claire, her hair tied back and face lined with worry, glanced up from her plate, her gaze settling on Daisy. "Truth be told," she said softly, "we've kept to ourselves since this whole mess started. Didn't think it would reach us out here." Rob nodded, setting down his spoon. "We were working out in the fields, bringing in the wheat harvest, working long days and hadn't kept up with the news. We've seen the headlines a few days ago about people getting sick, but now there's no internet to find out the latest. Walked over to the neighbouring farms yesterday and everyone's gone, no sign of any of them. Wouldn't normally invite strangers in, but we're trying to find out what's going on." Daisy exchanged a glance with Jamie, trying to decide on how much to say. They'd been running on high alert for so long that sitting around this table felt surreal, but the idea of Rob and Claire not knowing what was happening out there tugged at her, made her wish she had something hopeful to tell them. Claire's gaze was pleading, her voice filled with uncertainty. "What's really going on out there?" Jamie took a deep breath, resting his hands on the table. "The sickness isn't just some flu or passing illness. It's changing people." He hesitated, his voice catching slightly. "Those who get infected, they're not themselves anymore. It's as if something takes over. There's nothing behind their eyes, just an instinct to spread it, to infect others. They get violent and attack people." "Like rabies?" asked Rob. Tom responded with a silent, sombre nod. Claire's hands went to her mouth, her eyes wide. "Are you saying they become dangerous?" Daisy nodded slowly. "Yes, in the cities it's already spreading out of control. People are being overrun, entire neighbourhoods, communities. It doesn't take long before everyone around is affected, and once it starts it's like it can't be stopped." Rob looked grim, his hands tightened around his glass. "That explains why we haven't seen our neighbours. We assumed they'd gone to town. Maybe visiting family. We thought it was safer to wait things out here, keep harvesting and preparing for winter. We'd figured it'd blow over." Jamie shook his head, his voice soft but urgent. "It's not going to blow over. At this point it's everywhere. Cities, villages. No place is untouched. The infected don't seem to stay in one place. They seem to wander looking for the next person to infect." Claire's face pale, and she set a hand on the table to steady herself. "So is there anywhere left that's safe?" Daisy exchanged a look with Melanie and Tom before answering. "We're heading north, maybe the Isle of Skye. It's remote, and if we're lucky, maybe it hasn't been reached yet. We're just hoping to find somewhere that can hold them off, but it's a gamble." Rob took a deep breath, seeming to absorb this. "So no help is coming then? No police or government people stopping this?" Daisy's eyes dropped to her plate. "If they are, we haven't seen them." The farmhouse was quiet, almost too quiet, but it felt safe. For the first time in days they could sit down and breathe, and consider something other than the next hour of survival. Daisy ran her fingers over the worn wooden table, glancing around the cosy room. "Maybe we could stay here a while, just until we figure things out." Jamie nodded, looking through the small curtained window at quiet fields stretching out into the night. "Yeah, it's got food, running water, and most importantly, distance. We're far from any major roads. I don't think anyone would find us here." Daisy leaned back in her chair, a hopeful look in her eyes. "I don't know. It's kind of perfect. A farmhouse out in the middle of nowhere. We could make this work." Tom, however, leaned against the couch, arms crossed and expression wary. He shook his head. "You guys remember the farmhouse in The Walking Dead, right? It seemed safe too. It seemed safe for a while too, until it wasn't." Daisy frowned, glancing over at him. "But we're not in a movie, or a TV show, it's different." "Sure, it's different now," Tom replied, meeting her gaze. "But all it takes is one infected person finding their way here." He paused, his face serious. "I'm just saying, safety is temporary, especially in a place like this." Daisy sighed, nodding slowly. "Maybe he's right. We don't want to get too comfortable. If this place isn't permanent, we need to be ready to move at any moment." They sat in silence for a moment, each of them digesting Tom's words. The thought of staying somewhere safe was tempting, but deep down they all knew he was right. Safety was temporary, and, in this new world, being ready to leave was the only real security they had. Finally, Jamie broke the silence. "All right, we stay the night, rest up. We keep moving tomorrow, no matter how good it looks here." The farmhouse was quiet as the moonlight draped the fields in shadows, but Daisy couldn't sleep. She lay still, listening to the deep breaths and faint rustling of her friends and the family who'd welcomed them in. A sense of unease sat heavy in her stomach. The calm here felt too fragile, too easily shattered. A sudden noise broke the silence, a faint shuffling sound like something dragging across gravel outside. Daisy sat up, her heart thudding, as she listened. Another sound followed, low and guttural, the unmistakable moan of the infected. Daisy's eyes darted to Jamie, who was lying by the door. He was already sitting up, his face tense as he strained to listen. "Jamie," Daisy whispered, her voice tight. "Did you hear that?" He nodded, putting a finger to his lips to silence her. He motioned for her to wake the others. Daisy moved quietly, reaching for Melanie and Tom, gently shaking them awake. Rob stirred in his armchair across the room, his eyes narrowing as he registered the alarm on their faces. "What's going on?" he muttered, still half asleep. Daisy kept her voice low, glancing towards the window. "Shh! Something's outside." "We think it's them." Rob frowned, standing up, moving towards the door. "They won't get in here. This house is solid." A loud thud against the door made them all jump, followed by a heavy scraping and low animalistic growl. Claire appeared in the doorway, her face pale, her hands trembling as she held onto the wall. "Rob, maybe we should just stay quiet, let them move on," Claire whispered, her voice laced with fear. But Rob shook his head, resolute. "This is my home. I won't let those people get in." He moved to a cabinet by the door and pulled out a hunting shotgun, the cold metal gleaming in the dim light. Jamie stepped forward, reaching out a hand. "Rob, don't shoot, it'll only draw more of them." But Rob was already cocking the shotgun, his jaw set in grim determination. "This is our land. They'll have to drag me off it." Without waiting for any more warnings, Rob flung open the door. An infected man was already there, his greyish skin stretched tight over his gaunt face, hollow eyes flickering in the faint light. Rob didn't hesitate. He raised the shotgun and shouted, "Get off my land or I'll shoot you!" The infected man lunged at him. Rob fired, the blast ringing out across the field. The infected man dropped, his body crumpling on the porch. But the roar of the gunshot echoed through the night. Almost immediately more figures began stumbling out of the darkness, drawn to the sound like moths to a flame. Daisy's heart raced as she saw them, the swarm of infected appearing from the shadows between the trees, moving towards the farmhouse with the same relentless hunger she'd seen so many times before. "Rob!" Jamie shouted, gripping his arm. "Get back inside! Every noise brings more of them!" Rob gritted his teeth, glancing back at Claire, but there was no denying it now. The infected were closing in. Too many for one man and a shotgun to hold off. "Rob, come on!" Claire cried, running out to him and pulling at his arm. But as she turned back to the farmhouse, another infected man appeared out of nowhere, reaching for her with blooded hands. She screamed as he grabbed her shoulder, his mouth opening wide before he sank his teeth into her neck, ripping it open. "Claire!" Rob's voice broke, and he lunged forward, firing his shotgun at close range, blowing the infected man's head off. But it was too late. Claire crumpled, her eyes wide and vacant as she fell to the ground, the life draining out of her. "Rob, we need to go," Jamie shouted, pulling him back as more infected flooded towards the farmhouse, their moans growing louder, more desperate. But Rob stood frozen, his eyes fixed on Claire's body. Daisy's stomach twisted as she realised the devastation etched into his face. He was a man broken, hollowed by a grief that only seemed to harden his resolve. "No," Rob said, his voice cracking. "I'm not leaving her." He bent down, gently lifting Claire's limp form, draping her over his shoulder. With a grim determination, her arms hung loosely, swaying with each step as he carried her back into the house. Inside, he moved carefully to the sofa, laying her down with a tenderness that contrasted the weight of the moment. He lingered for a second, his gaze tracing the contours of her still face, before steeling himself and turning away. With a deep breath, he hurried back to the front door, his mind racing with what he had to do next. The infected were already close to the door, pressing forward, clawing at the walls and windows and surrounding the taxi. Jamie tugged at Rob's arm, but Rob shook his head, pushing him away. "Take the Land Rover," Rob said, his voice hoarse. "Out back, behind the barn. Here, go," he said as he threw a set of keys to Tom. Daisy's voice trembled. "Rob, please, don't stay here. Come with us." But Rob shook his head, lifting the shotgun again as he positioned himself in the doorway, barring the way between the infected and the people he'd let into his home. "My place is here. Go before they're on you too." With a heavy heart, Jamie grabbed Daisy's hand, pulling her towards the back door. She hesitated, her gaze fixed on Rob, as he stood there, a lone figure framed in the doorway, his face set with grim determination. "Thank you, Rob," she whispered. But he didn't turn his focus, locked on the infected pouring towards him. They fled through the kitchen, stumbling out the back door and into the field, their hearts pounding as they made their way towards the barn, running past more infected, pushing some of them away as they passed. Melanie stumbled backwards, her breath sharp and frantic, as an infected woman lunged at her, eyes glazed with a terrifying emptiness. She grappled against the woman's relentless strength, hands straining as she held her back, every muscle trembling from the effort. The infected woman clawed forwards, fingers grasping, her guttural snarls filling the air. Just as Melanie felt her own strength waning, she managed to twist, using the woman's momentum, to shove her into a nearby piece of farm equipment, its spiked metal piercing the infected woman's body, impaling her. Tom came running just in time to see Melanie collapse to the ground. He skidded to a halt beside her, eyes wide with concern. "Are you all right?" he asked, breathless but urgent. She nodded, though her face was pale. Still catching her breath, Tom took her hand firmly, pulling her up and forward with force as they broke into a sprint. Together they dashed towards the Land Rover, his grip steadying her as they ran, hand in hand through the chaotic scene unfolding around them. Behind them, gunshots echoed in the night, followed by the desperate guttural moans of the infected, the sound of Rob's last stand against the relentless tide that had claimed his home. The Land Rover was parked behind the barn, an old but sturdy vehicle, and as they reached it, Jamie jumped into the driver's seat, quickly turning the key and revving the engine to life. Daisy, Melanie and Tom piled in, each of them casting one last look at the farmhouse. "Jamie, go!" Daisy said, her voice choked with emotion. Jamie nodded, pressing the gas, and the Land Rover roared forwards, bouncing over the uneven ground as they sped away from the farmhouse. The infected, drawn to the sound of the engine, turned, some of them stumbling in their direction, but they were already gaining distance. As they reached the main road, Daisy turned back one last time. The farmhouse was barely visible now, a dark shape against the night sky, but still she could see the faint glow of the lantern by the door. It was the last light of Rob's home, a symbol of everything he'd fought to protect, and it faded into the distance as they drove on, swallowed by the darkness. As the Land Rover sped away, and the rush of adrenaline began to fade, Melanie felt a sharp stinging burn on the back of her arm. Heart pounding, she shifted slightly, pretending to adjust her seat, and carefully tugged her sleeve up, just enough to see what was underneath. Her stomach dropped as she caught sight of it, a raw, jagged bite. Her mind spun, a wave of dread washing over her. She quickly pulled her sleeve back down, pressing her hand over the wound, as if that could somehow erase it, keep it hidden. Chapter 9. The Land Rover rumbled along the narrow road, its headlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating stretches of winding road flanked by dense trees. Inside the car, the silence was thick, each of them lost in the memories of their last 2 days. Jamie broke the silence, his voice rough and weary. Should have tried harder to get him to come with us. Daisy slowly shook her head, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. We couldn't have changed his mind. Tom shifted uncomfortably in his seat, running a hand over his face. "Does anyone have any idea where we are?" Daisy stiffened, glancing at Tom, a sinking feeling settling in her stomach. She looked around the car, searching for the familiar crumpled piece of paper that had been their lifeline, the map Amelia had given them. She'd seen it last back at the farmhouse, Rob showing them the back routes and detours they could take, but now it was nowhere to be found. "Does anyone have the map?" she asked, her voice laced with dread. Jamie's hands tightened on the steering wheel, his jaw clenched. He shook his head slowly, his gaze darkening. "You're telling me no one grabbed it?" Tom's face fell. He glanced at Melanie, who was looking equally dismayed. I thought you had it, Melanie whispered, her voice barely audible. Daisy felt her chest tighten. She had assumed someone else would have grabbed it. In the rush to get out of the farmhouse with the infected closing in, the map was the last thing on any of their minds. Jamie exhaled sharply, his grip on the wheel loosening as he tried to keep his frustration in check. We can't turn back. It's too dangerous. And we have to conserve fuel. Daisy rubbed her temples. Without the map, we're just guessing. I mean, I'm sure we can find Sky, no problem, but not the cottage stocked with supplies. Melanie crossed her arms, her voice shaking. So, do we still head for Sky? I mean, without the map, we're just running blind. Everywhere we've been so far has been crawling with the infected. How do we know Sky's any different? Sky has a road into it. Sky has a road into it, Daisy murmured. It's remote, but it's not really isolated. It wouldn't take much for the infected to get there if people kept coming over that bridge. A tense silence filled the car as each of them grappled with her words. They hadn't wanted to admit it, but the plan to head to Sky was severely flawed. They had just grasped onto a solution offered to them without thinking it through. Sky was remote, but there was no guarantee it was untouched by the infection. For all they knew, it could even be worse than the places they'd already passed through. Jamie frowned, his eyes fixed on the road. We don't have many options left. We go north, stick to the plan, and hope we make it. But think about it, Tom interjected, his voice edged with urgency. We've been driving through the countryside, and every place we thought was safe is overrun. If Sky's anything like the places we've seen, we'll be surrounded in a matter of days. The infected won't just stay put, they spread, and if we're trapped on an island with nowhere to go... Melanie nodded, shivering at the thought. Tom's right. What's stopping them from getting to Sky too? If we're looking for something safe, we need more than just distance. If we hadn't met Amelia, if she hadn't suggested Sky, what would we have thought the best plan was? Jamie asked. Would we have thought Sky, or somewhere else that we were more familiar with? Yeah, I mean, when we brainstormed it, we said we'd head to a Spoons and ride it out. Right? Said Tom. Yeah, and think about it, added Melanie. We've been on the road for too long now. It took us too long to get out of London, and we almost missed our window. Do we even have time left to get to Sky now? The way we're going, it'll take a week to get there. Do we have that long? Daisy's mind raced, thinking back to their journey, to the landscapes they'd passed and the ruins they'd seen along the way. Castles had dotted the countryside, some with high stone walls and moats, remnants of an age built for defence. Obviously, if we're not heading to a pub, but what if we find somewhere that we could actually lock in? Somewhere fortified, Daisy suggested, her voice more assertive now. What about a castle or some kind of stronghold? They were built to withstand attacks for centuries. Even small forces could hold them off for weeks, sometimes months. Tom's gaze softened and he nodded slowly as he considered her words. You might be onto something. Castles are fortified, and if we could find one, isolated enough to avoid drawing too much attention, it could work as a place to ride out the infection. Melanie shot him a questioning look, wondered if he knew about her bite. What do you mean, ride out the infection? Zombie math, said Tom, given a half smile. Ugh, groaned Jamie. I've been thinking about it. The infected are still human, they're not really zombies. That's not really a thing. This isn't a movie. They're humans infected with something, and humans can only last so long without water. I doubt the infected are out there sipping on their 6 glasses a day between biting people. They'll start to weaken within days and probably be dead within a couple of weeks. If we can find a place like that and hide out, we might only need to survive until they burn themselves out. Daisy looked at him, hope flickering in her eyes. You really think it could happen like that? Tom shrugged. It makes sense, doesn't it? They're not supernatural, they're still subject to the same biological rules we are, the basic laws of nature. They'll just wither and die without food or water, just like us. Each new one extends that time frame, though, right? Asked Daisy. Yeah, that's the thing, acknowledged Tom. This only burns out when there are no infected strong enough to bite anyone else and spread it further. Jamie glanced back at them, his eyes filled with determination. Then that's the plan. We find a castle, we'll wait it out. Maybe it's only a few weeks, maybe longer, but we'll survive, and that's what matters. But how do we even start looking for one? Tom asked without a map. We're just driving around hoping to get lucky. Daisy let out a shaky breath, feeling the enormity of their situation. We don't need a map for everything. There are castles everywhere. This is England. We passed like 5 of them yesterday. We just need one isolated enough. We know remote castles are common in the north and Scotland. We just keep heading north, and we'll come across one eventually. If it's remote, isolated, maybe it's still safe. Tom looked around at the others, his expression uncertain. It's risky, but it sounds better than ending up stuck on an island with nowhere to go, or stuck in a spoons, frankly. At least a castle gives us a chance of safety. Jamie considered their words, his face grim but resolute. All right, we head north, keep our eyes open, and the first fortified place we find, we check it out. We're moving into survival mode here. If it's secure, we set up camp. If not, we keep moving. If we're going to look for a castle or some kind of stronghold, we have to consider something else. Most of them are privately owned. The habitable ones, I mean. People actually live in some of those places, Daisy added. Melanie glanced over at her, worry creasing her face. And who knows if they're still alive? If they are, maybe they'll be glad to have help keeping the infected out. Ooh, but what if they're just as territorial as Rob was? They might not want us there at all. Jamie nodded. It's a risk. We'll have to be careful approaching any place. Especially one that's fortified. People aren't going to trust easily, especially now. But if they're alive, maybe they'll realise the more people they have defending the place, the safer it is. We could offer supplies, an extra set of hands. I doubt anyone wants to be outnumbered against the infected. Jamie's eyes brightened with a sudden memory. Actually, I think I know a place that could work. When I was a kid, we used to take road trips from Durham to the Lake District. There was a castle off this back road we used to take, totally isolated. My dad would point it out every time we drove by. It was for sale a few years ago, and he said if he ever wins Euromillions, he's buying it. I don't know the name of it, but I could navigate us there, I think. Daisy felt a small flicker of hope as Jamie spoke, a glimmer in the dark uncertainty they'd been navigating. It was a gamble, sure, but it was a plan. They could make it work. They had to. Daisy looked across at Melanie. She was clutching her arm, her face pale, her lips pressed tightly together. "Mel, are you okay?" Daisy asked, concern lacing her voice. Melanie quickly pulled her hand away, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just, nervous, that's all." As they drove on, Daisy couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something was off. She glanced at Melanie, who was staring out the window, her face turned away from the others. She worried that her friend was cracking under the stress of it all. But for now, Daisy pushed her worry aside, her focus returning to the road ahead. The Land Rover pressed on through the darkened countryside, the headlights casting flickering glimpses of the barren, winding road. The silence settled back over them. But this time it carried with it a sense of purpose, a shared determination. Daisy glanced out the windows, her mind tracing images of towering stone walls, heavy iron gates, and hidden keeps where they could be safe, even if only for a while. Chapter 10. Jamie glanced at the petrol gauge, the needle hovering near the empty once again. He sighed, gesturing at the petrol station on the horizon. We're not going to make it much further without stopping for petrol. If we run out, we're stranded again. The Land Rover rolled into the empty petrol station. Jamie parked beside the pump, his hands gripping the steering wheel as he scanned their surroundings. The station looked almost untouched. Its windows were clean, the neon sign still flickering softly. The shelves visible through the glass door looked as if they were fully stocked. It looked normal. Even a bit surreal, as though nothing had changed, as though any moment now the parking lot would fill up with morning commuters and they would wake up from this nightmare. Let's not waste any time. In and out, as fast as we can. Daisy, you stay with me at the pump. Tom, Mel, go inside, grab whatever you can. Buddy system, okay? The others nodded, each casting a cautious glance around the empty station before stepping out of the vehicle. Jamie quickly grabbed the pump. He chuckled wryly as he saw the screen request a payment method. Seriously? Even the apocalypse cost money in this bloody country? He muttered, fishing through his wallet for a credit card. He slid it through the machine and watched as the screen blinked, the pump finally humming to life. Inside the petrol station shop, Melanie and Tom moved cautiously down the aisles, their footsteps echoing in the empty space. The store looked perfectly intact, shelves stocked with snacks, water, tinned food and other essentials. The fluorescent lights buzzed quietly above them, illuminating the rows of neatly arranged items with a pale glow. "It feels surreal, doesn't it?" Tom murmured, grabbing a few bottles of water and tossing them into his bag. "Like nothing's changed." Melanie nodded, stuffing packets of energy bars and instant noodles in her own bag. "It's like we're back in a different time. Like none of this happened, but we'd better make this quick." They moved through the aisles with quick efficiency, grabbing anything useful until their bags and arms were full. They ran out to the Land Rover and threw the items into the back. "One more run," Tom suggested as he handed off an empty petrol can to Jamie, and then quickly ran back for more, maximising the opportunity to stock up. Tom opened the fridge, pulling a few bottles of water and energy drinks, then proceeding to grab more tinned foods. "This should hold us for a while," he said, glancing at Melanie. "Let's get back outside." As they stepped out of the store, their bags and arms weighed down with supplies, they spotted Jamie and Daisy by the pump, finishing up filling the petrol can. They ran towards them, threw the second set of items into the back of the Land Rover, closing the boot as they'd finished. "Ready?" Tom asked, then froze as he caught sight of movement on the edge of the petrol station forecourt. A man was walking towards them, his face gaunt and weary, his clothes torn and dirty. He held up his hands as he approached, signalling that he meant no harm. "Please," he called out, his voice rough. "I don't want any trouble. My name's Greg. I just need a lift." Jamie strained, his eyes narrowing as he watched the man approach. Daisy moved closer, her hand resting on the handle of her knife, ready for anything. The man looked like he'd been through hell. His face was pale and drawn, his eyes shadowed, and he moved with a slight limp. "What do you want?" Jamie asked, keeping his voice steady but firm. The man stopped a few paces away, his hand still raised in a gesture of peace. "I just need a lift north," he said, his voice hoarse. "My car broke down a few miles back, and I just need a lift. I know a safe place up north, near Carlisle. They're taking in survivors. They've got supplies, shelter, doctors. Please, just take me with you. I can't get there on foot, and it's too dangerous to be out here trying to find a car." Jamie exchanged a wary glance with Daisy, who was watching the man intently, her eyes scanning his face for any signs of deception. "A safe place?" Daisy asked sceptically. "How do you know if it's real?" The man nodded quickly, his face earnest. "I heard it on a broadcast. They're calling out to survivors, saying they've got people, resources, doctors. It's somewhere fortified, an old stately home. It's a National Trust place, I think. I didn't catch the exact location, but they were offering a safe haven. It's real. I wouldn't risk everything on a rumour." Tom shifted uneasily, glancing back at Jamie. "Do you have any proof? For all we know, you could be trying to trick us to take our car." The man shook his head vehemently, his eyes wide with desperation. "No, it's not a trick, I swear. I'm telling the truth. I've got no reason to lie. There's a radio broadcast, please." Tom realised in that moment that none of them had thought to check the car radio for broadcasts. They were so used to playing music from an app, they never thought to listen to the radio. "And it's just you?" Jamie asked, his demeanour softening. "Yes," Greg nodded. "Okay," said Jamie. "Everyone okay with bringing him along?" Daisy looked at him, her gaze softening slightly, but something about his demeanour, the way he held himself, set off a faint alarm in the back of her mind. She stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she caught sight of a ragged tear in the sleeve of his shirt. The skin beneath was mottled, bruised, and as she looked closer she saw the unmistakable marks of a bite. "Hold on," Daisy said, her voice low and cautious. "What happened to your arm?" The man glanced down, his face paling as he realised what she'd seen. He paused, then took a shaky breath, rolling his sleeve up to reveal a jagged bite. The skin around a bruise had started to scab over. He held out his arm, his voice trembling as he spoke. "I know what it looks like," he said, his tone pleading. "But it's not what you think. I was bitten 2 days ago, and I haven't turned. I don't know why, but I'm fine. I'm telling you. I'm still me. I'm not one of them." Jamie's face hardened, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the man. "You're asking us to believe that you were bitten and didn't turn. You're the only person who survived getting bitten." The man shook his head, his expression desperate. "I don't understand it either, but I swear to you I'm telling the truth. I've been like this for 2 days, and I haven't turned. Maybe I'm immune. I need to get there so doctors can run some tests on me or something." Melanie stepped forward, her expression sympathetic. "If he hasn't turned yet, Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe some people are immune. Tom glanced at her sharply. And what if he's lying? He wasn't planning on telling us about the bite until we noticed it. What else is he hiding? What if he turns while we're all crammed into the Land Rover together? Are you willing to take that risk? Because I'm not. There's zero chance I'm riding a car with someone who's been bitten. Melanie hesitated, her gaze shifting to the man's face. He looked so tired, so hopeless, and she felt a pang of sympathy, but the fear in her friend's eyes was hard to ignore. Tom shook his head, his tone final. We can't take him with us. It's too dangerous. We've got our own lives to protect. No, absolute veto. The man's face crumpled, a look of despair filling his eyes. Please, he begged, his voice breaking. I've lost everything. My family, my friends. This is my only chance. Just take me as far as Carlisle. I swear I won't cause any trouble. Daisy glanced at Jamie, who was watching the man with a mixture of pity and suspicion. She could see that he was wavering, but his resolve remained firm. They couldn't risk it, not when so much was at stake. Jamie took a step forward, his voice soft but firm. Look, mate, I'm sorry, but we can't take you with us. You're better off staying here. This place has supplies, shelter. You can hold up in the shop until the infected die out. Just lay low for a couple of weeks until this blows over. There's enough food and supplies in there. The man's face fell. His shoulders slumped as he took in their decision. He opened his mouth to protest, but he seemed to realise it was pointless. You're leaving me here? He asked, his voice hollow. You're leaving me to die? Melanie bit her lip, glancing at the others with a pleading expression. Are we sure this is the right decision? If he's bitten and hasn't turned, it could mean he's immune. What if the doctors could create a cure based on his blood? Tom shook his head, his expression firm. We can't risk it. It's too dangerous. Plus, if he's immune, then he'll be fine, right? The man looked around, his eyes darting between them, as if searching for some last spark of hope, but there was none. He let out a shaky breath, his gaze dropping to the ground. Fine, he muttered, his voice just a whisper now. I get it. I'll stay here. Jamie nodded, looking down for a moment before meeting his gaze. I'm sorry, mate, he said quietly. It's the only safe option. The man nodded, though his face was tight, with barely restrained anger. The only safe option for you. He turned away, heading towards the shop with heavy, defeated steps. His shoulders slumped in resignation. Melanie watched him go, her face etched with guilt, but Daisy placed a hand on her shoulder. We have to keep ourselves safe, Melanie, Daisy said gently. We don't know what's happening with him. Melanie nodded, though she didn't look entirely convinced. She glanced down at her own arm where the fabric of her sleeve concealed the bite she'd hidden from the others. The wound throbbed faintly, a reminder of the risk she was carrying, but she forced herself to keep quiet. Now wasn't the time. They climbed back into the Land Rover as Jamie started the engine. Daisy cast one last look at the man, who had stopped in front of the shop, watching them with a hollow, haunted expression. Jamie put the car in gear, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Let's go. As they drove off, Melanie kept her hand pressed against her sleeve, feeling the heat of the bite beneath the fabric. She didn't know how much time she had left, or if she would ever turn, but for now she had to keep her secret. She couldn't risk being left behind like him. In the silence, her thoughts returned to the man's story, to the possibility of a safe place near Carlisle, a chance to find refuge amongst other survivors. She didn't know if it was real, or if he'd been telling the truth about his bite, but the hope he'd offered lingered in her mind, a fragile, flickering light in the darkness. Chapter 11. The Land Rover rumbled down the narrow back road as Jamie navigated the twists and turns through the dense hills. The air was cool and still, the morning mist curling around the pine trees, giving everything an eerie, timeless quality. Daisy felt her pulse quickening as they approached the castle Jamie had remembered from his childhood, a fortress set back from the road and almost entirely obscured by the trees. There it is, Jamie said, pointing. The castle loomed in the distance, its thick stone walls and turreted towers cutting a stark silhouette against the gloomy sky. Ivy crept along its weathered facade, wrapping around the ancient stones like a protective shield, and narrow, slipped windows dotted the walls, hinting at its defensive purpose. It looked almost untouched, frozen in time, an island of safety in the storm that swept over the UK. Think it's safe? Melanie asked from the back, her voice a mix of hope and uncertainty. Jamie nodded. It's been here for centuries. If there's anywhere we could be safe, this is it, at least for a while. Daisy kept her gaze on the castle as Jamie turned the Land Rover off the main road, steering it up a slope towards the outer gate. The massive iron-reinforced doors were partially ajar, swinging gently in the breeze as if inviting them inside. "Let's check it out before we get too comfortable," Jamie said, pulling the vehicle to a stop a short distance away. No telling who or what might be in there. They climbed out, keeping quiet. As they crossed the clearing towards the castle entrance, their footsteps muffled by the damp earth, Daisy's heart pounded, her senses on high alert. The silence was unnerving, every rustle of leaves and whisper of wind putting her on edge. Inside the gate, they passed through a wide stone archway into a small courtyard overgrown with weeds. High walls surrounded them, creating shadows that stretched across the cobbled ground, and everything felt damp and cool, a stark contrast to the oppressive tension that hung in the air. "Seems like no one's here," Jamie murmured, glancing around, or if they were, they didn't stay long. They moved cautiously through the courtyard, stepping around the piles of fallen stones and long-abandoned wooden crates. The doors to the main structure were slightly open, so they entered, passing into a narrow, darkened hall. The musty smell of damp stones and moss hung in the air, and the silence pressed down on them, amplifying each sound. They moved from room to room, checking for signs of recent activity. The castle seemed completely empty, with only the faintest traces of recent occupants. A few scattered crates, a bundle of blankets, a handful of rusted tools that looked as if they hadn't been touched in years. "Let's keep looking," Daisy suggested. "If we're going to stay here, we need to be sure it's safe." They continued their search, moving deeper into the structure, passing through narrow hallways and stone staircases that twisted and turned. The further they went, the colder it became, as though they were descending into the very bones of the castle. Finally they reached a set of stairs leading down to the lower levels, disappearing into shadow. The air grew colder as they descended, the walls slick with condensation. At the bottom of the stairs they found a heavy wooden door slightly ajar, with a trail of dark, dried blood leading from the steps and disappearing into the darkness beyond. Daisy froze, her eyes widening as she followed the blood trail with her gaze. Jamie stepped forward, pushing the door open wider. "Looks like someone was here recently," he said, quietly, his voice tense. The door creaked open, revealing a small, dimly lit dungeon lined with stone walls. A set of iron bars cut across one side, forming a cell. Inside, slumped against the wall, was the remains of a man, his clothes stained with blood. Dried drops of blood marked the floor, trailing from the stairs to the cell. Daisy's breath caught and Melanie covered her mouth, her face pale as she took in the sight. "Is he infected?" Melanie whispered, her voice trembling. "What happened to him?" Jamie knelt beside his cell, his expression grim as he examined the figure. There, beside the body, was a small book. Jamie reached through the bars carefully, picking it up and opening it to the first page. The handwriting was shaky but legible, and he began reading aloud. "July 24th. I've been bitten. The infection is spreading. I can already feel the fever setting in. When I turn, I don't want to hurt anyone. I've locked myself in here to take away any chance of that. Please, whoever finds this, tell my wife Anna that I love her. Thomas." Daisy felt a chill run down her spine as Jamie turned the page, his face tight with concentration. The man's writing was growing weaker, the lines slanting erratically as though he could barely hold the pen. "July 25th. Fever's worse. I'm barely able to stay awake. The pain is unbelievable, but I still feel like myself. I thought people turned quicker after being bitten, but maybe it's different for me." The group exchanged uneasy glances at the implications of the man's words sinking in. He'd been bitten, but he hadn't turned. He had barricaded himself in the cell to protect others from the looks of it, and he had simply bled out rather than succumbing to the infection. Jamie flipped to the last entry, his voice sombre. "July 26th. I'm weak, but my fever's breaking. Still no sign of turning. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe I'm immune. I think I've lost too much blood. I can't get out to go for help. I hope somebody comes." A heavy silence fell over them, each of them processing what they'd just heard. Daisy was the first to speak, her voice barely audible. "We should bury him, right?" "No chance," replied Jamie. "He's infected. We can't touch him. We don't know how this virus transmits. We should at least cover the body with a sheet or something," Daisy suggested, to nods of agreement from the others. After a moment of silence, Melanie spoke up. If he was bitten and didn't turn, then that means it might not be certain for everyone. Daisy's mind was racing, thoughts swirling as she tried to make sense of the situation. But we saw people turn almost immediately after being bitten. It's only been a few days since the outbreak, but people have been turning so fast. Jamie looked down at the diary, frowning. Maybe it depends on the person. Or maybe he was immune. It sounds as if he died from bleeding out, and being locked in here he was trapped. He couldn't get out, couldn't get help. He paused for a brief moment before continuing. And new fear unlocked. Daisy's gaze drifted to the body behind the bars, the remnants of the man who'd sacrificed himself rather than risk hurting others. Her heart ached with a strange sense of respect mingled in with a new fear that crept into her thoughts. If he hadn't turned, then maybe, just maybe, some people could survive a bite. Her thoughts flickered back to Greg, the man they'd left behind at the petrol station. He claimed he'd been bitten, that he was still fine, but they hadn't believed him. They'd left him behind, assuming he would turn. But what if he was telling the truth? What if some people were immune? Melanie swallowed hard, glancing between Jamie and Daisy, her face filled with a mixture of hope and guilt. Maybe Greg was right, she whispered. Maybe some people can survive this. Jamie's face was tense, his gaze fixed on the diary in his hands. We can't know for sure. This guy, he didn't live long enough for us to know if he'd have stayed that way. He bled out before we could see what might have happened. He probably would have turned, it's just he bled out first. The words weighed heavily on them, each of them grappling with the implications, as if there was even a chance that some people were immune. Then everything they knew about the infection was suddenly called into question. And maybe there could be a cure. Maybe everything would be okay, and they would see their families again. We should go to Carlisle to find out, Melanie suggested, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Daisy shot a surprised look at Melanie, eyebrows raised at the unexpected suggestion. Suddenly, now noticing the way she held her arm as if shielding it, Melanie's gaze flicked to the ground, avoiding Daisy's eyes, and Daisy felt a twinge of suspicion, a sinking feeling that she couldn't ignore. Mel, Daisy said softly, watching her friend closely. Are you okay? Is there something you're not telling us? Jamie and Tom exchanged a glance before turning their gaze towards Melanie. Suspicion flickered in their eyes. Melanie hesitated, her face pale as she looked at them. Her hand still pressed against her arm. She took a shaky breath, her voice breaking as she spoke. I was bitten. She slowly pulled back her sleeve to reveal the bite. Tom's eyes widened. Shock and anger flashed across his face. You were bitten? You didn't say anything? Melanie looked down, shame flooding her expression. I was scared. I thought if I told you, you'd leave me behind. I didn't want to die alone. Daisy's heart clenched, torn between sympathy, anger and fear. How long ago? Just over a day, Melanie whispered. At the farm. I feel fine, mostly. A bit weak. But I don't feel like I'm about to be one of them. The infected. Tom's voice was filled with cautious hope. So, maybe you're like him? Maybe you're like one of the ones who's immune? Jamie let out a slow, shuddering breath, his gaze shifting between Melanie and the body in the cell. This changes things. If you don't turn, if you survive this, then maybe we're looking at this infection all wrong. They stood there in the cold, silent dungeon, each of them trying to make sense of the new reality they were facing. The rules they'd been living by, the rules they'd thought were certain, suddenly seemed fragile, like a thin veneer over a much more complex truth. Daisy placed a hand on Melanie's shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. We'll get through this together, Mel. If he was immune, then maybe you are too. Melanie nodded, relief and hope shining in her eyes as she looked back at Daisy. Thank you. I just hope I am. They lingered in the dungeon for a moment longer, absorbing the implication of what they'd discovered. The infection wasn't as clear-cut as they'd thought. There were variables they didn't understand, factors that might mean the difference between life and death. Finally, Jamie closed the diary, his expression resolute. We stay here at the castle. Just for now. We'll keep an eye on you. If you show any signs of turning, we'll deal with you. But if not, maybe you really are immune. Tom crossed his arms, his expression set in hard lines as he looked at Melanie, who stood with her gaze downcast, her hand resting on the bite wound beneath her sleeve. I don't like saying this, Tom began, his voice tense, but we can't risk you turning and taking us down with you. We need to lock you up, just like the man over there, at least until we're sure. Jamie frowned, shaking his head. Tom, she's been fine so far. We don't know if she'll even turn. She's made it through a whole day. She's probably immune. Daisy glanced between Tom and Jamie, her own face caught in the mix of empathy and uncertainty. I don't think locking her up is necessary, Tom. Mel's right here, and she's still herself. Tom's gaze didn't waver. And if that changes, we could wake up to find her on us before we even know it. That's exactly what the man who died here was trying to prevent. It was noble. He did keep others safe by taking himself out of the equation. We have to do the same. I'm sorry, but she didn't tell us she was bitten. She risked all our lives. How can we trust her to tell us if she starts to feel worse? They turned to Melanie, who had stayed silent, her face unreadable. She looked at each of them, then finally spoke, her voice soft but firm. Tom's right. It's the only way to make sure you're safe. If I don't turn, then we'll know I'm immune. But if I do, I don't want to hurt any of you. Jamie took a step closer, his voice almost pleading. Melanie, you don't have to do this. There are ways we can keep an eye on you without locking you in a cell. But Melanie shook her head. The man over there, he sacrificed his last days to keep others safe. It's the right thing to do, and if this is what I have to do to protect you all, then I'll do it. Daisy bit her lip, feeling a pang of both respect and sadness as she looked at her friend. All right, we'll check on you regularly, and if you make it through, when you make it through, she corrected herself, you'll have done something brave. Melanie managed a faint smile, nodding. Thank you. I know it's hard, but I want this. With a heavy heart, they locked Melanie in the dungeon, locking the iron gate behind her. Chapter 12. Tom, Daisy and Jamie moved through the castle's main hall, busy securing their makeshift sanctuary. They'd spent hours planning and strategizing, figuring out how to fortify the castle, where to store supplies, and deciding which rooms would be safest to use. Melanie's decision to stay locked up in the dungeon weighed heavily on them, and each step felt heavier, their movements carrying an unspoken urgency. Let's get the supplies moved inside fast, Jamie said, pushing open the main door and leading the way back to the Land Rover, parked in the courtyard. We'll keep everything locked down in one of the inner chambers so we're not exposed, and we need to figure out the portcullis mechanism. If we can get that down, we'll have much better defence. Daisy and Tom nodded in agreement. Following him outside together, they unloaded the last of their food, water and medical supplies, making several trips to pile everything in a storeroom near the main hall. The weight of Melanie's absence tugged at Daisy's mind as they worked. She couldn't shake the image of her friend sitting alone in the cold dungeon, a dead infected body in the next cell. After hauling the last bag of provisions, they returned to the castle entrance, their eyes drawn to the old portcullis overhead. Its iron bars, rusted with age, were locked in place above the doorway. Jamie scanned the walls for signs of a mechanism. There's got to be a way of lowering this thing. If we can figure that out, it'll be a huge advantage. Tom examined the walls, running his hand along the stone. I think I saw an old crank handle up in the guard room above. Probably what they used to raise and lower it back in the day. Daisy nodded. Worth a try. Let's get up there and see if it still works. They climbed the spiral staircase leading to the guard room above the entrance. A cramped space overlooking the courtyard, the walls were lined with slits meant for archers, and in the corner they found a large iron crank handle, dust-covered but intact. Tom grasped the handle and tested its strength. It feels solid enough. Ready? Jamie and Daisy nodded, standing back as Tom began to turn the crank. It moved slowly at first, then with a groaning creak the portcullis began to descend inch by inch, dust raining down from the iron bars as it came down. But soon enough the heavy metal barrier fell into place, blocking the entrance and securing them inside. Good, Jamie said, exhaling with relief. At least we don't have to worry about someone or something stumbling in on us. They took a moment to stand in the quiet, letting the accomplishment settle in. The castle felt safe, more fortified, and with the supplies stored inside, they had a foundation to ride out whatever came next. Tom broke the silence, his face set with determination. Look, I've been thinking. We can't just wait here indefinitely. Mel might not have a lot of time. We need answers. Answers that Greg claimed he'd found near Carlisle. Daisy looked at him, alarm flaring in her eyes. Tom, you're not seriously thinking about going after what Greg said. He was sick and desperate. He could have been lying about that safe place. We don't even know if it's real. Maybe we don't, Tom replied, his voice steady. But it's the only lead we have. If there are people out there who know something about this infection, who could tell us why some people don't turn, we owe it to Mel to find out. And if she's not like the others, we could save her. Jamie shook his head, his voice filled with concern. Tom, this is too dangerous to do alone. If you get caught out there, or if the infected get to you, we won't be able to help you. I know the risks, Tom said firmly. But if we stay here, if we're just waiting, if I go, there's a chance. Better for one of us to go alone than all four of us risk ourselves and leave Mel on her own and defenceless. Daisy crossed her arms, chewing her lip as she considered his words. And do you think Greg's safe haven is real? That there's a place out there with people who know what's happening with the virus? Tom met her gaze, his expression firm. I have to believe it's real. The man we found in the dungeon, Greg, they both survived bites without turning, at least for a while. That means something, even if it's just a rumour. We've got nothing else to go on. We owe it to Melanie to try. Daisy's heart twisted as she looked at Tom. She could see the determination in his eyes, the conviction that this was the right thing to do. And part of her couldn't deny that he had a point. Staying here might buy them time, but it won't bring them any closer to saving Melanie. Jamie sighed, rubbing the back of his head. And what happens if you don't make it back? What happens if you find nothing? We're stuck here waiting without any idea what's going on. Tom set his jaw. Then you'll know I did everything I could to help Melanie. And maybe I'll come back with the answers. But if I don't try, then I'll have failed her, without even giving her a fighting chance. Daisy took a deep breath, glancing at Jamie, who gave a reluctant nod. She turned back to Tom, her eyes filled with worry and resolve. If you're going to do this, Daisy said quietly, take the Land Rover. It'll give you a better shot than going on foot. Tom gave her a grateful nod. Thank you. I'll leave in the morning. It's too dangerous to go at night. That'll give me the best chance of avoiding the infected, and anyone else out there. Jamie's face was tight with worry, but he placed a hand on Tom's shoulder. Be careful, and if you run into trouble, get out of there. Don't take risks. I'll be smart about it, Tom replied, giving them a faint smile, and I'll be back with answers if I can find them. Daisy felt a lump rise in her throat, but she managed a nod, stepping forward to give Tom a quick hug. Just don't do anything stupid. As they separated, Jamie looked over at the castle grounds, his face set with determination. We'll hold down the fort here. Just get back as soon as you can. With a nod, Tom took one last look at the castle and turned towards the Land Rover, mentally preparing himself for the journey ahead. As night fell over the castle, Tom packed his supplies, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Tom moved carefully down the stone steps, his arms loaded with a bundle of pillows, a few blankets, a small basket with food and water. The dungeon air was damp and cold, and he hated the thought of Melanie down there alone with so little comfort. When he reached the cell, he set the supplies down, just outside the bars, watching as she stirred, looking up at him in surprise. What's all this? Melanie asked, sitting up. She looked at the blankets and food, her face softening with a flicker of gratitude. I just wanted to make sure you're comfortable, Tom said, giving her a gentle smile. He reached through the bars, handing her a pillow and blanket. And there's food and water here too. I'll make sure you have everything you need. Melanie grabbed the blanket and hugged it to herself, brushing her fingers over its edges as she looked at him, concern edging her eyes. You don't have to do this, Tom. I'll be all right. I know, he replied quietly, his gaze dropping to the stone floor before meeting hers again. He felt a nervous pang in his chest, the weight of what he was about to say making his heart pound. But there's something else I need to tell you, Mel. I'm leaving. Melanie's face changed, surprise quickly turning to worry. Leaving? Where? No! I promise you're safe. I'm not going to hurt anyone. Her eyes welled as a single tear fell down her cheek. Tom took a steady breath. No, I know that. I'm going to Carlisle to try and find the place Greg told us about. The one he said that might have answers about this infection. I'm going to find someone who can help you. Her eyes widened and she shook her head. No, Tom. It's too dangerous. You don't even know where that place is. Or if it even exists. I know, he admitted, trying to keep his voice calm. But it's the only lead we have. When you decide to stay here and keep yourself locked up to protect the rest of us, I realise something. He swallowed, his throat tight. You made that sacrifice for us without a second thought. And I realise I wanted to do the same for you. I can't just sit around doing nothing, waiting, when there might be a way I can help you. Melanie's eyes filled with concern and frustration, and she reached through the bars, gripping his hand. Tom, please don't do this. You don't have to go. He squeezed her hand, his thumb brushing over her knuckles, his voice soft. But I do, Mel. You did what you thought was right to keep us safe. Now it's my turn to do something that feels right for you. I care about you more than I've ever been able to tell you. You're my best friend, and I'd rather take the risk out there than do nothing here. She looked down, her shoulders sagging as she fought the emotions crossing her face. After a moment she met his gaze, her eyes misty but resolute. Thank you, but you don't owe me anything. I made my choice to stay here, because it was the right thing to do. He nodded, his voice just a whisper. And I'm doing this because it's the right thing too. For a moment they sat in silence, her hand in his, the weight of the unspoken words and shared fears settling between them. She finally pulled him closer, her hand lingering on his for a few extra seconds, as if trying to memorize the feeling. All right, she said, her voice thick with emotion. But promise me you'll be safe, and don't do anything reckless. Don't be a hero, even though you're quite literally being my hero. I promise, Tom whispered, his throat tightening as he took one last lingering look at her, committing her face to memory. Then he forced himself to stand, releasing her hand, and turned towards the stairs. The image of her behind the iron bars burned into his mind. Chapter 13. Jamie stacked cans of food along the wall of the great hall, his gaze flickering to Daisy every now and then, his expression distant. He hadn't said much since Tom left, and Daisy could tell his mind was still on the risks Tom was taking. She couldn't shake her own worry either. Carlisle was miles away, and though Tom had been determined, they all knew the dangers lurking between here and there. I still don't know if letting him go alone was the right call, Jamie said, breaking the silence. What if he doesn't come back? What if something happens? Daisy sighed, her own doubts mirrored in his words. I don't know, Jamie, but he made his choice. He did it for Melanie. The zombie apocalypse is the worst time to be in love with someone, Jamie scoffed, rolling his eyes. You think he'll ever tell her? Daisy asked, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Jamie let out a laugh. It's only been 3 years. I'm sure he's getting round to it any day now. The sound of gravel crunching outside the castle caught their attention, cutting off any further conversation. Jamie froze, his hand tightening around the nearby hammer he'd been using to reinforce the doors. Daisy's pulse quickening as she moved towards the narrow window, carefully peering outside. A group was approaching on foot, silhouetted against the morning sun. She counted 4 figures, 3 adults and what appeared to be a child. They were moving slowly, cautiously, and as they neared the castle entrance, Daisy could see the exhaustion and desperation etched on their faces. Jamie joined her, his gaze fixed on the newcomers. Do you think they're infected? Daisy shook her head. They don't look like it. Just tired, but we can't be too careful. Jamie nodded. Let's go talk to them through the gate. They approached the castle doors cautiously, pulling the heavy wooden door open just enough to peer outside. The leader of the group, a man with greying hair and a beard, spotted them and raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Please, he called out, his voice hoarse. We're not infected. We're just looking for a safe place. Daisy and Jamie exchanged a quick look. They could see the toll the journey had taken on the strangers. The hollow eyes, the way the child clung to the woman's side, with a tired, trusting grip. They looked like they'd been on the road for days. The man cleared his throat, shifting his weight as he kept his hand raised. We've been travelling for days, trying to find somewhere safe. We heard about a place near Carlisle, but we got separated from our group. We just need a safe place to catch our breath." Daisy felt a pang of sympathy, glancing at Jamie, who was still watching the group wearily. "What do you think?" Jamie hesitated, then sighed, lowering the hammer slightly. "We can't leave them out here. They're harmless, but we can't risk telling them about Melanie." Daisy nodded, gesturing for the group to come forward. "All right, you can come in. I'll open the gate for you." The man and his group filed into the castle, visibly relieved to be off their feet and out of the elements. They looked around, taking in the high ceilings and stone walls, their faces a mixture of awe and exhaustion. "Thank you," said the man, giving them a tired smile. "Name's Graham. This is my sister Beth, and her daughter Lottie, and our friend Vince." Daisy stepped forward, offering a calm smile. "I'm Daisy," she said, gesturing to her side, "and this is Jamie." Jamie gave a curt nod, staying a step behind her, his shoulders tense and gaze steady, watching their guests with careful, assessing eyes, his jaw tightening slightly, a flicker of unease passing over his face. Daisy noticed the hesitation in his stance, the guarded way he held himself, as if ready to pull her back at the slightest sign of danger. Trust wasn't something they could hand out freely anymore, not with everything they'd seen. Lottie, the young girl, looked up at Daisy with wide, curious eyes. "Is this a real castle?" Daisy managed a small smile, nodding. "It is, like in a fairy tale." Beth gave Daisy a grateful look, her eyes rimmed with dark circles. "Thank you for letting us in. We didn't know if we'd find shelter anywhere safe. We've been on the road since everything went wrong." Daisy's smile faded, remembering the horrors of the past few days, the infected, the loss, the fear that seemed to cling to her like a second skin. "It hasn't been easy for anyone. Where did you come from?" "Darlington," Beth said, with a sad expression. "There were a lot more of us. We got separated in the panic and—" Her voice trailed off. "We're heading for Carlisle. We heard a radio broadcast saying there was a safe place there." "I'm sure your friends are there and safe," Daisy reassured her, not truly believing it herself. Graham cleared his throat, glancing at Jamie and Daisy, with a hesitant expression. "We don't want to impose, but if you have any food or water to spare, we'd be really grateful." Jamie exchanged a glance with Daisy and nodded. "We have some supplies. Follow me, just don't go wandering around. Don't go wandering around too much. This place has some areas that aren't safe." Graham nodded quickly, understanding the unspoken boundary. "Of course." In the great hall, Jamie distributed food and water, keeping his distance but observing each of them closely. Graham ate quickly, clearly grateful for the food, and passed some to Vince and Beth, who gave him nods of thanks. Lottie sat beside her mother, nibbling on a piece of bread, her eyes darting around, taking in the castle's massive stone walls. Beth's gaze set on Jamie. "How long have you been here?" "Not long," he replied cautiously, not wanting to give away too much. "We found the place a few days ago. Figured it'd be safe for now." Vince nodded, glancing around with approval. "Can't get much better than a castle, right? Solid walls, defensible. Not exactly easy for anyone or anything to get inside." Graham wiped his mouth, his expression thoughtful. "Have you had any trouble with, the infected?" Jamie's face grew tense, but he nodded. "Some, yeah. On the road. This place, it's been secure so far." As the conversation continued, Daisy quietly reached for some extra food and a bottle of water, her movements casual but deliberate. She glanced around, then holding the provisions close, slipped out of the room with a purposeful stride. Beth's gaze followed her for a moment, noting the food and water in Daisy's hands, even though she'd already eaten. A flicker of curiosity crossed Beth's face, but she chose to say nothing, letting Daisy disappear down the hallway in silence. Daisy glanced over her shoulder, her heart quickening as she ensured no one had followed. She exhaled, a wave of relief washed over her as she slipped down the dim stairwell into the cool quiet of the dungeon. The shadows wrapped around her like a shield, concealing her and giving her the comfort of privacy. At last she'd be able to check on Melanie and fill her in without any curious eyes watching their every movement. Melanie looked up as Daisy approached. A faint smile tugged at her lips. "Hey, how are things up there?" Daisy let out a sigh, crossing her arms as she leaned against the bars. "We have visitors. A group of 4. They were all desperate, so we let them in. They have a young girl with them and we can't let the kids stay outside, you know. We're keeping an eye on them." Melanie's smile faded. "And they don't know about me, do they?" Daisy shook her head. "No, and we're keeping it that way. Just stay down here for now. They're harmless, but we don't want to risk anything until Tom comes back with answers." Melanie nodded, understanding. "I get it. Thanks for checking in on me." The newcomers settled into the castle as best they could, but as the hours passed, Daisy and Jamie grew uneasy. Graham was a kind man, but he was observant, and he asked questions that Jamie felt were a bit too probing. He kept asking about the castle's layout, where they kept their supplies, and if there were any other areas they were keeping off limits. It wasn't long before Daisy found Graham peering down the staircase that led to the dungeon. She froze, trying to keep her tone casual as she approached him. "Is there something you're looking for?" she asked, her voice steady. Graham turned, looking mildly surprised. "Oh, just curious. I notice that you both keep going down here. Didn't mean to intrude." Daisy forced a polite smile, though her heart raced. "That's our storage area. Best to stay upstairs." Graham held her gaze, his expression unreadable. "I understand. We wouldn't want to overstep." She watched him turn and walk away. The tension between them, unspoken but undeniable. She knew they needed to be vigilant if they wanted to keep Melanie safe, especially until Tom returned, with whatever answers he could find. As evening fell, Daisy and Jamie regrouped, keeping a close eye on their new guests. The castle felt strangely crowded with the extra people, and Daisy couldn't shake the sense of unease. Every time she heard a noise or noticed a flicker of movement, she feared it was one of the newcomers poking around where they shouldn't. They decided to take it in turns keeping watch, ensuring no one ventured into the dungeon. Daisy volunteered for the first shift, sitting near the main hall, with a clear view of the dungeon stairs. The hours passed slowly, her mind drifting back to Tom and the dangerous journey he was undertaking for Melanie's sake. She wondered where he was now, if he was safe, and if they were any closer to finding answers they so desperately needed. But her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind her. She turned to see Beth approaching, her face a mixture of exhaustion and curiosity. "Couldn't sleep?" Daisy asked, doing her best to keep her tone friendly. Beth shook her head, sitting beside Daisy. "It's hard, isn't it? Staying strong when everything's falling apart." Daisy nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Yeah, it feels like we're all holding on by a thread." Beth gave her a small, tired smile. "I just wanted to say thank you for taking us in, for the food and water. It's more than most would do." Daisy managed a smile in return, though her thoughts remained heavy. "We're all just trying to survive, but thank you." Beth glanced towards the stairs, her brow furrowing slightly. "Is it just you two here? I mean, it seems like a lot of supplies for just two." Daisy stiffened, keeping her expression neutral. "Just us right now," she replied, hoping her lie sounded convincing. "But our friends will be back soon." Beth didn't push the subject, but Daisy noticed her lingering gaze on the staircase, a glint of curiosity in her eyes. As Beth eventually returned to the others, Daisy sat alone in the darkness, her thoughts racing. They would have to stay vigilant, careful not to let the newcomers discover Melanie's presence. They couldn't risk them knowing, not until Tom returned with the answers that might change everything. Chapter 14. The night had passed tensely, with Jamie and Daisy keeping a wary eye on their guests, who continued to explore the castle, asking questions and peering round with what felt like too much curiosity. Lottie, Graham's young niece, had been quieter than the adults, keeping close to her mother, Beth. But her wide, inquisitive eyes were always wandering, taking in every inch of the ancient stone structure. She was entranced by the castle's endless halls and hidden rooms, the mystery of it all playing in her mind like an adventure she'd only read about in books. As her family settled around a small fire in one of the larger rooms, huddling for warmth, Lottie felt a thrill of freedom. The adults were distracted, and she knew just what she wanted to do. She had seen the stairs leading downward yesterday, and the faint, muffled sound she'd overheard made her think there was more to the castle than her family knew. Quietly, she slipped away, her small figure darting down the hall and towards the stone staircase leading to the dungeon. Her footsteps echoed in the narrow corridor as she moved cautiously, the air growing colder with each step. The stairs wound downwards, ending in a thick, iron-bound wooden door. She hesitated, glancing back to make sure no one was following her, before pushing the door open with a soft creak. Beyond it lay the dark, damp dungeon, a long corridor lined with cells, each one separated by heavy iron bars. Lottie moved slowly, her small hands running along the walls, eyes wide as she took in the cold, echoing silence. But as she reached the last cell, she froze, her breath catching in her throat. Tom drove cautiously along the narrow road, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. The early morning mist hung thick in the air, casting an eerie, low-lying cloud over the countryside as he continued his journey towards Carlisle. He'd taken every possible precaution, avoiding open roads and cutting through fields to stay out of sight, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that clung to him, the weight of the unknown pressing down on his shoulders. As he rounded a bend in the road, he caught sight of a figure in the distance, his muscles tensed, his hand instinctively reaching for the knife at his belt. The figure was limping slightly, moving with an unsteady gait, but as he drew closer, Tom recognised the face. The man they'd refused to help, Greg. For a brief moment, relief surged through him. Greg had been left behind days ago, and Tom had assumed he'd been lost to the infected. But here he was, still alive, still moving. Tom pulled the Land Rover over to the side of the road and took a cautious step forward, raising his hand in a tentative greeting. "Hello," he called out, his voice barely above a whisper. Greg's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing as he registered Tom's presence. There was a flicker of recognition followed by something darker, resentment, anger. He didn't look relieved, he looked wary, as if Tom's appearance was more threat than comfort. "You!" Greg replied, his tone guarded. Tom's initial relief faded, replaced by a growing sense of apprehension. He took a few steps closer, studying Greg's face. "I'm glad you're okay," he said quietly, searching for any sign of friendship or understanding. Greg's lips twisted into a bitter smile. "Are you now, after leaving me for dead?" Tom's heart sank. He could hear the resentment in Greg's voice, the bitterness that had festered in his absence. "Mate, it wasn't like that. We thought you'd turn. You were bitten, and we didn't know if it was safe to bring you with us." Greg's jaw clenched, his eyes flashing with anger. "So you left me behind to die? You decided to sacrifice me so you could save yourselves?" Tom's gaze dropped, guilt gnawing at him. "We didn't know, mate. We were trying to protect the others. It wasn't personal." "Not personal?" Greg's voice rose, his fist clenched at his sides. "You made it personal when you left me stranded. Left me for dead while you ran off to safety. Do you have any idea what I went through out there, what I had to do?" Tom took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He noticed the cricket bat clutched in Greg's hand. "I'm sorry. I really am, but right now we don't have time for this. I'm trying to get to Carlisle to find answers about the infection. My friend was bitten too, and I need to know if there's a way to help her. You can join me. I'll help you get there faster." Greg's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he processed Tom's words. "So that's why you're out here, trying to save someone else, someone you actually care about?" Tom nodded, hoping that some part of Greg would understand, that he would see reason. "Yes, I need to find out if there's a way to stop the infection, if people can survive it. You're living proof you didn't turn, and if I can get to Carlisle, maybe I can bring back answers, a way to save more people." For a long moment they stared at each other, the tension between them thick and unyielding. Then, to Tom's surprise, Greg's expression softened, and he nodded. "All right," Greg said, his voice grudgingly calm. "I'll go with you, but don't think for a second this makes us even." Tom felt a flicker of relief, nodding in agreement. "Fair enough. Let's just get there in one piece." Together they set off down the road, the silence between them heavy with unspoken resentment. Greg's presence was unsettling, a reminder of the choices Tom had made and the consequences that had followed. But he knew that he couldn't dwell on the past. He had to focus on the task at hand. As they moved through the countryside, Greg's behaviour grew increasingly erratic. He would mutter under his breath, his eyes darting to the shadows as if expecting an ambush. Tom couldn't tell if it was paranoia, genuine fear, or the last seconds before he would turn. But it put him on edge, every nerve taut as they continued onwards. They drove in silence, the weight of the journey bearing down on them, each of them lost in their own thoughts. The road stretched out before them, a winding path, empty and silent. Then as they crested a hill, Tom slammed on the brakes. In the distance, a massive horde of the infected was moving towards them, their slow shuffling forms filling the road as far as the eye could see. Panic surged through him, and he glanced at Greg, his heart pounding. He slammed the car into reverse, backing up into a crash barrier and ripping the back tyre. "No!" he yelled, realising that the car had just been disabled. "We have to go," Tom said urgently, his voice barely above a whisper. "They'll see us if we stay here." Greg's face was pale, his eyes wide with fear, but he nodded, and together they got out of the vehicle, slipping off the road into the dense underbush. They moved as quickly as they could, keeping low, trying to stay out of sight as the infected moved closer. But the terrain was rough, and Greg slowed him down. After several minutes, they stopped, crouching behind a fallen tree to catch their breath. The infected were still moving towards them, but they'd gained some distance, and for a moment they were safe. Tom glanced at Greg, his heart racing. "We need to keep moving. If we can get to the other side of the hill, we might be able to lose them." Greg nodded, but his expression was unreadable, his eyes fixed on Tom, with an intensity that made his stomach twist. "You know, Tom," Greg said slowly, his voice cold, "I've thought a lot about what I'd do if I ever saw you and your friends again. About how you left me behind, how you treated me like I didn't matter, like I'm nothing." Tom felt a surge of unease, his instincts screaming at him to run. He forced himself to stay calm, to keep his voice steady. "Greg, this isn't the time. We need to get out of here now. There's too many of them, and we can't outrun them if they're right on us." Greg's lips curled into a twisted smile, and he took a step closer, his voice dripping with bitterness. "Oh, I think it's exactly the time. You see, the thing is, I don't need to outrun the infected, I just need to outrun you." Before Tom could react, Greg's hand shot out, swinging the cricket bat at him with all his strength, catching Tom across the side of his leg. Pain exploded through Tom's body, and he collapsed to the ground with a strangled cry, clutching his leg as he looked up at Greg in shock. Greg loomed over him, his expression cold and unforgiving. "This is for leaving me for dead." Tom tried to push himself up, but his leg buckled beneath him, the pain too intense to fight through. He watched helpless as Greg turned and walked away, leaving him alone in the underbrush as the infected drew closer. Desperation clawed at him, panic flooded his veins. As he realised the danger he was in, he could hear the shuffling footsteps of the infected, the low, guttural moans growing louder with each passing second. He couldn't stay here. He had to find a way to move, to get away. Summoning every ounce of strength that he had, Tom forced himself to crawl, his injured leg dragging behind him as he pulled himself through the underbrush. Each movement was agony, the pain blinding, but he refused to give up, clinging to the hope that he might still survive. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he dragged himself across the gravel, leaving a faint smear of blood in his wake, his injured leg throbbing with every movement, but he pushed forward, inching desperately towards an abandoned car. As the snarls of the infected grew louder behind him, reaching the vehicle, he grasped the edge of the door, attempting to haul himself up, but his strength failed him. Heart pounding, he forced himself to roll beneath the car, pressing his body flat against the cold, dusty ground. He held his breath, feeling the vibrations of footsteps as the infected closed in. Pale, gnarled figures scraped the dirt, reaching under the vehicle, clawing at him just inches away. He bit back a cry, inching further back, his hands slipping on the ground as he struggled to stay out of reach, every movement a battle for survival. Just as he felt his strength beginning to fade, he heard the sound of an engine approaching nearby. He looked in that direction, his vision blurry, to see a military vehicle barrelling down the road, a group of soldiers perched in the back, their weapons trained on the horde. Relief flooded through him as the truck skidded to a stop, the soldiers jumping out and opening fire on the infected, the bullets tearing through the shambling figures with deadly precision. One of the soldiers spotted Tom, and he rushed over, crouching down beside him as he assessed the injury. "Hold on, we've got you," the soldier said, his voice calm and steady. "You're safe now." Tom could barely process his words, his mind reeling from the shock and pain, but he felt a surge of gratitude as the soldiers lifted him into the truck, his grip firm and reassuring. As the truck pulled away, Tom's vision began to fade, the pain and exhaustion finally overwhelming him as he drifted into unconsciousness. "Uncle Graham, there's something I need to tell you," whispered Lottie. Graham looked down at her, surprised by the urgency in her voice. "What is it, sweetheart?" He glanced around, ensuring that Daisy and Jamie weren't within earshot, and then leaned in closer. "There's a woman. She's locked up in a cage, down the stairs. Graham's face hardened, his gaze flicking towards Beth and Vince. Are you sure, Lottie? She nodded fervently. Yes, she's locked in there all alone. Beth's face filled with concern, and Vince looked troubled, glancing over at Jamie, who was busy at the far end of the room. What on earth is going on? Vince muttered, his eyes narrowing. Who are these people? Graham squared his shoulders, his expression grim. We need to find out what's going on. We trusted them enough to stay here, but if they're keeping a woman locked up like that, we can't just ignore it. We have to help her. Beth reached for Lottie, pulling her close, her face tense. I saw her taking food and water down there yesterday. I don't like this, Graham. If they're hiding something like that, what else could they be capable of? Graham nodded, his resolve hardening. All right, we handle this, but we need to be careful. Chapter 15. When Tom awoke, he was lying in a sterile, brightly lit room, his leg bandaged and propped up on a pillow. The sound of voices echoed in the hallway outside, and he could smell the faint antiseptic tang that filled the air. Bright lights overhead made his eyes water, and as he blinked away the haze of sleep, he tried to remember where he was. His leg throbbed beneath the fresh bandages. The pain was dulled, manageable. A doctor entered the room, a woman in her 40s with close cropped hair and a serious expression. She checked his vitals, her hands practiced and efficient. When she noticed he was awake, she gave a small nod. Good, you're with us. We were worried about you for a minute there, she said, her tone calm but not warm. Where am I? His voice was rough, his throat dry. You're in the Carlisle refuge, she replied, handing him a small paper cup of water. We found you on the road. You were injured and barely conscious. You're lucky we came by when we did. Tom took a sip of water, soothing his throat. Thank you, he managed. I came here for answers. The doctor's expression didn't change, but he saw a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Answers? Tom nodded, summoning the energy to explain. Can you tell me where this virus came from? What's really going on? Officially, she said quietly, we don't yet have an answer. But unofficially, she took a breath, choosing her words carefully, we believe this virus was engineered. A bioweapon designed to spread fast, infecting and incapacitating civilian populations quickly. Designed to burn itself out quickly before it could spread internationally and pose a risk to the country responsible. Tom's face hardened, trying to absorb the horror of what she was saying. But it's not burning out, is it? Dr. Reeve shook her head, her voice tinged with frustration. No, it's mutating, adapting. Whoever engineered this virus failed to predict how it would evolve in the real world. The mutations are making it harder to contain, more dangerous than anyone could have planned for. Tom clenched his fists, fear simmering beneath his calm facade. So we're fighting something that was never meant to spread like this. Dr. Reeves met his gaze, sympathy flickering in her tired eyes. Yes, and we're trying to understand it as fast as we can, but it's a race against time. The longer it's out there, the more unpredictable it becomes. And what about the people who get bitten and don't turn? He asked with hope in his voice. The doctor's face grew thoughtful, and then sat down beside his bed, folding her hands. We've heard the same rumours, but they're just that, rumours. We haven't yet verified anything. So far there haven't been any confirmed cases that we could observe, or perform any tests on. Tom's heart sank slightly. He'd hoped for something more definitive, something that would give him a concrete answer for Melanie, but he realised he still had something valuable to offer. The man you rescued me with, he was bitten days ago, but he hasn't turned. Her eyes sharpened with interest, and she straightened slightly. You're certain? Tom nodded. Yes, I saw the bite myself. He confirmed it. The doctor's gaze grew intense as she rose and opened the door to speak to someone outside the room. Get me Dr. Ashford, quickly. Tom hesitated. He hadn't told them about Melanie, and he wouldn't, not until he knew more. Greg, he might not cooperate willingly. He's a little unstable. He was angry at me for leaving him behind, and he did this to me. The doctor gave a tight-lipped nod. We have ways of handling unwilling patients. If he's survived a bite without turning, he could hold the key to understanding this virus. Tom clenched his jaw, a knot of unease settling in his stomach. He'd only meant to give them information, not to turn Greg into a lab rat. But he reminded himself that he'd come here for answers. For Melanie, for his friends back at the castle who were relying on him. The doctor gave him one last assessing look. Get some rest. As she left, Tom laid back, his thoughts swirling. He wasn't sure what would happen to Greg, or how long he'd been here. His mind swirled with movie scenes of unwilling patients being experimented on in order to find a cure. As the day wore on, Graham and Vince kept close watch on Jamie and Daisy, observing them, waiting for the right moment. By nightfall, they had a plan. They would find out why they were keeping a girl locked in the dungeon, and, if necessary, rescue her themselves. Once Jamie and Daisy settled down to rest, Graham signalled to Vince, and they moved quickly with practised efficiency. They crept up behind them, knocking them out with a heavy blow to the back of their head. Daisy crumpled to the floor, and Jamie followed moments later, his unconscious form lying still on the cold stone. Beth hurried forward, checking to sure they were both out cold, then helped Vince bind their wrists and ankles with rope, tying them securely. Graham gave a satisfied nod, then walked down to the dungeon, his face set with determination. Lottie stayed behind with her mother, her small face filled with worry as they descended the stairs. Beth had wanted to help, but now, seeing her family take such drastic action, she felt a flicker of doubt. What if they were wrong? When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Graham moved to the cell where Melanie was locked. She looked up, startled as they approached, her eyes widening in surprise as she took in the newcomers standing outside her cell. "Who are you?" Melanie asked, her voice cautious. Graham held up his hands, his face set with determination. "You're safe now, it's okay. We're here to help you. We didn't know they were keeping you locked up like this. We're getting you out." Melanie held up her hand, stopping them. "Wait, you don't understand. I'm not in danger. I am the danger." Graham frowned, glancing across at Vince, then back to Melanie. Melanie took a steadying breath, her gaze serious. "They didn't put me in here. I chose this for everyone's safety." A murmur of confusion rippled through the group, and Vince shook his head, frustrated. "Safety? What do you mean?" Melanie sighed, pulling up her sleeve to reveal a bite mark on her arm. "I was bitten. I don't know if I'm going to turn, or if I'll stay like this. Jamie and Daisy didn't lock me up because they wanted to hurt me. They did it because we all agreed it was the safest thing, just in case." Silence fell over the group, each of them staring at the bite mark with a mixture of shock and horror. Vince took a step back, his face pale. "You're infected?" "Yes," Melanie replied softly. "But it's been days now and I haven't turned. I don't know what that means, but I chose to stay here so that if anything happened, I wouldn't hurt anyone else." Graham looked over at Vince, his face clouded with uncertainty. "So, you're saying you're not dangerous?" Melanie shook her head. "I don't know. That's why we're waiting. Tom, one of our friends, went to Carlisle to find help, to see if there are any answers about people who survive bites. Until then, I'm here, because I don't want to take any chances. But Jamie and Daisy were just doing what we all agreed on. They didn't force me into anything. Where are they? Are they okay?" The group exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the truth settling over them. They had been ready to free her, to save her from what they thought was a cruel imprisonment. But now they didn't know what to believe. Graham frowned, his gaze drifting back to Melanie. "We can't just leave her here. But we can't risk her getting out either. Not until we're sure she's not going to turn." Melanie gave them a steady look. "I understand if you don't trust me, but I promise I'm not dangerous. If I were, I wouldn't be talking to you like this." Vince shook his head, his face hardening. "This is insane. We came here thinking we'd found a safe place. Now we're dealing with infected people. This is too much. We should leave." "But where would we go?" Graham whispered, his eyes wide with fear. "Out there we're guaranteed to face the infected. Here, at least, we have a chance." Graham let out a long sigh, rubbing his hands over his face. "All right, here's what we'll do. We'll keep her here until this Tom guy comes back. If he has answers, maybe we'll have a better idea of what we're dealing with, but we're not letting her out until we're sure." Melanie nodded, relief flickering across her face. "That's fair. I don't want to be a danger to anyone. But please, don't hurt Jamie and Daisy. They were just trying to protect you." Graham hesitated, then nodded slowly. Tom was woken by the sounds of commotion outside his room. Heavy boots echoed down the hall, followed by muffled shouts. Curious, he pushed himself up, wincing as the pain shot through his leg, but he strained to listen. Moments later, through the small window in the door, he saw 2 soldiers flanking a familiar figure. Greg, his face flushed, his arms bound. He was being ushered along by the soldiers. His gaze snapped to Tom. A look of anger and betrayal flashed in his eyes. "You!" Greg spat, his voice filled with venom. "You did this!" Greg struggled against his restraints, his voice rising. "You had no right to do this to me!" The soldiers tightened their hold on him, forcing him away. The room was still dim. A soft flicker of flames from the fireplace provided the only light as they approached the 2 bound figures on the floor. Jamie stirred first, his head rolling to the side, a groan slipping from his lips as he blinked against the fog of consciousness. He quickly registered the ropes digging into his wrists and glanced over, seeing Daisy slumped beside him, starting to wake. "Daisy," he muttered, testing the ropes, before glaring up at their captors, his expression hardening. "Untie us now!" Vince, shifting uncomfortably under Jamie's gaze, stepped forward and knelt beside him, loosening the knots, with a hesitant but apologetic expression. "Listen, we're sorry. We thought your friend was in trouble. We didn't realise." Jamie shot them a cold look, his voice sharp. "You thought what? That we were holding her hostage? Do we seem like kidnappers to you?" he scoffed, shaking his head. "Thanks for the concussion. Now do us both a favour and leave." Daisy, now fully awake, glanced between Jamie and Graham, her expression softening as understanding settled in. She took a deep breath and spoke, her voice steady. "Wait, Jamie." She met his gaze before turning to their apologetic new acquaintances. "Look, as messed up as this is, I get why you did it. We probably would have done the same if we thought someone was being held here against their will, especially if it was a young woman." "Wait, what?" Jamie asked her, stunned at her support of 2 men who'd knocked them out and tied them up. "Think about it," she continued. "There are a lot of bad people out there, and with things broken down the way they are, think of what some people might do now. Before they had society, police, prison, consequences if they acted on their desires, and now, what's to stop someone evil from acting on it?" Jamie nodded, acknowledging her point was valid. The tension in the room eased a fraction, and Graham nodded, visibly relieved. "Yeah, with everything we've seen, you can't always tell who's safe and who isn't. And with your friend, we didn't know. We genuinely thought we were saving her." Daisy nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "There used to be news stories and documentaries all the time, people showing up where you'd least expect, caught up in some horrible situation, kidnapped and kept captive for decades. You just never know. I watch true crime documentaries about that stuff all the time," her voice softened as she added. "Or, at least I used to." There was a beat of silence, each of them caught between moments in the past and the hard reality of their present. Finally, Graham cleared his throat. "We really are sorry," he said, his voice quiet as he finished untying Daisy. "We really did think we were doing the right thing." Jamie let out a sigh, the anger in his gaze melting into something closer to resignation. "Just be more careful next time. Not everyone out here is out to get you." With a reluctant nod, they backed away, leaving Jamie and Daisy with a newfound, if uneasy, understanding. "Well, at least on the bright side, at least we know for certain they're good people," Daisy mused as she rubbed the wound on the back of her head. Tom lay in his bed trying to rest, but a muffled cry from down the hall made him stiffen. He strained to listen, his heart sinking, as the cry turned into a raw, desperate scream. It was Greg. Gritting his teeth, Tom threw off the thin blanket and swung his legs over the side of the bed. Pain shot through his injured leg, and he grimaced, gripping the bed frame as he tried to stand. His leg wobbled under him, but he forced himself up, bracing against the walls as he hobbled towards the door. Each step was a battle, his breath shallow, as he shuffled closer to the source of Greg's screams. As he neared the room, the cries grew sharper, more agonised, echoing through the sterile hallway. Tom stopped just outside, his hand on the doorframe as he caught a glimpse through the small window. Inside, a group of medical staff clustered around Greg, who was strapped to a table, his body straining against the restraints, his face twisted with pain. "Hold him still!" someone commanded from inside. their voice cold and detached. One of the staff tightened Greg's restraints as he writhed, his terrified gaze darting wildly. A needle gleamed in the harsh light, pressing into his skin, drawing another strangled cry from him. Tom gripped the doorframe, torn between the urge to barge in and the need to stay hidden. Greg's hoarse pleas filled the air, each one weaker than the last. Helpless, Tom clenched his fists, unable to do anything but listen, each anguished sound etching itself deeper into his memory. As he stood there, horror gripping his every muscle, a small guilty relief washed over him. Mel wasn't in that room, wasn't strapped down and the subject to the same torturous tests. The thought of her enduring this nightmare, her cries joining Greg's, was almost unbearable. He closed his eyes briefly, steadying himself, grateful that at least he was safe, somewhere far from this brutal place. But even that relief felt fragile, knowing how close any of them could be to the same fate. He opened his eyes again, his resolve hardening, as he vowed silently to keep Mel and the others far from this hellish treatment, whatever it took. In the research lab, Dr. Reeve and Dr. Ashford stood over a series of monitors, analysing data collected from Greg's blood samples. Each screen displayed complex charts and microscopic images of viral particles, red and white blood cells, and Greg's immune response markers. The lab was filled with a low hum, punctuated by the occasional beeping of equipment running analysis. "This data is astonishing," Dr. Ashford murmured, squinting at one of the charts. Dr. Reeve nodded, her gaze sharp as she scrolled through the data. "The virus appears to be mutating, losing virulence with each mutation. It's becoming less pathogenic with each successive replication cycle." Dr. Ashford leaned in, looking at another screen displaying images of blood cells with viral particles attached. "It aligns with the theory that the virus is becoming less potent as it transmits between hosts. If this pattern is replicated across larger population, we could see a natural attenuation, like the mutation paths we've observed in certain coronaviruses and influenza strains over time." They fell silent for a moment, each absorbed in the data. Greg's voice faint and strained. Broke the silence. "So did you get what you needed from your little science experiment?" he muttered, his tone laced with bitterness. Greg was in an adjoining observation room, his wrists and ankles restrained to the bed, his face pale but defiant. Through the one-way glass he glared at the doctors, his eyes filled with resentment. Dr. Reeves barely glanced at him, her focus still on the data. "You're providing us with essential data, Greg. If we understand why your immune system has responded differently, it could save lives." Greg's laugh was hollow, his gaze fixed on her through the glass. "You think I care about that? About saving anyone? Did I ask for this? I came here for a cure, to save myself. Can you cure me? That's all I care about. If you can't, let me go." Dr. Ashford looked at him with a hint of exasperation. "Your unique response could unlock information about viral attenuation and immunity that we haven't seen before. Your survival might help us understand the mechanisms driving this potential mutation, and could be key to developing treatments. We can't let you go. You're the only person who's survived being bitten and hasn't turned." Greg's expression hardened, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "I'm not the only one who's survived being bitten. Ask the guy that I was brought in with." Dr. Reeves' eyes narrowed slightly, her attention shifting fully to him for the first time. "He hasn't been bitten. We checked him thoroughly. It's a leg injury, which I'm reliably informed you inflicted." "Not him, his little girlfriend." Dr. Reeves' eyebrow raised. "Are you suggesting that there are others like you who've been bitten and haven't turned?" Greg paused, as though considering his next words, then gave them a slow, bitter smile. "There's a girl, his friend. They've got her locked up in a dungeon in some castle they're hiding in, just waiting for her to turn, but she hasn't. That's why he was coming here, to find help for her." Dr. Ashford's eyes widened slightly, and he exchanged a glance with Dr. Reeves. "Another case could give us a comparative study. If her immune response mirrors his, we could gather critical data on how the virus is adapting within multiple hosts." Dr. Reeves nodded, her tone decisive. "We'll need to bring her in for analysis. If this is the second case showing adaptive immunity, it's essential to our understanding of how the virus is mutating. We may be observing a rare instance of natural attenuation that's producing asymptomatic or subclinical infections, rather than lethal ones." Greg watched them, dark in satisfaction from his gaze. "Another lab rat for you." Dr. Ashford ignored his tone, already running through the logistics. "We'll dispatch a team to the location. If this girl has indeed survived, we may have a unique opportunity to understand the virus's attenuation process in different hosts. We'll need extensive blood work, immunological assays, and genomic sequencing of the virus from both cases. Dr. Reeve tapped her notes into the tablet, her expression tense with purpose. We can't overlook any potential subjects. This is unprecedented. If we don't analyse both of them, we risk missing critical data on the virus's evolutionary trajectory. Greg's sneer faded as he watched them finalise their plan, the satisfaction of his revenge settling over him. "Can I go now, officer?" he asked, cocky smirk playing on his lips. "No," she replied curtly, not sparing him a second glance as she turned and walked away. Chapter 16. Dr. Reeve entered Tom's room, clipboard in hand, her expression practised and calm. Tom was sitting in his bed, his injured leg propped up with pillows, the days of treatment leaving him weary and restless. Despite his leg injury, he'd been impatient to get back to the castle, to let Melanie, Daisy and Jamie know that he'd found answers, or at least some hope. "Mr. Parker," Dr. Reeves began, glancing over her clipboard, "it looks like you're well enough to return home. Your leg needs time to fully heal, but as long as you're cautious, you should be fine. And given the state of things, we're short on space here in the refuge, so sending you back to your group is more efficient." Tom's face brightened, relief flooding him. "Thank you, Doctor. When can I leave?" "We're arranging for a group of soldiers to escort you. Given the injury, it's not safe for you to travel alone," she explained, her eyes steady and unpredictable. "The soldiers will ensure you arrive safely and help you to settle back in." Tom nodded, grateful for the assistance, though he found it unusual that they'd allocate military resources for a simple escort. Tom nodded gratefully for the assistance, though he found it unusual they'd allocate military resources for a simple escort. Still, he was too eager to question it. "That's great, thank you." Dr. Reeves gave a short nod. "Prepare yourself, they'll be ready to leave soon." An hour later, Tom was seated in the back of a military vehicle, his leg propped up as they drove across the rugged countryside. He watched the landscape pass by, the rolling hills familiar as they grew closer to the castle. The soldiers were silent, their expressions impassive as they drove through quiet roads and past abandoned homes. Tom tried to engage in small talk, but the men only gave short replies, their focus fixed on the mission. A nagging feeling started to creep into his thoughts as he navigated back to the castle, but he brushed it aside, eager to get back to his friends. As the castle silhouette appeared on the horizon, Tom felt a surge of relief. The sight of those ancient stone walls made him realise just how much the place had come to mean to him. A sanctuary, however temporary, but as they approached his relief wavered, replaced by a subtle tension radiating from the soldiers in the vehicle with him. The Land Rover pulled up to the gate. Tom could see Daisy's face appear in one of the narrow windows. She signalled to someone inside, and the heavy iron portcullis began to ascend with a slow creak, allowing them access. As the vehicle rolled into the courtyard, Daisy and Jamie rushed over to greet him, relief evident in their faces. "You made it back," Daisy said, smiling as she came up beside the vehicle, but her smile faltered as she looked past him at the soldiers, stepping out behind him, their postures tense and purposeful. "Let's get you inside," Jamie said, glancing wearily at the soldiers. "What happened? We were starting to get worried." The soldiers flanked Tom as he hobbled on his crutch towards the great hall, each movement sending a dull throb through his leg. Daisy and Jamie exchanged worried glances, but said nothing as they led him inside. Once they were all gathered in the main hall, Tom noticed that two of the soldiers positioned themselves by the doors, while the third commanding officer stayed close to him. "Thank you for bringing him back safely," Daisy said, attempting a polite smile. "We appreciate it." The officer's face remained expressionless as he gave a curt nod. "The Carlisle refuge is reaching capacity. We need to assess potential locations for expansion. This castle is now considered a high-priority location for a new outpost." Daisy's eyes widened. Shock flickered across her face. "An outpost?" Tom frowned, looking between Daisy and the soldiers, a creeping unease settling over him. "What's this about? You didn't say anything about us setting up an outpost here." The officer ignored him, turning to the soldiers. "Search the premises. We've received intel suggesting there's an infected individual on site who survived a bite. Locate them." Tom's stomach dropped. He struggled to stand, his hands gripping the arms of his chair. "Wait, this isn't necessary. She's not dangerous." The officer's gaze was cold and unmoved. "If there's an infected individual here, they'll be brought back to the refuge for testing. It's non-negotiable. Now remain in your seats." Daisy shot Tom a panicked look, her voice tight. Tom, what did you tell them? But before Tom could answer, one of the soldiers moved forward, raising his rifle to keep them in place. Where is this individual? Cooperate and there won't be any issues. The remaining soldiers fanned out, disappearing into the castle's many rooms. The air was thick with tension, Daisy's eyes darting between Tom and Jamie, each of them helpless as the sound of footsteps echoed through the stone corridors. They listened to each thud and scrape, a reminder that their safe refuge was no longer theirs. Moments later, Vince appeared through the door at the far end of the hall, his face pale, his gaze fixed on the floor. One of the soldiers had found him, and now he walked reluctantly towards the group, avoiding eye contact. The officer nodded in his direction. Where is she? Vince hesitated, glancing at Daisy and Jamie with a mixture of guilt and resignation. She's in the dungeon, he mumbled. Look, we just arrived here. We had nothing to do with it. Daisy's mouth opened in shock, betrayal flashing across her face. Vince, how could you? The officer cut her off, signalling to the soldiers. Bring her up! Within minutes, heavy footsteps echoed down the staircase leading from the dungeon. 2 soldiers emerged, each holding one of Melanie's arms, as they guided her into the great hall. Her face was pale but defiant, her eyes meeting Tom's with a mixture of betrayal and fear. Tom tried to stand again, but the soldier with the rifle pushed him back down. Let her go! She's not a threat! She survived the bite without turning. She's proof that people can survive this. The officer didn't respond, his gaze fixed on Melanie. We'll take her to Carlisle for further analysis. If she's truly immune, her case will be invaluable. For now, this facility, the castle, is officially under military control. It will be used as a northern outpost, effective immediately. Graham's fist clenched, his voice shaking with anger. You can't just take over like this. We've been holding this place on our own. You can't force us out. The officer turned to him, his expression hard. The Carlisle refuge is overflowing with survivors. We've established control here to help stabilise the region. This isn't just about you anymore, and I'm assuming you're all trespassing here anyway. You'll be allowed to stay, but under military supervision. Any disobedience and you'll be removed. Daisy looked at Tom, her eyes filling with anger and hurt. Tom, did you know about this? Tom's face twisted with guilt. No, I didn't, I swear. I didn't know about any of this. I thought they were just helping me get back here. The officer gave a curt nod to the soldiers, signalling for them to proceed with Melanie. Load her into the vehicle. Secure her for transport. Melanie's gaze met Tom's one last time, her eyes filled with a mixture of betrayal and sorrow. She didn't fight as they led her away, her head held high despite the fear in her expression. Once Melanie was out of sight, the officer turned back to the remaining group. This location is now under quarantine. No one leaves without authorization. You are to report any suspicious activity or signs of infection amongst yourselves. Cooperate and you may continue to stay here under military protection. Tom's face was a mask of barely controlled rage. His hands clenched into fists. And if we don't cooperate? The officer's expression remained stony. Then you'll be escorted out and we'll keep this facility under lockdown. This isn't a request, it's an order. Daisy, her voice tight with suppressed anger, turned to Tom. You brought this on us, didn't you? You told them about Melanie. Tom shook his head, desperation in his voice. I didn't tell them about her. I don't know how they found out. I thought I was doing the right thing finding answers, that I could help her. I had no idea this would happen. The officer watched the exchange impassively, his gaze cold. Be grateful we're allowing you to remain. Most people are out on their own in this. You don't want that, believe me. Defeated, Tom sank back into his seat, his heart heavy with guilt and regret. He had come here hoping to bring back hope, to show there was a way forward. But instead he had brought destruction into their sanctuary, inviting strangers to take control and steal away one of their own. The castle felt eerily silent after the soldiers had left with Melanie, their footsteps fading into the distance. Tom sat in the great hall, his head in his hands, reeling from everything that had just unfolded. The realization that he might never see Melanie again weighed on him like a lead weight, guilt gnawing at his insides. Daisy and Jamie had retreated to the far side of the room, casting him wary, betrayed glances that only deepened his shame. As he stared blankly at the stone floor, piecing together how things had gone wrong, a thought crept into his mind, almost too insidious to entertain. He hadn't told anyone about Melanie at the refuge. He'd kept her name to himself. He'd taken every precaution to keep her safe. So how had they found out? One name came to mind, sparking a realization that hit him with the force of a physical blow. Greg. Tom's stomach twisted, his mind replaying his last interactions with Greg on the road. Greg had been bitter, full of resentment for being left behind. The memory of his sneering expression and that biting tone sent a chill down Tom's spine. Greg had every reason to retaliate, every reason to hurt him, and nothing to lose. Clenching his fist, Tom stood abruptly, the pain in his injured leg barely registering as he paced across the hall trying to make sense of his own stupidity. Greg had known about Melanie. He'd known that Tom cared about her deeply enough to risk everything to help her, and in a twisted way, he'd found the perfect way to exact his revenge. Jamie, noticing Tom's sudden movement, approached him, his face still hard with distrust. "What's going on?" Tom met Jamie's gaze with anger burning in his own eyes. "Greg," he said, his voice tight with rage. "The guy we refused to take with us. I saw him again. It was him. He's the only one who knew about Melanie besides us. He must have told the doctors." Daisy joined them, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. "You think he gave her up just to get back at us?" Tom nodded. He didn't realise it until now. He knew I cared about her, knew how much she meant to me, and after what happened, after we left him behind, he wanted revenge. His jaw clenched. "He did this to me," he said, gesturing at his injured leg. "I should have known he'd do this." Jamie's fists tightened, anger simmering beneath his usual calm demeanour. "So he used Melanie to get back at us?" Tom's shoulders slumped, the weight of it all crushing him. "I thought I was doing the right thing, going to Carlisle, getting answers. I thought I was helping." His voice cracked. "But all I did was lead them right back here. And now, because of me, she's gone." He began to cry. "She trusted me," he whispered, more to himself than the others. "I promised I'd help her, and now—" He trailed off, unable to finish, the weight of his own failure pressing down on him. Jamie placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice quiet but firm. "We'll figure this out. She'll be okay. We'll get her back." Chapter 17. Tom woke to the sound of heavy boots and the low hum of voices, a stark reminder that their once peaceful sanctuary had transformed overnight. Soldiers moved around him, setting up rows of military cots, stacking supplies along the walls. The castle was no longer their safe haven, it was now a bustling outpost under military control. He struggled to sit up, pain flaring in his injured leg. Daisy, noticing his discomfort, came over to help him, her expression drawn with worry. She cast a wary glance around the hall, watching as soldiers unpacked crates filled with medical supplies and rations. Resources that once belonged to them now seized for the greater good. "They're taking everything," Daisy whispered, her voice edged with frustration. "All the supplies we risked our lives gathering. It's like we don't even belong here anymore." Tom nodded, his jaw clenched. "I know. They're taking everything. They've turned it into their new base." Daisy's gaze drifted to the nearby stairwell, where the soldiers were moving crates into the basement, commandeering their carefully stored stockpile. "We need to get Melanie back. We can't do that if we're trapped here." Tom looked at her, a flash of determination in his eyes. Melanie had been taken to the Carlisle refuge a day ago, and with each passing hour, the fear of what they might be doing to her gnawed at him. She was more than a friend, she was a part of him, and she knew he'd go to any lengths to get her out of that place. "Mel is our priority," he said quietly. "We need to get her out of Carlisle, whatever it takes." Jamie joined them, his face flushed from yet another heated argument with a soldier. "They're not listening. I tried telling them we worked for those supplies, but they just keep repeating the same line, for the greater good. It's like they think they're doing us a favour." Tom exchanged a grim look with Daisy. "We have to find a way to get out of here, get back to Carlisle, and bring Mel back ourselves." Jamie crossed his arms, nodding. "Agreed. But we have to move carefully. They're watching us, and I wouldn't put it past them to confine us here if they think we're a threat." Daisy nodded slowly, the gears of a plan already turning in her mind. "If we can find a vehicle, we could drive straight to the refuge, get Melanie, and head somewhere far away from here. But we need to be smart about this. We can't just walk in there and rescue her." "No way, it's too heavily guarded," Tom confirmed. "It's going to be hard to even get in there. Any new survivors who turn up there are just being sent here." Tom glanced down at his injured leg, frustration flickering across his face. "I can't move as fast as you two. If we're doing this, you and Jamie should go out first. Find a vehicle, then come back for me. I don't want to slow you down." Daisy hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave him alone in the castle. "Tom, I don't like the idea of you waiting here by yourself." What if they realise we're planning to leave? I'll be fine, Tom replied, his voice steady. Once you two have a vehicle, come back, and we'll go. No matter what, we're bringing Melanie back. Jamie glanced towards the entrance, his gaze calculating. We'll go at night. Fewer soldiers on duty, less chance of getting caught. With it being so dangerous out there at night, they won't be expecting anyone to go out there, so their guard will be down. Tom nodded, a sense of urgency settling over him. Then let's prepare. Every second we waste is another second Melanie stuck in that place being tested like a lab rat. In the cold stone depths of the castle dungeon, 2 soldiers stood over the decayed remains of the man in the dungeon. The sight was grim, his body slumped and decaying, a grotesque reminder of the desperation that had driven him to lock himself away. The senior soldier, Sergeant Miller, wrinkled his nose and motioned to the body. Biohazard. Bag it and tag it for immediate removal. Private Nolan nodded, setting down a heavy-duty containment bag and carefully slipping on his gloves. Poor soul, he muttered, glancing briefly at the hollow, lifeless eyes of the body. Weird, he noted as he got close to the body. What is it? Asked Sergeant Miller. No smell, confirmed Private Nolan. Dead bodies usually smell. Orders are to send anything unusual to Carlisle Refuge for testing, Sergeant Miller replied, his tone flat as he watched Nolan work. The docs are saying they're still seeing mutations, and they'll want to know what made this one stay down here. Looks as if he was bitten but died from bleeding out. Private Nolan zipped the bag closed, trying not to think too much about it. Understood, Sergeant. I'll get this over to transport. Good, Miller said, giving the body bag one last look before heading back up the dungeon stairs. With any luck, Carlisle will figure out what the hell's going on before it spreads any further. The day crawled by, the weight of tension filling every corner of the castle. Soldiers moved purposefully through the halls, barking orders and escorting new arrivals to hastily arranged quarters. Refugees huddled in small clusters, their faces drawn and haunted, whispers echoing off the stone walls as they clutched what little they had. Amidst the commotion, Tom, Daisy and Jamie kept their distance, slipping through the shadows, avoiding eye contact with the soldiers, and quietly gathering any supplies they could manage to hide. A handful of rations here, a bottle of water there. As the sun began to set, a change swept over the castle. Soldiers' voices softened. Their brisk patrol slowed to lazy circuits, and the once bustling hallways fell into an eerie quiet. Daisy and Jamie found Tom leaning against a dimly lit wall, his face weary but determined. Daisy glanced around before whispering, "Are you sure we'll be okay here?" Her voice was low, but laced with concern. Tom managed a reassuring smile, though the edges of his expression showed hints of doubt. "I'll be fine," he murmured, placing a steady hand on her shoulder. "Just find a vehicle and come back for me." With a shared look of determination, Daisy and Jamie slipped back into the shadows, moving quietly down the now silent hallways. They moved in sync, ducking into alcoves whenever a lone soldier passed by, their footsteps light and quick as they made their way to the walled garden. The air was dense with the smell of damp earth and faint traces of wood smoke, and they stayed low, edging along the perimeter until they reached the far side of the north wall. One by one they climbed over the stone wall, emerging into the crisp night. The chill was bracing, filling their lungs with cold, clean air as they glanced around, adjusting to the moonlit landscape. A village lay ahead in the distance, dark and silent, its outline barely visible against the starlit sky. Daisy and Jamie exchanged a glance, and without a word they crouched low and began moving through the shadows, their breaths fogging the cold night air. The path into the village was overgrown and uneven, but they kept their pace, slipping between patches of wild brambles and crumbling stone walls, every rustle and distant sound keeping them on high alert. As they reached the edge of the village, Daisy gestured for Jamie to pause. They scanned the area, searching for any sign of movement, but the streets were as still as the rest of the night. Tom stood by the castle's stone wall, gazing out through the portcullis gate at the mist-covered hills beyond, his mind heavy with worry for Melanie, the quiet steps behind him barely registering until he heard Vince's voice. "Mate," Vince began, sounding hesitant. Tom turned to see him standing there, his expression marked by shame and regret. Vince looked down, guilt flickering across his face. "I'm sorry for telling the soldiers where your friend was. I was scared. I couldn't risk them kicking us out. Beth and her daughter Lottie, they won't make it out there." He looked up, his expression earnest. I'll make it up to you. To all of you. I swear it. I'll find a way." Tom met his eyes, reading the sincerity there. But a flicker of reluctance crossed his own face. After what happened with Greg, the last thing he wanted was to create another enemy. "You don't need to. What's done is done. We're all just trying to survive this mess. We'll get through it somehow." The two of them stood there in silence, a fragile truce settling between them. And although it didn't erase the past, it was enough for now. The village was hauntingly silent as Jamie and Daisy searched, the moonlight gently lighting the empty streets. Every house and driveway they checked was vacant, abandoned. They moved from one garage to another, checking for anything with fuel that could get them to Carlisle. Finally, they spotted an old van tucked away behind a row of hedges. Daisy reached for the handle and tried it, relieved when the door creaked open. She climbed inside, glancing, as she tried to assess if it was in working condition. Jamie checked the back for supplies, but his attention was caught by a faint sound behind him, a soft shuffling noise like something dragging across the ground. He turned slowly, eyes narrowing as a figure stumbled out of the shadows. A man, his face pale and drawn, eyes bloodshot but eerily aware. His clothes were torn, and his movements were jerky, but there was an intelligence in his eyes, a flicker of humanity that set him apart from the mindless affected they'd encountered before. "Please," the man rasped, his voice weak and cracked. "Help me." Daisy climbed out of the van, her gaze cautious. "Are you infected?" The man nodded, a pained expression across his face. "I've held on this long. I can still talk, still think. I'm still me, but I'm slipping. I could feel it." He swallowed hard, his raspy voice barely struggling to be heard. "I need to get to Carlisle, please." Jamie frowned, and he cast a questioning look at the man. Why Carlisle? The man's shoulders sagged, his breathing laboured. "There are doctors there who can help me. On the radio, they said they have people who were bitten, who hadn't turned there. I've been listening to the broadcasts from all over the country." Daisy hesitated, sympathy flickering across her face. "The doctors aren't saving people there. They're studying them, treating them like experiments. Do you really want to risk that?" The man's face twisted in desperation. "I don't have a choice. If I stay here, I'll turn. If I go, maybe they'll help." Daisy and Jamie exchanged a look, silently weighing their options. Jamie was the first to break the silence, whispering to Daisy as he pulled her aside. "If he's desperate enough to go, maybe he can help us get in. If he's sick, they'll take him right to the medical wing. He could help us get right to her, past the guards." Daisy nodded slowly, seeing the opportunity. "All right, but if you come with us, you'll have to help us get to someone. They're holding a friend of ours. She's trapped there, and we need to get her out." The man's gaze steadied, and he nodded. "Anything, just get me there." Daisy offered him a small, sympathetic smile. "All right, we'll take you. But first, can you show us the radio? We need to hear what's going on." The infected man, Peter, led them toward a small hidden house nestled just beyond the edge of the village. The paint was peeling, and the ivy clung to the walls, giving the impression it had been abandoned long before the infection spread. He stumbled slightly as he reached the door, a sheen of sweat covering his face. His breath shallowed and laboured. Daisy and Jamie exchanged worried glances as they followed him inside. "This was my mum's house, years ago," Peter said, with a sad expression. "I'm glad she passed before all this." The interior of the house was dark and cluttered, the furniture covered in a thin layer of dust, and a faint musty smell lingered in the air. A small table by the window held a scattering of supplies, canned food, empty water bottles, and a rusted flashlight. But in the corner of the room was a radio, its dials and switches worn but intact. Peter motioned towards it, his voice a hoarse whisper. "This is how I've been keeping track. Listening in, trying to find out what's happening." He reached over, switching it on, and the device hummed softly to life, static crackling through the speakers. Daisy hovered near the radio, her eyes wide with interest. "You've been listening to broadcasts from other places?" Peter nodded, his hand trembling as he adjusted the dials. "Sometimes I get fragments. People are trying to reach out. I think some are survivors." Others sound like officials, maybe from different shelters. You just turn the dial like this. He reached over to demonstrate. As he fiddled with the dial, the static briefly cleared and a clipped, official-sounding voice came through. Carlisle Sanctuary, implementing quarantine protocols. Capacity exceeded. The voice faded back into static before Peter could adjust it again. Daisy leaned closer, her face tense with anticipation. That was about Carlisle. Are they saying the refuge is overflowing? Peter nodded, his face pale and drawn. From what I've heard, they're taking in more than they can handle. The infections are getting worse, and they're trying to control it. He hesitated, struggling to speak. They're trying to create a vaccine. Peter glanced away, his expression grim. They're trying to find out why some turn faster than others. Why some can hold on. People like me. He coughed, his breath rattling. They most likely can't save me. They can just learn from me. If it helps save other people and develop a vaccine, then I'll go there. Daisy's face softened with sympathy, and she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry this happened to you. He nodded, his gaze flickering with pain. It's why I stayed here, though I thought I might have a chance to avoid that fate. But now, I don't think I have a choice. His hand tightened on the radio dial, his expression shifting to one of fear and despair. He turned the dial and another station crackled through, this time with a different voice. This one sounded frantic, the tone raw with urgency. Mutation spreading. Reports from across northern regions. Individuals reported. The broadcast cut out, leaving only static in its place. Scottish Islands, safe zone, continued the next broadcast. Wait, did that just say there's a safe zone in the Scottish Isles? Jamie asked, casting an incredulous look towards Daisy. Peter nodded, his expression sombre. I heard it yesterday. 2 reports from the far north say there are safe zones up there. No infection, at least. Not yet. Jamie took a step back, processing the possibility. Then he looked at Daisy, and without a word they both said in almost unison, Sky! Back at the castle, Tom paced slowly, doing his best to ignore the pain radiating from his leg. Each minute felt like an hour, and the oppressive weight of the soldier's presence made him restless. He tried to remain unseen, keeping to the shadows, as the night wore on, waiting for any sign of Daisy and Jamie's return. Finally, just as the dawn began to break, he heard a low hum of an engine. He hobbled over to one of the narrow windows, heart pounding, as he saw an old van pulling up near the back of the walled garden. Daisy and Jamie slipped out, glancing around before signalling for him to come out. Tom moved as fast as his injured leg would allow, gripping the stone walls for support. He hobbled through the tangled weeds and overgrown hedges of the garden. Every step sent jolts of pain through him, but he pushed forwards, gritting his teeth. Glancing back at the castle, he caught sight of Vince in a high window, their eyes meeting across the distance. Vince's gaze was unreadable, a flicker of something lingering there before Tom turned back to face the wall ahead. Reaching the wall, Tom took a breath and began his climb, fingers digging into the rough stone. He managed a few feet before his grip slipped, sending him sliding back down with a hushed thud. Tom winced in pain, digging his fingers into the ground beneath him to suppress his screams. Just as he steadied himself, Jamie appeared at the top of the wall, hand extended. "Come on!" Jamie urged, his face tense. Tom grasped his hand, and with the combined effort, Jamie hauled him upward. Together they scrambled over the wall and down the other side, urgency sharp in their every movement. As soon as they hit the ground, they staggered to the waiting van, clambering inside with the echoes of their hasty escape still hanging in the air. As they climbed in, Tom noticed a man in the back, his face pale and drawn, watching them with haunted eyes. Jamie noticed Tom's gaze and gave a brief explanation. He's infected, but still aware. He wanted to go to Carlisle, so we figured he could help us get in. The man gave Tom a weak nod. If he gets us in, I'll do whatever it takes. Tom glanced at Daisy, who gave him a grim smile. This is it. Let's go get our girl back. The Carlisle refuge loomed ahead, a grand, stately home now repurposed into a bustling but grim medical facility. Its once elegant stone facade was weathered, the windows covered in hastily attached metal grates, and the sweeping lawns had been churned up by the constant coming and going of military vehicles. Around the estate's perimeter, a tall industrial metal fence had been erected, reinforced with coils of barbed wire that gleamed ominously in the weak daylight, deterring anyone from attempting entry or escape. The facility looked more like a fortress than a sanctuary, with watchtowers stationed along its perimeter and soldiers patrolling every visible point. Tom, Daisy and Jamie exchanged a tense look as they drove closer, each of them acutely aware of the risk they were taking. In the back of the van, Peter, the infected man they brought along as their entry ticket, was barely conscious. His face was pale, his breathing shallow and laboured, and every few minutes his limbs would jerk with spasm. He was holding on for what little humanity he had left, but only just. Daisy glanced at Tom, worry etched in her expression. "You all right?" she asked him softly. Tom nodded, though his face betrayed the pain in his leg. "I'll manage. We need to get her out of here. She's all that matters now." As they neared the guard post, Jamie took a deep breath, looking towards Daisy with a slight nod. She understood his signal and pulled the van to a stop just short of the entry gate. The soldiers stationed there approached wearily, eyeing the battered vehicle and its passengers with suspicion. "What's your business here?" one of the guards demanded, his tone curt and sceptical. Daisy leaned out the window, her expression earnest. "We have a unique case with us. A man who's infected but hasn't turned yet. We're looking for Dr. Reeves. She's researching these types of cases, right?" The guard's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing, as he scrutinised them. After a moment he lifted up his radio, muttering something indistinctly. A tense pause followed, and then a crackling voice replied, authorising entry. The guard gestured for them to proceed, and Daisy exhaled in relief as she guided the van through the gate. "This way," the guard said, motioning towards the narrow pathway that led into the grounds. They drove in silence, Tom's gaze fixed firmly ahead as the sanctuary grew closer. They parked the van near the entrance where the medical staff were waiting, along with Dr. Reeve herself. She approached, her gaze cool and assessing as she looked from Tom to Daisy to Peter in the back. "You're the ones who brought this patient?" Jamie nodded, his tone steady. "Yes, his name is Peter. He's been infected for days, but he hasn't turned. We thought he might be important for you to research." Dr. Reeve nodded, her eyes flickering with intrigue, as she studied Peter's trembling form and glanced at Tom, trying to place her vague recognition of him. "He certainly is," she murmured. "We'll take him into the lab immediately." Two members of the medical staff moved forward carefully, helping Peter out of the van. He stumbled, his legs barely holding him up, but he managed to stand, his eyes glassy but aware as he looked at Dr. Reeves. "Please," he rasped, his voice barely inaudible. "Help me." Dr. Reeves nodded, motioning for the staff to bring him inside. "We'll do what we can. Come with me," she said, turning back to Tom, Daisy and Jamie. "Once we have him situated, we'll find a place for the three of you. But for now, please stay here." The three exchanged anxious glances, their eyes wide with uncertainty, each one searching the others for some hint of a plan. "Wait," Peter gasped, his voice strained. "They're my kids. Please let them come with me. I don't know how much time I have left, and I need them there when it—" "It's okay, Dad, we're here," Daisy called without missing a beat. Dr. Reeve paused, her gaze fixed somewhere ahead, expression unreadable. After a beat she gave a curt nod. "Fine, follow me," she said, her tone brisk, as she turned and walked on without looking back at the three of them. They nodded, walking briskly to follow her. The refuge was a flurry of activity, with soldiers and doctors moving briskly, their expressions grim and focused. Inside, the hallways were stripped of decor, stretchers, medical carts and makeshift examination tables. The grand rooms, once lightly filled with lavish furniture, were now crowded with rows of cots, patients lying silently under thin blankets. The air was thick with antiseptic, mingling with the low hum of fluorescent lights that cast a cold glow over the space. Soldiers stood at every doorway, their eyes scanning constantly, weapons at the ready, adding a weight of unease that made each step feel like trespassing. The refuge, though a place of supposed safety, felt more like a fortress on edge, every corner a reminder that its walls held both protection and confinement. Dr. Reeves led them to a small waiting area outside a room labelled Infection Analysis. Inside, Peter was carefully placed on an examination table, his wrists secured with soft restraints, as the medical team began setting up monitoring equipment around him. Tom, Daisy and Jamie were watching through large glass windows, straining to see and hear, as Dr. Reeve and her team went to work. They attached electrodes to Peter's chest and head, and a nurse began drawing blood samples, all whilst Peter's body shook with involuntary spasms. His breaths came in short, shallow gasps, his skin a sickly grey. "We're seeing rapid degradation," Dr. Reeves muttered, studying the monitor's readings with a frown. "He's deteriorating faster than we've observed in other cases who've survived bites." One of the nurses looked at her with concern. "How is he still conscious at this stage?" Dr. Reeves shook her head. "I'm not sure. This may be a unique mutation, allowing him to resist full transition longer than the average infection time." Peter's body suddenly convulsed, his eyes snapping open with a wide, terrified expression. He struggled against the restraints, his gaze flickering from Dr. Reeve to the other doctors, his face twisted in pain. "Please," he gasped. "It's taking over. Can't hold on." Dr. Reeves leaned over, trying to calm him. "Peter, we're here to help. Just stay still." Peter's face contorted in agony, his muscles tensing and releasing in rapid spasms as he fought against the infection ravaging his body. Dr. Reeves signalled for the medical staff to hold him down, but Peter's strength surged, his limbs twisting with a force that startled everyone in the room. "We need to sedate him," one of the doctors said urgently, reaching for a syringe. Dr. Reeves nodded, but before the doctor could administer the sedative, Peter's head jerked towards him with eyes wild and unfocused. Tom, watching from the waiting area, exchanged a meaningful glance with Daisy and Jamie. He knew this was their moment. The staff and soldiers were completely absorbed in Peter's violent transformation. "Now's our chance," whispered Tom. "We need to find Mel." Daisy nodded, her gaze determined. "She's got to be in quarantine. Let's move." The three of them slipped quietly out of the waiting area, moving quickly down the hallway and keeping to the shadows. They passed a few empty rooms and the occasional supply closet, but the facility was a maze of identical corridors, each one nearly indistinguishable from the last. The noise from the lab grew louder as Peter's condition worsened. Shouts and the sound of crashing equipment echoed down the hall, and a few soldiers rushed past them, weapons drawn, their focus entirely on containing the escalating situation in the lab. They continued forward until they came upon a heavy door with a makeshift sign, "Quarantine Unit." Tom took a deep breath, bracing himself as he pushed it open, unsure of what he would find inside. The dimly lit room had several isolation chambers, each separated by thick, clear plastic sheets. And then lying alone in one of the chambers was Melanie. Tom's heart wrenched at the sight of her. She looked exhausted, her face pale, her eyes hollow, but as soon as she saw them, a spark of hope lit up her expression. "Tom!" she whispered, her voice barely audible. He hurried over to her, his injured leg protesting with each step. "Mel, it's us. We're here to get you out." Daisy rushed to her bedside, frantically untying the wrist and ankle restraints, tying her down to the bed, and unhooking all of the equipment monitoring her. As her hands became free, Melanie pulled at the tubes hooked up to her body, pulling them out in one fell swoop. Melanie's eyes filled with tears as Tom crouched beside her, his hand gently touching her shoulders. I thought you'd left me," she murmured. "Never," Tom said softly, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm getting you out of here." Jamie helped Melanie to her feet, supporting her as they prepared to leave, but just as they turned to go, an alarm blared through, the facility red lights flashing as a mechanical voice echoed down the corridor.
"Containment breach in infection analysis. All personnel report to emergency stations."
Daisy's face paled. Peters turned. "We need to go now." They hurried back down the hallway, dodging soldiers and medical staff who were rushing towards the lab. The sound of chaos grew louder, echoing through the halls as gunshots and frantic shouts of soldiers filled the air. As they reached the exit, Tom hesitated, his leg throbbing painfully. He knew he was slowing them down, but there was no time to rest, no time to pause. He took a deep breath, steeling himself as they pushed through the doors and emerged into the open air. Outside, the facility grounds were in disarray, the soldiers running in every direction as the breach spread throughout the building. They ducked in the shadows, slipping past the guards as they made their way to the metal fence surrounding the refuge. Daisy spotted a small gate nearby, potentially hidden behind a stack of crates. She motioned for them to follow her, and together they reached the gate, quickly squeezing through to the other side. Tom leaned heavily on Jamie, his legs screaming in protest, but he refused to slow down. They ran until they reached the cover of a nearby grove of trees, finally stopping to catch their breath. Tom leaned against the tree, breathing heavily, as he looked back at the facility in the distance, its lights still flashing. "We did it," Daisy whispered, her face a mixture of relief and exhaustion. "We actually got out." Tom looked over at Melanie, his heart swelling with gratitude and relief she was finally safe, or as safe as she could be given the circumstances. He reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. "I'm never letting them take you again," he said softly. Melanie managed a weak smile, her eyes filled with gratitude. Chapter 18. The forest pressed in around them, dark and dense, its silence broken only by the occasional call of a bird, or the crunch of leaves beneath their feet. Tom moved with gritted determination, but each step seemed to pull at his injured leg, the pain radiating up through his thigh and sending flashes of fire through his body. Sweat slicked his brow as he leaned heavily on the makeshift cane he'd fashioned from a fallen branch, pushing himself forward despite the ache. Melanie kept a close eye on him, her own pace slowing as she fell back to match his. Jamie and Daisy walked ahead, periodically glancing back, where he etched on their faces as they waited for Tom to catch up. Melanie had seen Tom push through a lot, but the pale look on his face and his clenched jaw told her just how much this was costing him. After another slow stretch of walking, Tom stopped, his chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Melanie moved closer, her gaze full of concern. She could see how much he was hurting, and though he'd tried to hide it, his exhaustion was clear. "Tom," she said gently, laying a hand on his arm, "you need to rest." He shook his head, the determination in his eyes hard and unyielding. "No, you all need to keep going. You're faster without me." Jamie overheard, turning back, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "What? Tom, we're not leaving you." "You don't have a choice," Tom replied, his voice hoarse with pain and frustration. "If I keep slowing you down like this, none of us will make it." Melanie's face hardened, crossing her arms as she stood firmly beside him. "That's not an option, Tom. We're not going anywhere without you." Tom let out a frustrated breath, casting a pleading look at each of them in turn. "This isn't a negotiation. The soldiers will come after us, and the more we linger, the closer they'll get. You need to go, and I'll get there on my own." "No way," Jamie said firmly, crossing back to stand beside him. "We've come this far together and we're not splitting up now. You taught me that, mate. Don't be a hero. Stick together. Double tap, remember?" Melanie moved in closer, her eyes misting with worry. "Tom, I can't leave you behind. Not after everything we've been through. Please, just let us help you. We'll make it together." Tom looked at her, his heart softening at the sight of her unwavering expression. But he clenched his jaw, struggling with the reality of their situation. "Mel, you're not listening. If the soldiers get here and see me limping along, we're as good as caught. You're faster, and if you—" "We're not going anywhere," Daisy interrupted, her tone resolute. She stepped forward, positioning herself squarely beside him, her gaze unwavering. "We all stay together." Tom felt a wave of emotions, his throat tightening as he looked between them. He wanted to argue, to tell them how much faster they'd be if they'd left him behind. But he could see it in their eyes. They weren't going to abandon him. The fierce loyalty in each of their faces cut through his resolve, leaving him with no argument. "All right," he murmured, defeated, but deeply moved. "But we have to keep moving." Jamie gave a resolute nod, his shoulders squared with determination. "Look, there's a house in the village, the one with the radio. Let's get there to catch our breath and figure out what to do next." They arranged themselves so Tom was supported on either side, Daisy taking one arm, Jamie the other, with them holding him up. His weight was lighter on his injured leg, and they managed a quicker, more sustainable pace. Melanie took the lead, scanning the area ahead as they wound their way through the trees. As they walked, the forest around them grew denser, the shadows lengthening as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Daisy kept a careful watch on Tom, her eyes flicking to him every few minutes to gauge his condition. The pain was still evident in his face, but he kept his head up, his steps steady, and they moved forward together. They made slow but steady progress, and for a while it felt as though they might be in the clear, but then from nowhere behind them they heard it, the faint distant sound of voices. Tom tensed, his grip tightening on Daisy's shoulder as he exchanged a worried look with her. "We need to move faster," he muttered, urgency flashing in his eyes. After what felt like hours, the forest finally began to thin, revealing the outline of the village through the trees. The rooftops of houses peaked above the tree line, dark and silent in the fading light. Daisy felt a surge of relief as they neared the house. The shelter it promised, a welcome reprieve from their frantic flight. "There it is," she whispered, pointing towards the small house they'd been in earlier. The sight of it gave them renewed energy, and they pressed forward, their eyes fixed on the safety it represented. They reached the house quickly, moving inside and barricading the door behind them. The interior was dim and musty, the smell of stale air and dust filling the small, cluttered rooms. Daisy moved through the space quickly, checking the windows and securing each one before returning to the others. Jamie found the radio tucked into the corner of the room, the same one Peter had been using. He switched it on, and a crackle of static filled the air, as he adjusted the dials, searching for any signal that might provide them with information. Daisy, Jamie, and Tom took a moment to rest, each of them settling into chairs scattered round the main room. The tension in the room was palpable, each of them keenly aware to how close they'd come to being caught. Tom let out a long breath, relief mingling with exhaustion. "Thanks," he said quietly, his gaze drifting over each of them. For not leaving me." Melanie met his gaze, her expression softening. "We're in this together." The four of them sat in a loose circle on the floor of the small, cluttered room, surrounded by mismatched blankets they'd found in the house, and the remnants of a cold dinner cobbled together from pantry-forgotten tins. It was the kind of moment that would have felt warm and cosy under other circumstances. But as they laughed quietly together, there was an edge of desperation to it. It was a laughter that barely skimmed the surface, the kind that came with knowing how fragile their lives had become. Daisy broke the silence first, her voice soft. "Do you think Skye will really be safe?" After a moment of thought, Jamie responded, "Think about it. The Romans went all through Europe conquering. Then, when they got to Scotland, they went, 'Nah, let's just build a wall instead.' The Scots are no joke. If we're talking Scots versus zombies, I'm betting on the Scots every time." "Scots versus zombies," mused Tom. "That would make one hell of a movie." Daisy smiled and asked, "When this is all over, what do you think will be left? What kind of world are we going back to?" Jamie looked down at his hands, roughened from their journey, and sighed. "I don't know. Part of me hopes we'll find a world that's better somehow. That maybe things will have changed for the better. People helping each other more, caring more about each other. Than all the petty stuff, all the hyper-consumerism." Jamie added, "You know, when this is all over, I think the world's going to have a lot more parking spaces." Tom snorted, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, is that your silver lining? More places to park?" "Hey, it's a valid point," Jamie defended himself, grinning. "Think about it. No more parallel parking. No more driving round and round trying to find a parking spot in London. The entire country has a parking spot now." Melanie laughed, rolling her eyes. "And no more work meetings that should have been emails. No more being called on your day off because someone else just had a quick question. Oh, and no more spam calls," Jamie grinned. "Come to think of it, telemarketers might be extinct now. We've lived it. We've lived to see the end of robocalls." "Finally," Melanie sighed, with a mock relief, holding her hand to her heart. The real victory of the apocalypse. Tom smirked, then winced, stretching his injured leg out in front of him. "And let's not forget, no more overpriced coffee shops. You won't have to pay $5 for a cup of coffee now." Melanie rolled her eyes. "Right, because breaking into abandoned shops for instant coffee is such an upgrade." Tom grinned. "Hey, at least it's free now." They all laughed again, the sound rising louder and freer this time, as though they were releasing something they'd been holding on to for too long. For a few precious minutes they allowed themselves to drift back to that easy, comfortable banter they used to share, the familiarity of simple conversation. It was a warmth, a reminder that the world they'd known wasn't entirely lost. Jamie raised an imaginary glass, smiling. "Here's to the small perks of the end of the world. To plenty of parking spaces, free coffee, and no more telemarketers." "And no more work emails," Daisy added, grinning as she clinked her own invisible glass against his. "To no more robocalls," Melanie joined in, her smile softening. "And to the best company I could ask for," Tom said, his voice low and sincere, as he looked at each of them in turn, raising his imaginary glass. "Wouldn't want to be here with anyone else." They all smiled, their laughter fading into a quiet shared sense of gratitude. It wasn't the world they'd known, but for now, in this small room with each other, it was enough. Melanie nodded, her eyes glistening as she stared into the distance, her laughter turning to tears. "I think about my family a lot. Whether they're safe, what they're doing now. I wish I could just hear their voices. Just to know they're okay. And I wonder if they're thinking about me too. She hugged her knees to her chest. I'm glad they don't know what happened to me. Daisy's gaze drifted to the window, and she gave a faint smile. I think about my parents too. And my sister. Even though we didn't always get along, I'd give anything just to be annoyed by her again. She chuckled softly. But honestly, I worry. I wonder if the world even needs us back, you know? Maybe without all the pesticides and pollution we've caused, all the insects and pollinators will come back. Maybe the world is better off without us. Tom, who'd been quietly listening, looked up, a pensive expression on his face. You know, I keep thinking of this quote George Carlin said, something about how the planet will shake us off like a bad case of fleas, just like it's been waiting for the right moment to reset. Jamie nodded thoughtfully, a small smile playing on his lips. Maybe he was right. Maybe this is Earth's way of balancing things out. Or maybe, Daisy added, it's a chance for us to prove ourselves again, to come back to a world we don't take for granted, to be better. Melanie leaned against Tom as he wrapped his arm around her. I hope we get that chance. I really do. In the sterile, fluorescent-lit lab of the Carlisle Refuge, Dr. Reeves and her team huddled around Peter's still form, his skin pallid, his eyes glazed over in lifelessness. It had been hours since his heart had stopped, yet a sense of dread hung in the air so thick that no one dared to speak. The scene was clinical, orderly, the tension was palpable. The doctors moved with careful deliberation as they analysed the samples they'd drawn from Peter, each reading on their monitors giving rise to new, unsettling conclusions. Dr. Reeves scanned the data before her, her gaze intent as her lead researcher leaned over her shoulder. His blood, she muttered. It's carrying the same mutation of those we've seen in the past few days. The same as the other patients who survived bites. Her lead researcher, Dr. Ashford, frowned, glancing at the notes he'd taken. So they don't just resist turning immediately. They're carriers, latent, almost as if the virus is lying dormant, delayed in its takeover. Dr. Reeve nodded, her face drawn and grim. It's worse than that. This strain seems to let them hold on to their humanity just long enough to spread the infection without anyone knowing that they're highly contagious. Like an invisible countdown that happens at a different speed in each of us. For some patients it could take weeks, while others it could take seconds. A ripple of unease passed through the team. They'd all read Peter's data in detail. The virus, which kept him lucid for longer than in most cases, had eventually and inevitably taken control, transforming him into the very thing he feared. His progression had been slower, but no less certain. One of the nurses, a young woman with a nervous expression, shifted uncomfortably. So, are you saying anyone who survives a bite could pass it on to others without biting them? Dr. Reeve looked up from her screen, her voice low and serious. Exactly. And if that's true, we could have dozens of carriers right here in the refuge, unaware of the ticking time bomb inside them. A murmur of fear spread through the room as each doctor and nurse absorbed the implications. The refuge had taken in hundreds of refugees in recent days, people who'd survived bites, exposure, encounters with the infected. If Peter's mutation was spreading, they could be harbouring a horde of delayed infections just waiting to explode. Tom and Melanie sat side by side on the bed, each wrapped in a blanket, their voices hushed in the stillness. The others had drifted off to sleep in the far room, leaving the two of them alone for the first time in days. Melanie's face was turned away, her gaze fixed on the window, though her expression was distant. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice quiet and solemn. Tom, I'm scared. I tried to hold it back, but I'm terrified of what's happening to me. I feel it inside, like this darkness is spreading. Tom reached over, his hand gentle on her arm. I know, he said quietly, his heart heavy as he looked at her. I wish I could tell you it's going to be all right, that it's just going to go away. But I don't want to lie to you. Not now. A tear traced down her cheek, and she turned to face him, her eyes shimmering. I keep wondering if I'll turn into one of them. If one day I won't even know who I am anymore. Who you are. Her voice wavered as she looked down at her fingers, twisting nervously in her lap. And the worst part is, if that happens, I don't want to hurt any of you. Tom's heart twisted painfully. He reached out gently, brushing a stray hair from her cheek. Melanie, he murmured, his voice thick. You're still here. You're still you. And that's all that matters to me. I don't care what's happening. I'll be here as long as you're here. She looked up at him. A faint, bittersweet smile crossed her lips. You know, you've always been there for me, haven't you? Her eyes searched his expression, softening. Even before all this, you were the one I trusted, the one I could always count on. Tom's throat tightened, and he felt his heart pounding as he looked at her. This was the moment he'd held back for so long, the words he'd kept buried. He took a shaky breath, his hand finding hers and holding it tightly. Melanie, I love you. I have since the day we first met. I didn't know how to tell you. Not back then, and, well, with everything that's happened, I thought I'd lost my chance. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, and then her eyes softened, her fingers tightening around his. I love you too. I always have. I guess I was just scared to say it, to let you know how much you mean to me. They shared a quiet, tender look, both of them leaning in, until their foreheads touched, a gentle connection that seemed to silence the world around them. Tom could feel her heartbeat through their joined hands, and for a brief, precious moment, everything felt right. But Melanie's face grew serious, her eyes lowering as she pulled back slightly. Tom, if this infection takes me over, I need to know you'll be safe, that Daisy and Jamie will be safe. I need to know you won't let me become a threat to you. Tom's expression darkened with the reality of her words settling over him. Don't say that. We can find a way through this. We'll keep looking for help. There's got to be a cure, or someone who can stop this. She shook her head, her gaze steady as she looked at him, a quiet resolve in her expression. You know as well as I do that the odds aren't in my favour. This infection is spreading, and I'm scared that one day soon I won't recognise any of you, that I won't be me. Tom's eyes filled with tears, his throat tightening. No, I won't let that happen to you, Melanie. I'll keep trying. I'll find someone who can help. Melanie smiled softly, a look of deep sadness in her eyes. I want to believe that, but if it comes to it, I need to know that you'll be safe. She took a shaky breath, then looked at him with quiet determination. Please lock me in this room when you leave. It's safe, away from people where I can't infect anyone. But don't kill me, not yet. If there's a cure, I want to live long enough to see it, promise me. The request hit him like a punch to the gut, but he knew she was right, his hands tightening around hers, his voice cracking as he spoke. You're asking me to leave you behind? She nodded, her eyes filling with tears. It's safer that way. If there's even the smallest chance that a cure could come, maybe one day someone will find a way to save people like me. You can come back for me, but if I lose control, she choked back a sob, squeezing his hands. I'd rather be locked away than be a danger to you. Tom closed his eyes, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill over. I'll do it, but only if you promise me you'll keep holding on, that you won't give up. I'll find a way to save you, I promise. A faint smile crossed her lips as she reached up to touch his face, her fingers gentle on his cheek. Thank you. His heart ached as he brushed a stray lock of hair from her face. She was so still, her face pale but peaceful, her eyes soft with that lingering sadness she carried since the infection had taken hold. He knew this would be goodbye, but the reality of it was almost too much to bear. Melanie looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. She could no longer hold back. Thank you for everything, Tom. I just wanted you to know. Her voice faltered, her lips trembling as she took a shaky breath. I never felt safer than I have with you, even now. Tom swallowed, the words catching in his throat as he took her hand, holding it gently. I love you, Mel. I always have. And if I could trade places with you right now, I would. He leaned closer, his eyes locked hers as she spoke, a tear slipping down his cheek. I'll come back, I promise. A bittersweet smile flickered across her lips, and for a moment she looked at peace. Then give me something to hold on to. Just one last, first kiss. His eyebrow raised, followed by a warm smile. Then slowly he leaned down, pressing his lips gently to hers, in a final, tender goodbye. For a heartbeat, everything else fell away. The infection, the fear, the cold grip of reality. It was just them, together as they'd always wanted to be. But then something changed. A strange numbness crept into his mouth, spreading to his lips, tingling like pins and needles. He pulled back, his fingers pressing to his lips, confusion etched on his face. "Mel, something's wrong," he gasped as he pulled away. His vision blurred, a wave of dizziness crashing over him as a sharp burning sensation spread through his veins, radiating out, his heart pounding in his chest faster and faster until it felt as though it might burst. Panic filled his mind. He looked back at her, his mouth open in a wordless cry. Melanie's face changed too, dawning horror in her eyes as she realised what was happening. "No, Tom, no!" But he couldn't hear her anymore. Something dark and primal surged up within him, drowning out every thought, every emotion, every memory. The infection tore through his mind like a fire, burning away the last remnants of his humanity. And in that moment, he was no longer Tom. He was something else, something that hungered. With a snarl, he lunged forward, his teeth sinking into her throat. As her scream filled the room, echoing in the stillness, her blood filled his mouth, warm and metallic, and he tore deeper, driven by an unstoppable, mindless rage. In seconds she was gone, her body limp and lifeless beneath him. Daisy jolted awake, her heart racing. A blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. She recognised the voice, Melanie. Panic surged through her as she looked across at Jamie, who was already scrambling to his feet, eyes wide with fear. Without a word, they moved to the bedroom door, rushing down the hallway. As another sound reached them, a low guttural growl. Daisy's stomach twisted as she gripped the handle, steeling herself. She flung the door open, and the scene before them froze her in place. Tom stood in the middle of the room, his shoulders hunched, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. Blood soaking his shirt, staining his face, which was twisted with a grotesque, mindless hunger. Behind him, Melanie sprawled on the bed in a pool of blood, her throat torn open, her lifeless eyes fixed on nothing. "Tom," Jamie whispered, his voice barely audible. But the sound was enough to catch Tom's attention. With a snarl, Tom turned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Jamie. Daisy took an instinctive step back, terror flooding her veins as she realised that their friend was gone. This was not the Tom they knew. This was something else entirely. Something monstrous. In a flash, Tom lunged, his arms outstretched, fingers curled into claws. They ran back to the bedroom, Jamie slamming the door shut just in time, with the force of Tom's body slamming into it with a violent thud. Then another as he tried to break through, his body now freed from the limits of pain. Daisy threw her weight against the door, her hands trembling as she held it shut. "We have to block it," she gasped, looking frantically around the room. Jamie grabbed an old wardrobe beside the door and moved to shove it in front. His body straining with the effort, Daisy joined him, and together they managed to wedge the heavy piece of furniture against the door. Tom's enraged snarls grew louder as he clawed and banged against the door, each impact rattling the wardrobe as though it could give way at any moment. "We're trapped," Daisy whispered, her voice shaking. She took a step back, her eyes darting around the room in desperation. "There's no way out." Jamie's gaze flicked upwards, catching sight of a small loft hatch in the ceiling. "Up there," he said, pointing. Without wasting a second, he pulled a nearby chair over and climbed onto it, reaching up to push open the hatch. The old wood creaked as it gave way, revealing a dark, narrow opening. He extended the folding ladder, which clattered down, and he motioned for Daisy to go up first. Daisy didn't hesitate, scrambling up the ladder as Tom's relentless pounding grew louder. She reached the attic and pulled herself into the cramped space, her heart pounding as she looked down at Jamie. "Hurry!" she urged. Jamie was halfway up when the door began to splinter under the pressure, cracks snaking through the wood as Tom battered against it. With one last shove, the wardrobe toppled. Jamie climbed faster, pulling himself into the attic just as the door flew open. With a deafening crash, Tom burst into the room. His eyes wild, his chest heaving with that relentless hunger as he scanned the room, searching for his prey. Daisy and Jamie pulled the ladder up behind them, both of them breathing heavily as they looked down through the hatch. From the safety of the attic, they could see Tom's face twisted in a feral snarl, his gaze darting around until it locked onto them. His lips pulled back, exposing blood-stained teeth, and he let out a low, guttural growl as he reached up, clawing towards the hatch just out of his reach. Daisy held her breath, her eyes wide as she met Tom's gaze. The man she'd known, their friend, was gone. In his place was a creature consumed by the infection, driven by a mindless need to hunt and kill. "Tom," she whispered, barely able to recognise the person she once trusted with her life. Jamie reached for her hand, squeezing it tightly, as they both watched Tom, their hearts breaking. Chapter 19. The loft was cramped and stifling, the air thick with dust and tension. Jamie's breaths came in short gasps as he hyperventilated, falling to his knees, his hands covering his mouth as he tried to quieten the sobs that racked his body. Daisy knelt beside him, her face etched with sorrow, but her gaze was firm. "Jamie," she whispered, pulling him into her arms as he shook, his body trembling with the weight of everything they'd just lost. The emotional weight of the past week bore down on him, and he felt himself starting to break under the strain. Normally he'd deflect with humour, brushing off the worst moments with a laugh or a quick quip, but now that instinct felt hollow, useless in the face of what he'd witnessed. The grief was too raw, too consuming. Tom and Melanie were both gone, their friends, their family in this shattered world. I know it hurts," Daisy murmured, holding him tightly as tears slid down his cheeks. "But we have to keep moving. There's nothing we can do for them now." Jamie's sobs softened as she clung to him, his fingers digging into her jacket. I can't. "I know," she said softly, her own voice thick with grief. "But we need to survive this. If we don't, all of this is for nothing." She pulled back slightly, brushing a tear from her cheek. "Tom and Melanie wouldn't want us to stop here. They'd want us to keep going, to find somewhere safe. Survive this, get back to our families one day. To my little sister, she needs me. And you need to get back to your family. They need you. Okay? So we're going to find a way out of here and get ourselves to safety. Okay? But right now, we need to get the hell out of here." Jamie nodded slowly, taking a shaky breath as he looked into her eyes. "You're right. We can't stay here, but where do we go?" Daisy's gaze hardened with renewed determination. "The radio broadcasts. They said the north of Scotland. The Isles. Skye. Skye could be safe. We need to get out of here and head north. That's what they'd want." Jamie took a deep breath, steadying himself. He wiped the last of his tears and managed a small, resolute nod. "Let's go." Daisy glanced around the cramped loft, her eyes landing on a small window near the far corner. It was narrow, but just big enough for them to fit through. "We'll go out that way," she said, moving over the beams to unhook the latch and carefully push the window open. A cool breeze filled the attic room, cutting through the stagnant air. "Come on," she urged, holding a hand out to him. He took it, and together they climbed out onto the steep roof, balancing carefully as they crouched low, inching along to avoid slipping. The night air was sharp against their skin, and they moved carefully across the sloping tiles to the edge of the roof. Daisy pointed to the flat roof of an extension on the house next door. "Just a short jump away. We'll go across, then down. Ready?" Jamie nodded, swallowing his fear. One by one they jumped onto the flat roof, landing with soft thuds that echoed in the silence of the night. They crept across the extension, then climbed down into the ground, slipping into the shadows. Just as they reached the alley between the houses, Daisy froze, grabbing Jamie's arm. Voices drifted through the darkness, low and clipping, the unmistakable tone of military radio chatter mixed with footsteps nearby. Jamie's eyes widened, and he pulled her into the nearest house, a small, darkened structure with boarded-up windows. They crouched low, hiding behind the furniture, as the footsteps grew louder, their hearts pounding as they held their breath. Their voices grew closer. "Sweep the area," a soldier ordered, his voice carrying through the quiet village. "If she's here, we'll find her." Daisy pressed herself deeper into the shadows, her heart hammering in her chest as she clutched Jamie's hands. They could make out the dim glow of flashlights flickering through the windows, the beams sweeping across the front yard of the house. Jamie turned to her, his voice hushed. "They're looking for Melanie. We need to move." They slipped quietly into the back hallway, their movements slow and cautious as they searched the house. At the far end, Jamie found a door leading to the garage. Just outside the garage door, a set of car keys hung on a hook. He pushed it open, and they stepped inside, their eyes adjusting to the dim light flickering through the small window. A car sat in the centre of the garage, covered in a layer of dust but seemingly untouched. Jamie's eyes lit up with hope. "We can take this, drive north. Get the hell out of here." Daisy moved forward, her hands trembling as she grabbed the keys from the hook. "Let's get inside and see if it starts." But just as Jamie turned to open the driver's side door, they heard the creak of the house's front door opening. They froze, every muscle tensing as they held their breaths. Footsteps echoed through the hallway, moving closer to the garage, and Daisy braced herself for the worst, her heart pounding so loudly she was sure it would give them away. Then, as the footsteps stopped, and there was a long tense silence, slowly a familiar figure stepped into the dim light of the garage. Vince stood in the doorway, carrying a rifle, his face a mask of caution. His gaze swept over the garage, lingering on Jamie and Daisy where they crouched beside the car. For a long moment he stared at them, his expression unreadable. Daisy's heart sank, her body stiffening as she waited for the inevitable shout, a call for backup that would seal their fate. But instead Vince's eyes softened slightly. He looked at her, then at Jamie, gave the faintest of nods. "Clear," he called out, his voice firm and steady. "Nothing here." He held their gaze for a beat longer, his eyes saying all the things he couldn't speak out loud. Then, with a slight, almost imperceptible smile, he turned and walked back down the hallway, closing the garage door behind him, his footsteps fading into the night. Daisy let out a shaky breath, barely able to believe what had just happened. She looked at Jamie, who gave her a small, grateful smile. The Carlisle refuge hummed with its usual low, steady activity, but strange tension hung in the air, subtle at first, a shift in the voices of the soldiers patrolling the perimeter, the tight expressions on the doctors' faces. A few patients crowded in the main reception area looked around with wary eyes, sensing that something was off, though they couldn't quite place what. Dr. Reeves strode down the hallway, clutching a sheaf of papers in one hand and a tablet in the other. Her footsteps echoed through the sterile corridors. She scanned the latest updates, her jaw tightening with each line. "It's worse than she'd first feared." A voice over the walkie-talkie crackled to life, breaking the tense silence. "All medical staff report to containment wing immediately." Dr. Reeves hurried to the containment wing, passing nurses and lab technicians who were already glancing at each other with anxious expressions. In the main lab her team had gathered, their eyes fixed on monitor displaying the blood test results and analysis notes from across the refuge. Dr. Ashford, her lead researcher, looked up as he entered, his face pale. "Dr. Reeves," he began, his voice low and tense, "we have a situation. The new mutation. It's worse than we anticipated." Dr. Reeves set her papers down, her eyes narrowing. "What exactly are we looking at?" Dr. Ashford hesitated, his gaze dropping to his screen, his voice faltering, and he took a shaky breath, his face ashen. "There's been an incident in the quarantine wing." Dr. Reeves' blood ran cold, but she maintained her composure. "What happened?" He swallowed, his eyes wide with fear. "One of the test subjects. He was brought in here a few days ago, found dead in the dungeon of a nearby castle. Apparently he got bitten and locked himself in there so he couldn't harm anyone, but he came back, reanimated. He attacked the staff." The words hung in the air. A collected chill ran through the room. "Reanimated? Where is he now?" Dr. Reeves demanded, her voice sharp, disbelieving. "The military managed to contain the threat, but—" his voice broke. He wasn't like the others. He's stronger, faster. We tried sedating him, but it had no effect. He almost broke through the door before they shot him, and the bullets didn't kill him." Dr. Reeve glanced at Dr. Ashford, her mind racing. "I need to see this myself." She motioned for her team to follow her, and they hurried down the corridor towards the quarantine wing. The once orderly halls now felt oppressive, as though the walls themselves were holding in a deadly secret. As they neared the containment room, they could hear the low guttural snarls coming from behind a reinforced door, the sound more animalistic than human. Through the small reinforced window, they caught a glimpse of the reanimated patient. He paced the room like a caged predator, his eyes wide, mouth twisted in a snarl as he clawed at the walls with frenzied strength. His skin was a sickly grey, his veins dark and pulsing, as though the infection was coursing through him in real time. Every few seconds he would slam himself into the door, his strength making the metal shudder. "What is this?" Dr. Ashford whispered, his voice filled with horror. Dr. Reeves nodded grimly. "This is a new mutation. Whatever this virus is, It's evolving, adapting. It's trying to survive through them. Her voice dropped to a horrified murmur. It's as if it wants to spread by any means necessary. The nurse next to her took a sharp, shaky step back, her face pale. If this happens to everyone who dies, we won't be able to contain it. It could spread faster than we can isolate it. Reeves nodded, her face set in determination. Then we do what we must. We secure every part of this refuge and